Chapter 811 Yi Tianyun just stayed calm and let them laugh all they wanted. You are an arrogant bastard. This time you will die miserably. Gang Yuan said with a smirk on his face. You destroyed our heavenly netherworld divine nation, but you have the Phoenix clan on your side back then. Now that you are alone, there is no way you can win. Gang Yuan said proudly. Yi Tianyun was startled by the information in Kang Yuan's possession. Did evil spirit race have an informant outside of the tower? But nevertheless, the information that Kang Yuan had was a little bit off. Although Phoenix race did help Yi Tianyun destroy heavenly netherworld divine nation, they just helped in the aftermath of the destruction. The one that killed their holy king, imperial preceptor, and even the old ancestor was Yi Tianyun alone. Kang Yuan ordered the other 4 to attack, and the 5 of them held their arms to the air. The netherworld's fire that came out of their flame imprint immediately condensed together and converged into a thick heavenly yin fire. The temperature inside the room immediately dropped as heavenly yin fire's cold properties permeated throughout the room. The cultivator outside of the city palace was immediately alerted as they noticed a thick ice was forming on the city palace's gate. They tried to get inside, but they couldn't even get close as it was too cold. Of course, some of them have the ability to resist the cold, but they chose to stay and observe the situation further as they felt a strong, menacing aura from inside the city palace. What happened here? I don't think this aura comes from Master Su. A cultivator said outside of the city palace. Yes, this aura is too strong to be Master Sus. Another cultivator said as they were quite sure that Su Chengmen wouldn't have such a strong aura. Their curiosity really took a turn as they really wanted to know what happened inside the city palace, but they couldn't go in. Inside the city palace, the energy from 5 evil spirit race cultivators condensed and formed an airtight flame network. They thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to escape their attack as they had completely surrounded every corner of the room. It is true that I am arrogant, but honestly, ganging up on me with only 5 people. Aren't you the arrogant one here? Yi Tianyun nonchalantly said as he wasn't worried at all. Their combination attack was comparable to the Saint King Peak stage's attack, but surely he already defeated such an opponent with the same intensity of attack in the past. You are crazy. The people we sent outside were powerful, but don't you dare think that we would be weaker inside this tower. This place is ours, and you will not be able to get past this point. Su Chengmen said coldly. We will give you 2 choices now. The first one is to join us and become our slave. We wouldn't rough you up too much, don't worry. After all, you are a powerful individual, and we wouldn't want you to die just like that. Although you already killed so many of our comrades, we will give you a better position later once we conquer the 3 realms. Or, you can choose to die here by our hands. Kang Yuan said coldly. So, which one do you choose? Su Chengmen said with a smirk on his face. Both of them were too confident that they would definitely win against Yi Tianyun here, so they had no reservations in front of Yi Tianyun whatsoever. You want me to become your slave? Is your brain the same size as a dog's or something? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. He clearly wasn't worried at all. Well, you just have to choose. I will give you 3 seconds to consider your option. If you don't choose anything by the time, we will attack you immediately. Don't you dare say I didn't give you a chance. Later. But honestly, I want you to reject our offer. Kang Yuan said with a smirk on his face. Kang Yuan was confident in his power. He trusted the power that ancient netherworld divine tower had bestowed him. He thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to withstand his power that was empowered by ancient netherworld divine tower. 1. Kang Yuan began counting, while the other 4 evil spirit race were snickering as they looked at Yi Tianyun mockingly. 2. Kang Yuan said while slightly raising his voice. Yi Tianyun just smiled as he let Kang Yuan count all he liked. I have decided. I will take the 3rd choice. That is killing all of you. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face, and immediately he disappeared from their sight. Yi Tianyun teleported behind Kang Yuan and pulled out the strongest sword in his arsenal, the evil spirit divine sword. He even equipped the desolate ancient set, increasing his combat power beyond these cultivators' expectations. Ah, The cultivators were startled as they lost Yi Tianyun from their line of sight. But suddenly, Yi Tianyun appeared behind one of the evil spirit race cultivators and started attacking. Yi Tianyun thought it was too fast to kill Kang Yuan and thought he should start with the mobs first. Even if the cultivators were shrouded with intense heavenly yin fire, it wasn't enough to withstand Yi Tianyun's attack. As Yi Tianyun swung his sword, he cut the first evil spirit race cultivator in half. At the same time, the immortal fire immediately consumed the evil spirit race's corpse. As the immortal fire was intensified by the desolate ancient set, the evil spirit race's corpse turned into dust in a matter of seconds. Ding! Successfully killed MIRC, evil spirit race Saint King cultivator. Reward: 27.6 billion EXP, 1.200.000 CPs, 20.000 SPs. Yi Tianyun used his X32 EXP card, X100 EXP card, and 8x10 EXP card. Combined with his crazy EXP mode, he had a combined X221 EXP per kill. It was to be expected that Yi Tianyun would get a huge amount of EXP. Chapter 812. A strong evil spirit race cultivator was killed in an instant. The large formation that they used to restrict Yi Tianyun's movement immediately became insignificant as the heavenly yin fire network shrank down in size. Everyone was horrified as they couldn't even see Yi Tianyun's movement. The next moment, Yi Tianyun's figure swiftly passed across the room. His desolate ancient set gave off a faint yellow light as he glided through the room. Although the cultivators in the room were at Saint King's stage, they couldn't tell what Yi Tianyun's cultivation level was. Yi Tianyun's cultivation base was at the 7th layer Saint King stage, not that much different compared to their cultivation level, but what they felt was more powerful than an early stage Divine King. Then they saw a black flame burst forth as another evil spirit race cultivator was killed and quickly turned to ashes by the effect of the immortal fire. Ding! Successfully killed an evil spirit race cultivator, Miter. Reward: 2.7 billion EXP, 430.000 CPs, 20.000 SPs, evil spirit sword, evil spirit blood, evil spirit soul, X50 EXP card. Yi Tianyun was satisfied by the amount of EXP that he got from the kill. This was what he needed the most right now, but it was a pity that there were too few Saint King stage evil spirit race in the room. He would get so much more EXP if only there were a little more Saint King stage experts here. I got another EXP card. Well, it wouldn't hurt to use it right away. Yi Tianyun said excitedly. Ding! X50 EXP card activated. Total EXP multiplier right now is X262. Yi Tianyun didn't hesitate at all. He used another EXP card that he just got. He couldn't buy another one as right now, the price for a X50 EXP card inside the crazy shop was more than 4 million crazy points. He would have already bought another one if it were cheaper. He immediately rushed towards another evil spirit race as their heavenly yin fire could be considered obsolete right now. We have to escape, quickly. Kang Yuan shouted frightenedly. His arrogance from earlier disappeared without a trace as he realized how powerless they were against Yi Tianyun. It was a mistake to challenge Yi Tianyun with only 5 of them. In front of an absolute powerhouse, their tricks and plan were all for naught. But it was already too late. They were too late to respond to Yi Tianyun's attack, and another evil spirit race cultivator was killed. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit race cultivator, Mahuier. Reward: 31.5 billion EXP, 410.000 CPs, 13.000 SPs, blood of evil spirit race, evil spirit soul, evil spirit bones, evil spirit armor. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully break through to 8th layer Saint King stage. Yi Tianyun leveled up again. The EXP that he got from these evil spirit race cultivators was astronomical. But still, leveling up was supposed to be this easy. The hard part came after he couldn't find any other high-level cultivator that he could kill. It would be pretty hard to level up to if he couldn't get his hand on another EXP card. He would need to kill dozens of Saint King expert just to level up without the help of EXP card. Even so, it was still much faster than a standard cultivator, but it was still too slow for his liking. Without the help of EXP card, Tianyun really couldn't be satisfied by the amount of EXP he got from killing these Saint King stage cultivators. After he leveled up to 8th layer Saint King stage, Tianyun's combat power crushed these evil spirit race cultivators' existence. He then easily caught up to Su Chengmin and Kang Yuan that tried to escape the city palace and kicked them down to the ground, rendering them unable to escape. The kick was really powerful as they couldn't help but vomited so much blood from the impact. What is this? Didn't you say that you were very powerful earlier? Come on, get up and entertain me some more. Tianyun said as he walked casually in front of Su Chengmin and Kang Yuan. The two of them were horrified by Tianyun's power, and now, they didn't know what to do to get away from Tianyun. They overestimated their power in front of Tianyun, and now it was clear that their power was nowhere near Tianyun's level. After all, Tianyun already destroyed Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. They thought that the Phoenix race must have played a huge role in destroying the Divine Nation, but it turned out Tianyun alone was enough. Our estimation was wrong, and it turned into this disaster. But don't be so full of yourself. Even if your cultivation is strong, you won't be able to get rid of evil spirit race from the 3 realms. Hell, on the higher layer of this tower, only death awaits you. You will become our food at the end of the day. Kang Yuan said spitefully. Although he was in complete shock and fear, he wouldn't beg for mercy. This was their discipline of life. It was better to die than surrender to their enemies. Great, then I am looking forward to fight your old ancestor. Let me see how fast I can destroy them. Tianyun walked closer to Su Chengmin and Kang Yuan. But when he walked close enough, Su Chengmin and Kang Yuan suddenly shone brightly. The spiritual energy around them began to go wild as they were about to explode. They didn't want to die in Tianyun's hand and chose to blow themselves up to maintain their dignity. But unfortunately for them, it took too long. Before they could blow themselves up, Tianyun's sword had already cut their body. The spiritual energy that had gone haywire around them immediately stabilized while they felt that they could no longer move their body. The next thing that they felt was extremely excruciating pain from being burned alive by Tianyun's immortal fire. No, both of them screamed as they tried to endure the pain, but it was all for naught as they turned into dust almost immediately. Their death was no different than the other 3 evil spirit race that Tianyun killed before them. None of their trace was left behind. Chapter 813 Feet Ding. Successfully killed evil spirit race cultivator, Mi Sula. Reward, 26.2 billion EXP, 400.000 CPs, 18.000 SPs, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Blood, Evil Spirit Bone. Ding. Successfully killed Evil Spirit Race Cultivator, Mi Telly. Rewards, 27.5 billion EXP, 460.000 CPs, 20.000 SPs, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Blood, Evil Spirit Bone, X50 EXP card. After killing the evil spirit race, Tianyun noticed that the name of the evil spirit race cultivators that he killed was completely different from their name in public. It was obvious that the evil spirit race had a different name that they used in public. However, their name wasn't something Tianyun needed to concern himself with as they were just a pile of EXP regardless of their name. Tianyun wouldn't let them kill themselves as he still needed their EXP. Tianyun has been using his appraisal eye from the get-go, so he got the notification that Su Chengmin and Kang Yuan were about to self-destruct. There is a lot of EXP here. I am halfway to 9th layer Saint King stage. Tianyun excitedly said as he was satisfied by the amount of EXP. He was truly happy that he got to come to ancient Netherworld Divine Tower before doing anything else. If he exterminated the entire evil spirit race from the tower, getting to Divine King stage wasn't even a dream. His crazy leveling system was truly impeccable as it allowed him to become a divine king with minimum effort compared to other cultivators that need to have absolute cultivation and talent to reach divine king stage. The evil spirit race's body immediately turned into ash, while their flame imprint was catapulted toward Tianyun and enhanced his own flame imprint. He did not only get his 6th flame imprint but also got the 7th flame imprint as well, which meant that he had already reached the level of deacon. Originally, he wanted to climb the tower floor by floor, but who knew that the evil spirit race would help him leap through the floor like it was nothing. I guess the evil spirit race would be cautious in the future, knowing that their rank easily fell apart in my presence. Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. Since Xuanhuan that he fought earlier, was the city lord of 6th layer city, Tianyun didn't feel the need to go to 6th layer city anymore, so he planned to skip ahead to the 7th layer city next. But the evil spirit race in the top would be cautious as they lost contact with 5 of their men in a matter of minutes. Well, no matter what kind of trick they use, I will break them all. Tianyun said while smirking expectantly. He walked out of the palace as soon as the barrier disappeared. The cultivator outside immediately poured inside to see what just happened, but they were startled as they only saw Tianyun alone. There was no one else inside the palace except for Tianyun. Look at his arm, one of the cultivators said as he saw the amount of flame imprint on Tianyun's arm. 7th flame imprint. It is a deacon rank. Did he just challenge a deacon? A cultivator said as he was startled by Tianyun's flame imprint. How could this be? He just entered ancient netherworld divine tower a few weeks ago. Isn't this too fast? Another cultivator said with a shocked expression. They really couldn't believe how fast Tianyun did everything on his own. An elder rank was the strongest existence in the tower right now. There is no tower lord right now, but it was a mystery to everyone to why no one took the position of tower lord from the elder rank. However, Tianyun knew why no one assumed the tower lord's seat this whole time, and it was because none of the elder rank had the qualification to take it for themselves. The tower lord of ancient netherworld. Divine tower must have a pure bloodline of ancient netherworld divine king. Tianyun didn't bother paying attention to these cultivators and just walked away indifferently. Some of the cultivators who watched him leave looked at him with awe, while others looked at him complicatedly. They watched Tianyun climb the tower towards the 6th layer city. Once Tianyun was out of sight, they immediately cheered as the position of 5th layer city lord was now vacant. Surely, everyone in the city wanted to take it for themselves. After Tianyun reached the deacon rank, the position of 4th layer city lord and 5th layer city lord immediately became vacant. Surely, fierce competition of the said layer ensued. Soon enough, Tianyun reached 7th layer city as he skipped the 6th layer city, but when he arrived at 7th layer city, he immediately heard someone. He already killed 3 of our deacon, the cultivator said coldly. Yes, he killed 3 deacons and 2 city lords. But they are a bunch of trash anyway. Our cultivator that can't even stand up against some human is just a waste of space, another cultivator said coldly. Tianyun immediately used his appraisal eye to look for these cultivators and found that they were close by. Tianyun noticed that these evil spirit race cultivators didn't even bother hiding their unsightly appearance as their 6 arms were out in the open for anyone to see. Tianyun also noticed that they had the ancient netherworld divine king's bloodline on their bodies, but it wasn't very apparent. They finally noticed Tianyun on the end of the stairs and smirked evilly. Brat, you are very brave coming here after killing our people. The evil spirit race cultivator said menacingly. Their cultivation was very diverse as the lowest was at Spirit King stage cultivation while the highest seemed to reach the 3rd layer Saint King stage cultivation. But Tianyun was too lazy to pay any mind to them right now. The 7th layer city was so extravagant that it could no longer be called a city. The buildings were a bunch of luxurious houses, but even so, the smell of thick blood swirled across the area. There was no doubt that the evil spirit race killed and ate the body of the cultivator from any race that came to this floor. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the distance, and something dropped from the light into a mountain. But after a closer inspection, Tianyun realized that it wasn't just any ordinary mountain, it was a mountain made from cultivator corpse. Tianyun was startled as he finally realized that the cultivators' corpses had been teleported to this place. Tianyun now realized that the evil spirit race cultivator in this place has been using this floor to eat any corpse that was dumped into this place. Chapter 814 The mountain wasn't made out of the soil but from corpses. Because of the cold temperature in this place, the corpses didn't rot as fast. The decomposition of the corpse has turned slower than what they could think of. Meanwhile, the place was swarmed by evil spirit race, picking up corpses for them to feed on. Tianyun activated his appraisal eye to the full extent this time around and tried to look around the area. He has confirmed that there was only the evil spirit race in this place, so it went without saying that Tianyun was the only human in the entire area. Tianyun speculated that the cultivators from other races besides evil spirit race would be killed immediately after coming to this level. There was no way the evil spirit race would let anyone else become a new deacon or elder of ancient netherworld divine tower. It was unfortunate for the cultivators that thought they could gain much more benefit as soon as they reached 7th layer city. But it was unfortunate too for the entirety of the realms knowing that the dead was teleported to this place. Upon closer inspection, Tianyun noticed that the corpses were only around void spirit rank to spirit king rank, so where were the other stronger cultivators' corpses? He didn't really know about it for sure, but he betted those corpses would be in the 8th layer city. 8th layer city should be the home of the evil spirit race old ancestor. It was a common thing to know that they would receive abundant resources to cultivate. In evil spirit race's case, those resources were corpses of the stronger cultivators. The cultivation of the evil spirit race in 7th layer city ranged from spirit king stage to saint king stage, but they weren't that powerful. The corpses of the spirit king cultivator would be wasted for these guys, so they gave them to the old ancestors instead. Tianyun couldn't help but compliment the evil spirit race a little, as no faction on Ghost World, or even Heaven World, had this many Saint King stage experts. This place has been taken over by the evil spirit race for a long time, so it couldn't be helped if this place had become their home, their paradise. No wonder the evil spirit race didn't strive in the outside world if they had this kind of place. They could consume as many cultivators that they wanted here, speeding up their cultivation even more. It was reasonable for them to stay here to cultivate rather than go outside to create havoc. Wouldn't they be free to go out whenever they want then? Tianyun wondered, but still, the situation here on 7th layer city was too shocking for him. This ancient netherworld divine tower has really fallen. It was such an unfortunate place where many desperate cultivators tried their hardest, but in the end, they would end up as these evil spirit races' food. Tianyun threw a crystal over his head, and it emitted a dim light. This crystal was a recording crystal that recorded the situation around it. It could be said that it was a perfect item to record evidence in this place. He believed that once this footage was shown to the outside world, the entire ancient netherworld divine tower would be a mess. What are you doing, kid? Do you seriously think you can get away from this place alive? The evil spirit race cultivator immediately surrounded Tianyun. They were not the deacons of evil spirit race, but it wasn't clear whether they were more powerful than the deacons. But still, they were nowhere near Tianyun's level. Do you think you can stop me? Tianyun said coldly. The tower's rule was still applied to this floor, meaning that they couldn't carelessly make a move here. If they attacked Tianyun first, he would be free to retaliate, and it would yield a good result for Tianyun. You sure are an annoying brat. You think you can kill the 5 of us now? Are you seriously thinking that you are invincible here? The cultivator said coldly. You know there are so many of you arrogant humans before, but in the end, they turned into our fodder. You won't be any different, kid, another cultivator said while licking his lips disgustingly. Tianyun kept recording everything that happened here without a care about what these people would do. But suddenly a loud voice was heard from the city, coming towards them. The 5 evil spirit race cultivators who surrounded Tianyun immediately looked towards the city. Several cultivators appeared, and the 5 cultivators earlier immediately formed a passage to let them through. These people were the deacons here in 7th Layer City. Their cultivation was truly one of the best in the entire tower. The strongest among them was at Saint King Peak stage cultivation. It was incredible for a cultivator to achieve this rank. But Tianyun pondered for a moment that if the deacons of the 7th Layer City was at Saint King Peak stage, wouldn't they be stronger on the higher floor? These cultivators had a strong physique aside from their huge bodies, and they also had 8 arms. This was the first time for Tianyun to see the evil spirit race with so many arms. With every step they took, the ground began to shake. The ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was a powerful divine tool, but these behemoths could make it vibrate with their power. Tianyun was clearly stunned and a little shocked that they were able to achieve such a thing, but that was not all. There was one person in the middle of the group that was clearly different than the other. Tianyun immediately observed him with his appraisal eye to see what kind of person he would be fighting against. Demon God, Mij, First Layer Divine King Stage Cultivation Base. Each of the 8 arms has a grip force of 10.000 pounds. Has an extremely rich ancient Netherworld Divine King bloodline. Far superior to anyone at the same level. Martial arts. Violent evil spirit dash. Weakness. None. Combat power. 51.5 billion points under normal circumstances. It was crazy. His combat power has reached 51.5 billion. Seriously, Divine King Cultivation Base was such a powerful existence. It was the highest combat power that Tianyun ever saw from his enemies. Chapter 815 First Layer Divine King Stage, Demon God Mij. It was not a surprise that the evil spirit race finally reached a Divine King stage. There was just so much resource here for them to grow. The cultivator who has worked hard to develop their cultivation just basically became food for evil spirit race. The only option for these cultivators was to get out of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower before they reached the 6th Layer City. However, since the tower provided so much resource, the thought of leaving never crossed their mind as they didn't know that the evil spirit race awaited them at the higher level. Once they reached the 6th Layer City, it would be impossible for them to leave. Furthermore, if they persisted in their pursuit to achieve greatness in the tower, death was the only thing that awaited them once they reached 7th Layer City. Divine King Stage Expert. Do you wish to fight me? Tianyun said indifferently as Demon God Mij walked towards him slowly. This Demon God Mij seemed pretty young, unlike the old man that he encountered when he destroyed Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation in the past. But Tianyun knew that Mij wasn't actually young. His vitality simply improved so significantly once he reached Divine King Cultivation. Human Race Young Expert. You've reached 7th Layer City in such a short period of time. It was truly amazing. I haven't seen a human that reached 7th Layer City like you before, especially since you are so young. Mij said with a voice full of majesty. Tianyun felt a little bit of pressure from Mige's voice, but it wasn't really something that he needed to be cautious of, while the other evil spirit race has been kneeling behind Mij, worshipping him like some kind of god. So, is it your turn to fight me? Tianyun said coldly as his eyes were filled with killing intent. He was excited to find out just how strong a divine king could be. More importantly, Tianyun would get so much stuff from killing a divine king. It could be his elite kill after so long. Young human, you are truly too arrogant for your own good. But it's already over for you. Demon God Mij said as he saw that Tianyun was too eager to fight. But it was probably right in Mige's eyes, as he would have noticed that Tianyun was only at Saint King stage, and a Saint King stage cultivator wouldn't stand a chance against a Divine King expert. Okay, surely you think all humans are beneath you, considering you devour anyone that comes your way except your own race. Tianyun said coldly. How dare you speak like that to Elder Mij? One of the deacons shouted angrily. If you're trying to talk your way out, then don't bother. I already knew that you've been devouring our race. You are disgusting, and it shall not change. If you want to fight, then I am down for a fight. Yi Tianyun said confidently. I almost forgot that you have to disguise yourself in order to survive, but it was natural. Nobody would want such a disgusting thing anywhere near them. Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Impudent bastard. Mij said furiously as he immediately released his aura, and terrifying power immediately put pressure on the ground, trying to knock Yi Tianyun to the ground. But Yi Tianyun still felt at ease as Mige's power didn't affect him whatsoever. He knew that Mige's power was monstrous, but still, it didn't affect him. Evil God suit and Desert Ancient set was too strong, so facing against Divine King Cultivator wasn't a big deal for Yi Tianyun right now. Furthermore, Mij was only first layer Divine King stage cultivation. It might be another story if Mij was at the fourth layer Divine King stage or higher. Is this all you got? Yi Tianyun indifferently asked as he stood motionless, not affected by Mige's power whatsoever. The evil spirit race stared at him with wide eyes as they couldn't believe what they were seeing. They already bowed down and worshipped Mij, but they couldn't stand back up because of Mige's sheer pressure. But a young brat like Yi Tianyun wasn't even affected by Mige's power. You sure are something else. Do you know why I didn't kill you right away? That is because I don't need to. Here in ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, I can further enhance my monstrous power with the tower's power, so killing you too fast wouldn't be entertaining enough for me. Mij said as he released more power now. So, you want to dominate me? You aren't the first to plan something like that. Do you plan to turn me into your slave? Forcing me to help you destroy the human race outside? This is what I call a no-brain cultivator. Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. Wow, it seems that I don't have to say anything else. Although your cooperation would be a pleasant surprise, that's not too shabby either. You will become my food now. Demon God Mij said as a flash of light appeared on his hand, and a huge demon staff materialized the next moment. Although it was a huge weapon, it was still at lower grade divine tool. Mij slammed his staff on the ground and shouted judgment for everyone to hear. In an instant, a huge barrier appeared, containing Yi Tianyun and Mij in it. The evil spirit race on the side immediately got away from the barrier as they didn't want to get caught inside the barrier. Young human, I will give you a chance to attack me before you die in fear after that. Mij said as he looked down on Yi Tianyun. He had such a huge body that Yi Tianyun was like a small child in front of him. He wanted to force Yi Tianyun to submit and make him despair over absolute power. Die in fear. I have never killed people in fear, nor will I die in fear. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Evil God transformation. Yi Tianyun said coldly, and soon after, Yi Tianyun's figure began to distort and suddenly got huge while the surrounding area became inky black. This inky black stuff was the evil flame aura that was enough to burn anything it touched. But more importantly, Yi Tianyun's figure was now the same height as Mij. Chapter 816. Not only did Yi Tianyun get bigger in size, but he was also able to perform a long-range attack. Although becoming larger didn't mean his combat effectiveness increased, his combat power certainly grew stronger. Now, the only thing that Yi Tianyun needed to do was to dominate the entire area. Prepare yourself, Yi Tianyun said as he finally made his move. The evil spirit sword that he held became larger, matching his current huge body now. Yi Tianyun rushed forward and swung his sword at Mij. A black light burst out of Yi Tianyun's dark eyes that enveloped the earth and the sky. Slash of the evil spirit flames. Yi Tianyun roared, and an unquenchable fire immediately erupted like a volcano. At the same time, the desert ancient set began to glow yellow faintly. It was the effect of the set, multiplying Yi Tianyun's combat power significantly. Yi Tianyun's combat power began to increase exponentially until it stopped at 88 billion points. This was the strongest attack that Yi Tianyun had ever thrown. After all, there was no opponent strong enough for him to do his best like this. When he got to the first layer Saint King stage, his combat power reached 40 billion points, and now that he was at the 8th layer Saint King stage, he easily surpassed it and essentially doubled his combat power. This was something that no cultivator could hope to achieve, for the average combat power of Saint King Peak stage was at 30 billion points. Tianyun hasn't reached the Saint King Peak stage just yet, but his combat power has easily reached 90 billion points. It is the result of his evil god suit and desert ancient set's effect. Tianyun easily surpassed Mige's combat power with all these effects. Mij himself remained vigilant all the time. Although he sensed that Tianyun's cultivation was much lower than his, he sensed danger from Tianyun's attack, like he would die if he tried to block the attack. Earth and sky shatter. Mij waved the staff on his hand forward, and the space in front of him immediately suddenly vibrated and started to contort to block Tianyun's attack. Mij didn't use a weapon on each hand as the staff was all he needed. His combat power has risen from 50 billion points to 80 billion points. Tianyun's attack hit the distorted space in front of Mige's earlier, and an instant explosion occurred, but the space vibration that Mij used to defend himself began to crack, and that was not all. A glass-shattering sound could be heard from the barrier as the barrier wasn't omnipotent. The evil spirit cultivator that was closer to the barrier began to feel the burst of energy that came from Tianyun and Mige's technique colliding with each other. Some even couldn't withstand the pressure and dropped dead on the spot. The cultivators that realized that they were still in the line of fire began to back off from the barrier as far as they could. This power is too scary. That human sure is strong. A cultivator began to speak when they recovered from their shocked state. They thought that their old ancestor, Mij, would suppress Tianyun and crush him with absolute power, but it turned out the human was as powerful as Mij himself. After the explosion occurred, the two figures were seen standing in the middle of it all. Tianyun didn't have a single scratch on him while demon god Mij was severely wounded. Some part of his limbs has turned into ash, while some others have a trace of severe burn on them. It was obvious that Tianyun came out on top from the last exchange. All cultivators in the vicinity were shocked. The god that they worshipped just lost a young human and was in such a miserable state now. You haven't broken through Divine King stage yet, but how could you be so strong? Mij asked while keeping his cool as he tried to endure the pain that he got from Tianyun's attack. Tianyun's transformation and attack took less than a second. If Mij weren't prepared, he would have died instantly. You are spewing so much nonsense. Tianyun said as he swung his sword forward one more time, intending to end this duel once and for all. Another explosion shuddered the city as a mortal fire fell from the sky and filled the area. Ancient Netherworld Divine King's power. Mij roared as a faint blue light from the sky enveloped his body and healing his injuries. At the same time, his power rapidly increased, and a layer of fire covered his body like an armor. A phantom shadow in a human form appeared behind Mij. It was odd to see an evil spirit cultivator like Mij had a human phantom shadow instead of an evil spirit race form. But still, this was the power of Divine King. The flame that condensed around Mij was most likely the power that he got from ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline, not the evil spirit race's original power. Undoubtedly, the ancient Netherworld Divine King would leave behind his martial arts and techniques, but it was unfortunate that the evil spirit race got their hands on them before a good descendant could claim it. Now, Mige's combat power began to rise and reach 93 billion points. Simply summoning a phantom shadow increased Mige's combat power close to 10 billion points. No wonder the evil spirit race dared to claim the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower for themselves. Chapter 817 Inches Foolish Human. Do you think you can win against me? You are too Bay. I will let you taste the power of ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline. Mij shouted as he brandished the staff in his hand. The phantom shadow behind him mimicked his move and immediately swept over the sky. The chilling flame that Mij used was trying to freeze everything in the area. Mige's combat power under the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower's blessing and ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline easily reached 98 billion points. His power was clearly outstanding. Compared to his earlier attack, this one was clearly much more powerful. Tianyun narrowed his eyes and then threw a black ball in front of himself that quickly enveloped his body and formed a thick shield. What is that? Mij said as he was startled by the ominous shield that Tianyun used, but nonetheless, he didn't stop his attack. Once Mige's attack hit Tianyun's shield, it dispersed, and the shield that enveloped Tianyun's body didn't budge at all. Not even a crack could be seen in that pitch-black ball. Mij was clearly shaken as his powerful attack didn't even make a dent on that shield. But as Tianyun knew that Mij wasn't in a position to attack, he immediately countered Mij. The evil spirit sword in his hand emitted a cold light, and Tianyun quickly rushed towards Mij with his sword pointed at his heart. Moon flash! Tianyun shouted as a dragon emerged from his sword and enveloped it. This was the power that he got as he activated Dragon God's bloodline. It went without saying that his combat power rose once more as he activated the Dragon God's bloodline power. It was so fast that everyone couldn't see what happened, not even Mij had the chance to react to Tianyun's attack. How could you have that black ball? Mij asked as he recognized it as the divine tools that was supposed to belong to the evil spirit race, and it should be in mortal world right now. Think for yourself. If this divine tool is in my possession, what do you think happened to its previous owner? Tianyun said playfully. It was such a no-brainer question as heaven-devouring divine treasure was the treasure of evil spirit race on mortal world. There was no way they would let a human take it, so there was no doubt the evil spirit race that safeguarded this divine tool was no longer in this world. How dare you? Mige's body twitched as Tianyun pulled out his sword from Mige's body. Mige's body split in two, and a fountain of blood splattered all around over Mige's split body. Ding! Successfully killed demon god Mij. Reward: 91 billion EXP, 2.5 million CPs, 250.000 SPs, Evil Spirit Staff, Evil Spirit Bracelet, Evil Spirit Ring, Evil Spirit Bone, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Blood. Ding! Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully break through to 9th layer Saint King stage. He got so much experience from killing Mij. Before he killed Mij, Tianyun activated AX100 EXP card and X50 EXP card, plus the effect of X32 EXP that he got from his crazy leveling mode. He got X182 EXP from killing Mij alone. It was unfortunate that Mij wasn't an elite enemy. If he were, Tianyun would have gotten a better reward now. Tianyun knew that he would get a lot of EXP from killing Mij, and that was why he exchanged his crazy points with the EXP card earlier. Now, Tianyun even got useful information that heaven-devouring divine treasure was capable of withstanding a divine king's attack. He now knew that he didn't have to try his hardest to kill a divine king. Even if his combat power wasn't as high as a divine king that he would fight, it didn't necessarily mean that he would lose against a divine king. Later on, what happened earlier was the perfect example as Tianyun's combat power wasn't higher than Mij, but it was close. He used the heaven-devouring divine treasure to block Mige's at Chapter 818. Tianyun leveled up 2 times in a short period of time. He was only one step away from becoming a divine king himself. This was why he used the EXP card without hesitation. There was just too much experience in that place, and he obviously had no intention to just let it go to waste. The 5 deacons that he fought just now were all at a high Saint King stage cultivation. It was the perfect EXP source for him right now. It was such a hassle to level up once he got to the Saint King stage as the EXP requirement increased by several folds. I am one step away from becoming a divine king, Tianyun said excitedly to himself. If he kept moving forward, he would break through to divine king stage in no time. Tianyun was certain that he wouldn't have any problem handling the demon that was sealed in the mortal world once he reached Divine King stage, as he still had crazy damage mode that would multiply his power. I need 500 billion EXP to level up to Divine King. Tianyun said as he saw how much EXP he needed to level up. It was surely an impressive leap as he only needed 100 billion EXP to level up to Saint King Peak stage. The requirement to reach the Divine King stage sure was high. It reminded him of the normal cultivators that were prone to get stuck at this stage as they just seemingly couldn't break through to the Divine King stage. Tianyun, however, knew how much EXP he required to level up, so he wouldn't get stuck here, but the problem was obtaining that much EXP. Thus, Tianyun thought that he had to go slow from now on. Judgment. Tianyun said as the barrier enveloped the surrounding evil spirit race cultivator. Another 5 Saint King level cultivators were enveloped in the barrier, and Tianyun immediately got rid of them without any hesitation. The 5 of them turned into Tianyun's EXP. The 5 of them gave around 100 billion of EXP in one go. The rest of the evil spirit race cultivator immediately fled the scene as they were afraid to be Tianyun's next victim. Then again, Tianyun wouldn't be able to continue anyway as he didn't have the right to duel anyone anymore according to the tower's rule. It was such a shame that he was only be able to judge 10 people at most with his current city lord status. He had to wait a month before he could judge the same number of people once again. He could also use one of these flame imprints to increase his judgment limit, but it was such a waste to use his flame imprint like that. He is terrifying. He has the cultivation level of a divine king. The evil spirit race cultivator shouted as they ran away from Tianyun. Of course, you dimwit. If that weren't the case, there is no way he would be able to kill old ancestor Mij, another cultivator shouted annoyedly. Didn't you see the divine tool that he used earlier? It seems to be the same as our heaven devour divine treasure, right? Why does he have our divine treasure on him? Another said as they seemed to notice the divine tool that Tianyun used to block Mige's attack earlier. Heaven devouring divine treasure should be on the hand of our old ancestor in mortal world. We haven't been able to contact them in a while as it was difficult to get to mortal world from here, so that divine tool might just be stolen from them. Another said unsurely. Several of the cultivators that weren't escaping from the scene leisurely analyzed Tianyun as they knew that Tianyun had reached the limit of his judgment. They didn't think that Tianyun could defy the tower's rule as he would be kicked out and banned from entering the tower ever again. Of course, their thought aligned with Tianyun's as he had no plan to attack them illegally either. The power of the ancient netherworld divine king sure was strong. Unless he had breakthrough to Divine King stage, he wouldn't dare to break the rule of the tower. He glanced at everyone and sighed before walking towards the 8th layer city stairs. If he couldn't do anything in this place, then he didn't have to stick around for too long. He just wanted to kill the evil spirit race in this tower, so he must keep going. He could kill all of these evil spirit race that was swarming the tower all at once if he became the tower lord, and Tianyun was planning to be one. Becoming the tower lord meant he could change the rule of the tower to his will. Once he did, he could even kick out as many people as he wanted without any repercussion. Adding it with his power to detect the evil spirit race, Tianyun was sure that the evil spirit race would be exterminated from the tower once he became the tower lord. The moment Tianyun stepped into the 8th layer city, he felt a terrifying aura come from above. The smell of blood that came from above was even more intense than the one from 7th layer city. Even so, the pressure he felt when he climbed the stairs to 8th layer city wasn't any different than walking up a normal flight of stairs at all. But it was so strange for Tianyun as he didn't see any blood on the entrance of 8th layer city. It looked so clean and beautiful. What awaited him at the 8th layer city was a beautiful garden without any corpse or bloodstain at all. But sure enough, several murderous eyes were already observing him from close by. Tianyun looked around and saw a large blood pool in the distance, and 2 powerful evil spirit race were soaked in them while looking in Tianyun's direction. It seemed the thick smell of blood came from this blood pool. Tianyun didn't even know just how much blood essence would this evil spirit race need to produce such a strong blood stench. Tianyun could smell the blood essence of the Phoenix clan, and the blood essence of the dragon tribe mixed in with the smell of other blood essences from that pool. Tianyun observed the two evil spirit race with appraisal eye and found that these two cultivators were at second layer Divine King stage and third layer Divine King stage respectively. Surely, Mij was part of these groups, and since he was the weakest, he had to deal with the problem below. But why did these people choose to stay here instead of going out? Wouldn't they dominate the entire ghost world easily if they wanted to? Tianyun was really curious about this and started wondering whether these people couldn't get out instead of wouldn't get out. It was one of the possibilities. Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was a strong force to begin with. It may impede their freedom to go out of the tower and trap them here. In addition to the two of them, Tianyun also saw several beauties standing on the side of the pool, wiping the two Divine King cultivators like a slave. But Tianyun was a little bit confused as he noticed that the women serving them were human. Chapter 819. In fact, there were a lot of cultivators here serving them. They were from various races, and it was obvious that these cultivators were slaves. It was clear that these cultivators opted to become slaves instead of dying at the evil spirit race's hands. Tianyun didn't say much about this as everyone was free to choose their own fate. But if they chose to stand on the wrong side, Tianyun wouldn't care about them anymore. These cultivators hadn't attained the 8th flame imprint just yet. In fact, some of them only had 1 flame imprint. It was clearly the privilege of serving an elder rank as they were allowed to come up here without much hassle. This place had a system that was closely similar to the palace on the Divine Nation, as anyone could come to the palace if the emperor desired it. It was certainly true for these elders' case. There was just no way for these cultivators to reach 8th layer city without having the appropriate flame imprint. Tianyun looked around, but he didn't see any other evil spirit race around. But it was nothing strange, as the cultivator had to kill a bunch of cultivators with the 7th layer imprint in order to come to 8th layer city. As the evil spirit race on 7th layer city didn't kill each other, the number of elder on 8th layer city remained fixed, which was the 3 divine kings. From the looks of it, there was no way for the evil spirit race to become an elder without a divine king cultivation base. Even if they had enough flame imprint to get up to 8th layer city, they wouldn't be acknowledged as an elder before they reached the divine king stage. Mij, that idiot. He was too negligent, and because of that, things become troublesome. Demon God Xuanhuan said with disdain. He didn't feel the slightest emotion by the death of one of his companions whatsoever. These evil spirit race cultivators might think that the weak didn't deserve any sympathy. If they are dead, then that was all they were worth. Heaven devouring divine treasure. That divine tool has a good ability. It seems that you came from the mortal world, meaning that you had killed the old guys from the mortal world. Demon God Xuanhuan said with a smirk on his face. He was the strongest cultivator that Tianyun has ever laid his eyes upon, being at the 3rd layer Divine King stage. Their combat power was basically off the chart, as Xuanhuan's combat power at 68 billion points, even in such an unprepared state, 10 billion points higher than when Mij first appeared before Tianyun. It seemed that the power gap became higher than 1 billion points even with only 1 level difference once a cultivator reached the Divine King stage. The same could be said with Xuanhuan, as his combat power was around 80 billion points. If he went with this logic, did that make a Divine King peak stage cultivator have more than 120 billion combat points? Tianyun couldn't imagine just how much power that would be. It could be said that they could destroy heaven and earth itself with the power of their fists. But even so, it wasn't something that Tianyun cared about right now, and so, he started walking towards the blood pool without any fear in his heart, demanding respect from the slaved cultivator. That Mij is so useless. Hey, boy, did you think you deserved to challenge us after killing Mij? Xuanhuan said as he looked at Tianyun indifferently. What if I do? Tianyun said as he looked at them coldly. It seems that the 3 realms have gotten complacent. Do you really think you are invincible, boy? Xuanhuan said as he stood up from the pool of blood. Did you have the ability to prove otherwise now? Did you think I didn't notice? The tower has trapped you here. The only thing you can do is consume the blood of ancient netherworld divine king's descendant in order to earn the qualification to become the Tower Lord. Otherwise, you couldn't get out and would be forced to spend your life in captivity like a dog waiting to die. Tianyun said scornfully. Now, I will tell you one thing. Even if you devour the ancient netherworld divine king's bloodline, you won't be able to get out of here. You will be trapped here your whole life. Your race is an idiot race that comes here hoping to cultivate faster only to be trapped here like a dog in a cage. Tianyun said tauntingly. This was the only rational reason why these evil spirit race didn't choose to go out of ancient netherworld divine tower. Otherwise these people would have already dominated the three realms. The problem right now was that the evil spirit race didn't try to hide here in ancient netherworld divine tower. They devoured any cultivator that caught their attention, and this was how they could cultivate faster than the evil spirit race on the outside world. Tianyun didn't really understand how they first thought that entering ancient netherworld divine tower was a good idea. The ancient netherworld divine nation clearly gave them a bit of a fight, but in front of a divine king's power, ancient netherworld divine nation doesn't stand a chance of winning. Tianyun frowned for a bit as the people who knew about the existence of the evil spirit race inside the ancient netherworld divine tower must have made a huge mistake in the past. They should have prevented people from entering so that the evil spirit race would starve, but instead, they kept feeding the evil spirit race bloodline resources by sending people to take back the tower. It seems that you know a lot, brat. Sometimes it is good to turn a blind eye to some things. Now I have to deal with you myself. Xuanhuan said as his expression turned solemn as he looked at Tianyun full of killing intent. I have no doubt that you can kill me. Since that was the case, why don't you challenge me to a duel, like your companion demon god Mij did below? I will be very happy to indulge you. Tianyun said mockingly. Tianyun knew that two divine kings at once would be hard to deal with even for him, but if he only had to deal with one, he was still confident in winning. Duel you? Why would I do that? Did you know that the greatest pleasure in punishing people like you is to let them die slowly? Xuanhuan said as he waved his hand. Then Xuanhuan immediately stood up. At the same time, both divine king cultivators slapped their 8 arms together, an array of light quickly enveloped Tianyun's body. Tianyun tried to attack, but he was met with a powerful sealing barrier. Teleport, Tianyun said faintly before he disappeared without a trace. The two divine kings then sat back down on their blood pond leisurely before looking at each other and laughed heartily. Let him know what it feels like to be sealed. Xuanhuan said while laughing out loud. Chapter 820 Tianyun felt that he was teleported to some strange place. He wanted to escape but decided not to as he wanted to see where he was first. But as soon as he arrived, he felt a terrifying power from the sky and immediately pulled out his evil spirit divine sword to repel anything that came his way. Sure enough, Tianyun made a good decision as the terrifying power blew out in front of him. This power was no less than a first-layer Divine King stage attack. It was too sudden, and it almost caused fatal damage to Tianyun, but thankfully he reacted in time and kept the damage to a minimum. As he felt another attack was coming, Tianyun swiftly threw his heaven-devouring divine treasure and hid himself inside its barrier. At the same time, another divine thunder hit the barrier, a crack was formed on the barrier, but thankfully it was able to withstand the attack. As the divine thunder couldn't attack Tianyun, it lost its objective. Heaven-devouring divine treasure was really a convenient divine tool as it could deceive a divine sense. It was thanks to the fact that heaven-devouring divine treasure fooled the divine thunder that Tianyun didn't receive any more damage. Tianyun quickly pulled out the longevity necklace and began recovering his injuries. Tianyun looked all around him and saw that the sky was full of dark clouds. Tianyun knew that all of them was a divine thunder, ready to strike as soon as it detected an intruder. This area seems to be dedicated for the sake of eliminating the evil spirit race. Tianyun said as he saw the big pit on the ground where he blocked the divine thunder earlier. No wonder those evil spirit race earlier was laughing as they thought it would be hilarious to see Tianyun die because of his ancestors' legacy. Even though Yi Tianyun didn't have any relationship with ancient Netherworld Divine King, he was still one of the three original Divine King that protected the three realms. But still, Yi Tianyun continued to look around and finally saw a man in the corner that was fully covered by a divine rune, meditating with so many divine tools all around him. As he meditated, he constantly withstood the divine thunder that was directed at him. The man used a divine tool to block the divine thunder with minimum injuries. Even so, the injuries couldn't be completely avoided. Now Yi Tianyun realized why there were so many divine tools all around the man. It was because all of them were already on their limit after blocking the divine thunder for too many times. Is this man Fan Shuixuan's father? The heavenly netherworld divine nation's holy king? Yi Tianyun wondered as he observed the man. He noticed that the man was covered in blood due to the injuries he sustained from blocking the divine thunder. Now, the man was holding a divine tool that would help him draw a divine rune to resist the divine thunder. Yi Tianyun wasn't sure if the man really was Fan Shuixuan's father. After all, he never saw any cultivator that resembled Fan Shuixuan on his way to 8th layer city, but now the man was very likely to be Fan Shuixuan's father as he was a human, not evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun quickly flew over towards the man and helped him by extending the heaven-devouring divine treasures barrier to protect him from the divine thunder. Even so, the heaven-devouring divine treasure consumed a lot of spiritual energy. If Yi Tianyun weren't careful, he wouldn't be able to hold heaven-devouring divine treasure for long. The longest Yi Tianyun would be able to maintain the barrier would be 10 days, 15 days at the most. The man noticed Yi Tianyun, but he was too weak to have a small talk, so he just remained silent as he tried to maintain his meditation. Yi Tianyun observed him closely, and the detailed data from appraisal eye immediately appeared in front of him. Fan Hong, Saint King Peak Stage Cultivation Base, have the ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline. The fact that the man was Fan Shuixuan's father and the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King wasn't necessary as Yi Tianyun didn't have any intention to fight the man anyway. I'm not your enemy, Yi Tianyun said as he noticed the man was trying to free himself from the barrier. But as another divine thunder struck above the man and the barrier was protecting him from it, Fan Hong stopped resisting. Now, hurry up and recover, Yi Tianyun said as he signaled Fan Hong to keep meditating. Fan Hong looked at Yi Tianyun for a second, then nodded his head as he kept on meditating to recover his body. It was very fortunate as Fan Hong would be dead if Yi Tianyun were even slightly late to find him. Yi Tianyun didn't just leave Fan Hong to his own devices, he used the longevity set to help Fan Hong recover faster. Fan Hong's eyelids twitched as it seemed the man was enduring his pain, but he didn't open his eyes and continued to recover from his injuries. As time passed, Fan Hong opened his eyes as he has recovered a little bit from his injuries. Thank you very much, friend. Because of your help, I managed to hold on for much longer. It seems you are also thrown here, to this heavenly thunder space. Fan Hong said gratefully. Heavenly thunder space. I am sorry if I am a little bit nosy, but are you the heavenly netherworld divine nation's holy king? Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. Friend, where did you learn that information? Fan Hong asked as he was startled by Yi Tianyun's word. He didn't deny the fact that he was the holy king, but it didn't really matter right now as they were trapped inside heavenly thunder space. If it weren't for Yi Tianyun, Fan Hong would have died. He just couldn't bring himself to think that Yi Tianyun would be an evil spirit race's minion that was tasked to information out of him, as it would be impossible to get out of this place. I learned it from your daughter, Fan Shuixuan. She asked me to find. Chapter 821 Inches My daughter. You have seen my daughter. Where is she now? Fan Hong said as he grabbed into Yi Tianyun desperately. He didn't think that Yi Tianyun would have met with his daughter before. But soon after, he realized that he came out too aggressive because it involved his daughter and apologized for it. I am sorry for showing such an embarrassing side of me, but I don't know you. I sometimes went to when it came to my daughter. So, where have you met her before? Fan Hong asked curiously. It was here on ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. Yi Tianyun replied honestly. What? Why would she come here? Fan Hong said as he was frustrated that his daughter went after him and came here. What is going on? I already said to wait for my signal. Fan Hong said as he was frustrated with himself. This place has been taken over by evil spirit race. It was a death trap. There was no way that his daughter would be safe, but it was all just on his own thought. She has waited too long for you. They thought that you've died and that is why your daughter came here to look for you, as she doesn't believe that you were killed. Not only your daughter, but several of your elder also came here to raid the ancient netherworld divine tower off of the evil spirit race. They already occupied the first layer city, and up to fourth layer city has already been taken control by an allied phoenix race. Tianyun said solemnly. How do you know about all this? Did you talk to them? Fan Hong asked curiously. Tianyun then explained the gist of the situation to Fan Hong about what happened as Tianyun reached the tower, and Fan Hong was surprised as so many things happened in the tower. What shocked Fan Hong the most was how Tianyun had reached the 8th layer city while also killing one of the evil spirit race's divine kings in the process. You are incredible, little brother Yi. You really reached 8th layer city in a short time. Fan Hong said surprisedly. I used to be an elder here myself, but it took a long time for me to get there. Fan Hong said excitedly. Lord Fan, why are you trapped here? Are you also forcefully teleported here like me? Did you not know of the way getting out of this place? Tianyun asked curiously. Fan Hong frowned a little as he didn't expect Tianyun to ask such stuff. But it was true that staying in this place was no different than death. No, when I become the city lord of the 5th layer city, the evil spirit race teleported me here. Because of my bloodline, they couldn't use judgment on me, so the only thing that they could do was to send me here. But as far as I know, there is no easy way out of here. Fan Hong said sadly. He felt helpless as the rule that the tower enforced was hard to change. He was sent here by the power of 2 elders, so he couldn't resist it. So, there is a way to get out of here? Tianyun asked again. Of course, the only way that I know is to tear the space of this place. I can't do it to save myself. At first, this place was meant to be a cage for those evil spirit race, but 2 powerful divine king cultivators on their side tore the space of this place and free everyone. Fan Hong said honestly. When I realized that they had torn the space itself to escape, my mind was blown. That was a testament to how powerful they were, which was beyond our ancestors' imagination. Fan Hong said shamefully. Indeed, they are strong. I never expected that they could tear the space inside ancient netherworld divine tower. Tianyun said as he was surprised himself. But then again, the evil spirit race came from some unknown realm to begin with, bringing many powerful treasures and martial arts with them. Fortunately, after they came out of this space, they were restricted by the tower rules and couldn't kill everyone at the same time. But then again, we were forced to get out of the tower, or we will die slowly. The tower is our ancestors' legacy, and I am ashamed to say that we didn't use it to the best of its ability. Fan Hong said with his head down. When they first came out of this place, didn't the tower suppress them? Tianyun asked curiously. They were suppressed at first. Either they were thrown back to this place by the tower or struck by the divine thunder. But after they devoured some of our people, the tower stopped suppressing them, and they also had an item that could withstand the tower's divine thunder. In any case, they managed to hold on. Fan Hong said frustratedly. It's the bloodline. They devoured the ancient netherworld divine king's bloodline from your people. They fooled the tower by having the bloodline in their blood. The ancient netherworld divine tower doesn't have any tool spirit to help identify the evil spirit race, after all. Yeah, we realized that it was bloodline too, but we didn't know that it would make them so much more powerful. It's pointless to make a move now because of that. Ancient netherworld divine tower couldn't do anything to them. Fan Hong said solemnly. It's fine. I will be the one that exterminate those pesky bloodsuckers. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. How would you do that? Fan Hong said as he was confused as Tianyun was still so young but already so powerful. That's not the issue right now. The only problem here is how we should control the entire ancient netherworld divine tower after we get out of this place. If we can't do that, we'll have a hard time later. Yi Tianyun said honestly. The rules of the tower were absolute, so even if Yi Tianyun became an elder of the tower, he still had to follow the rules. The only way to decimate the entire evil spirit race on this tower was to become a tower lord. There is a way. They couldn't teleport anyone again as they just teleported you in here. After we get out, you should take me to the 8th layer city, and I will take the Tower Lord assessment. If I pass the test, I will become Tower Lord immediately and remove them from the tower. Fan Hong said confidently. Yi Tianyun smiled as he saw that method was doable. But have you already reached the elder rank? Yi Tianyun asked as he noticed that Fan Hong didn't have the 8th flame imprint on his arm. It's fine. As long as I release my stored flame, I will reach the 8th flame imprint immediately. Fan Hong said as he waved his hand and a flame imprint appeared on his forehead, showing the sign of the 8th flame imprint. This way of storing the flame imprint was unexpected by Yi Tianyun, but surely the master of the flame imprint would be able to do such a thing. Chapter 822 Yi Tianyun saw Fan Hong had the 8th flame imprint, meaning that he was qualified as the elder of the tower. It was obvious that Fan Hong was planning to quietly get to 8th layer city and take the Tower Lord trial without anyone noticing. This way, both of us are qualified as elders, now can we throw them here with our current status? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. We can do that as long as there are 2 of us. We can forcefully send one of them here. We may not be able to kill them, but trapping them here should be no problem. Fan Hong said excitedly. Great. Let one of them rot in this place and kill the other one. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. But how do we get out of this place now? Fan Hong curiously asked as he didn't know anything about Yi Tianyun's ability. It's simple, Yi Tianyun said as he grabbed Fan Hong's shoulder, and both of them disappeared from the spot. At the same time, in 8th layer city, demon god Xuanhuan was still in the blood pond, eating the meat of a strong cultivator that they killed earlier. There was no doubt that every cultivator other than evil spirit race was considered food by this evil spirit race. Did you know what happened to that brat earlier? Did he get killed by the divine thunder? Demon god Xuanhuan said as he also ate beside Xuanhuan. It doesn't matter. Even if he's still alive now, he won't have the means to escape that place. Sure, heaven-devouring divine treasure is a strong divine tool, but still, it wouldn't help him escape from that place. Demon god Xuanhuan said as he shook his head. But it's sad, you know. We originally came here to dominate the 3 realms, but now we are stuck here like rats. Xuanhuan said annoyedly. What else could we do? If we carelessly make a move, we would be detected, and they will corner us back in here anyway. It's helpless. But rest assured, after we took control of this ancient netherworld divine tower, we will be able to go out easily. Xuanhuan said confidently. It was a bit frustrating that we have to send those weak cultivators out to pave the way for us, but it was even more frustrating to know that those cultivators failed and killed so easily. Such a waste of resources and energy. Xuanhuan said annoyedly. Well, we underestimated the power behind the 3 realms. But still, it's just a matter of time now. I can already feel Ancestor Xuanhuan's power. He will be out soon, and everything will be over. Xuanhuan said excitedly. Thinking about Ancestor Xuanhuan, he will definitely laugh at us after he knows that we can't dominate the 3 realms all this time. But I believe that Evil Spirit Star will continue to send reinforcements here to help us. Xuanhuan added. Still, I stand for my opinion. We underestimated the 3 realms too much, Xuanhuan said helplessly. They didn't expect the 3 realms would hinder their movement that much, and they end up suffering a huge loss as a result. Both of them kept chatting while eating. They need not bother to cultivate their technique as evil spirit race cultivation only required them to eat strong cultivators' flesh and blood. The evil spirit race continued to absorb the power of the cultivator they ate into their own body, enhancing their power slowly. Long time no see, you two. It seems you both are having a good time. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared before the evil spirit divine kings. They both were so shocked by the sudden arrival of these unexpected figures that they jumped off of the blood pond immediately. How did both of you come out of that place? Suote said as he was surprised that both the young man and the old elder of the tower came out of the divine thunder area. But they immediately calmed themselves as they didn't have to panic here. Still, it was really surprising that both of them didn't receive any injuries from the divine thunder. Nothing is impossible here. Now we will send you there to experience the same thing we did. Tianyun said as he looked at Fan Hong, and they immediately locked their finger, forming a seal. As soon as they did so, the eighth flame imprint on their arms began to glow, and a column of light immediately covered demon god Suozhe. Demon god Suozhe had the strongest cultivation base here, so it made sense to isolate him away first. Even if he could withstand the divine thunder area, at least they had a chance of winning against Suote. How did you earn that eighth flame imprint? This is ridiculous. Suozhe shouted, but it was useless as he was teleported away from 8th layer city. He was teleported to divine thunder area, and so, he also went through what Fan Hong was experiencing so far. How did you two come out of that place? Suote asked confusedly, but he knew that he couldn't do anything about it right now. He couldn't attack these two as he could be sanctioned by the tower. Although he wouldn't die even if he tried to attack them forcefully, it wasn't worth the trouble. Tianyun and Fan Hong shrugged and ignored Suote as they rushed towards the Tower Lord altar. Suote immediately realized what these two were up to and tried to stop them, but it was useless as the area was too spacious and Fan Hong couldn't attack to stop them. Idiot, how do you plan to stop any of us if you can't attack? Tianyun taunted as he ran along with Suote. Suote didn't say anything as he was trying to keep his composure, but he really didn't have any way to stop both of them from reaching the Tower Lord altar. The altar itself was a very simple altar as it was used to teleport anyone that wanted to take on the Tower Lord test. Upon entering the Tower Lord altar, Fan Hong immediately shouted, "I want to take on the Tower Lord assessment," he said loudly. Then he suddenly disappeared, teleported somewhere else by the Tower Lord altar. Suote frowned and rushed towards the altar himself. "I want to challenge the Tower Lord assessment," Suote shouted, and he too disappeared, teleported away by the Tower Lord altar. The ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline that ran in his blood was quite dominating as he already consumed countless ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendants. Tianyun considered his option for a moment and walked towards the altar, and then shouted, "I too want to take on the Tower Lord assessment," he said confidently. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and Tianyun too was also teleported by the Tower Lord altar. Chapter 823 Fan Hong took a breather as he came out of the teleporter. The place that he was in now looked familiar as he had already been here before, but he didn't have the chance to come back in a long time. Suote also arrived at the same place a second later. "How dare you step foot into this place to take the Tower Lord assessment?" As if I'll just let it slide, Suote said angrily. The Tower Lord assessment had a series of tests that the participant had to clear, but if they did clear it all, in the end, it would come down to the cultivation base of the participant, meaning that Fan Hong would definitely lose. "Well, do your worst. I sure hope you can clear the last test," Fan Hong said as he kept his calm in front of Suote. The Tower Lord assessment had a series of tests that the participant had to take. Even if there were only one participant left, the test wouldn't stop. Clearly, as long as there were no Tower Lord in the tower, the participant that failed the test could still try again if they still had the confidence to take it. That was why Fan Hong didn't show any fear even though demon god Suote was in front of him. But as they wanted to press onward, a flash of light appeared behind them. "Suozhe, is that you?" Suote asked as he didn't expect anyone else to follow them here. Meanwhile, Fan Hong was pale because if it really were the other evil spirit race Divine King, then he was screwed. He started to wonder how could the evil spirit race escape from the Divine Thunder area so quickly. Although Tianyun did get out of Divine Thunder area so quickly earlier, it was all due to his skill. But as a figure came out of the light, Fan Hong was surprised while Suote was angered. "You again," Suote said as he saw Tianyun walking out of the light. In fact, Tianyun was also surprised as he didn't expect that he would be able to participate in the ancient Netherworld Tower Lord's assessment. It is me. Glad to see me. Tianyun grinned as he was satisfied by this outcome. How could you come here? What have you done? Suote asked angrily. The condition to enter the assessment area was straightforward, and that was to have ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline and 8th Flame imprint. Tianyun surely already got the 8th Flame imprint, but what about the ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline? What is it to you? Tianyun casually said as he didn't feel like explaining himself to the enemy. Great. Now, I have to clean you both up at the same time. It would be faster this way. Suote coldly said as he was extremely annoyed by Tianyun's nonchalant attitude. Sure, if you can do it, then it would be amazing. Tianyun said casually. He didn't really care about Suote as his cultivation had already reached Saint King peak stage. Combined with his other power multiplier, Tianyun would be able to kill Suote without even trying hard. But Fan Hong was still curious about how Tianyun managed to enter. He knew that Tianyun didn't want to let the enemy know his ability, so Fan Hong tried to communicate with Tianyun via sound transmission. How did you do it? Did you also have the ancestor's bloodline? Fan Hong asked. I do have the ancestor Divine King's bloodline in me, but it wasn't ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline. I have Sealing Heaven Divine King's bloodline in me. Maybe Sealing Heaven Divine King also made it so that his descendants were allowed to take the Tower Lord assessment when he created the tower with ancient Netherworld Divine King. Tianyun answered honestly. The only reason that Tianyun could think of right now was not very credible, but it might be the truth too, as he didn't know what the Divine Kings were thinking about. In the past, I didn't expect you to be the descendant of Sealing Heaven Divine King, but I believe that's a plausible reason. Fan Hong nodded his head as he didn't pry further regarding Tianyun's background. But nevertheless, Fan Hong began to tell the story about the past that he knew of to Tianyun. They walked side by side without saying anything on the surface, as they didn't want Suote to know about the content of their conversation. Instead, they kept using the sound transmission the whole time. However, Suote smirked as he knew what the two of them were doing, but he couldn't stop it, nor could he eavesdrop on their conversation. Nevertheless, Suote was racking his brain to find a way to conquer the Tower Lord assessment. There was just no way to clear the Tower Lord assessment. If it weren't unclearable, the Tower Lord position would have belonged to the evil spirit race from a long time ago. Hurry up and stop using sound transmission. Suote said annoyedly. If you want to take the test, why don't you challenge me for it? Tianyun said coldly. Brat, make sure you survive till the end. I will make you feel the pain that you never knew before. Suote said as he clenched his teeth in anger. Don't worry, you're gonna eat those words soon. Tianyun said as he ignored Suote after that. He kept walking forward as he looked around him since the only thing he could see right now was a long corridor with a smooth wall and floor. It seemed to be a normal place, but as he took a step forward, a ripple of spiritual energy could be felt all around him. As Tianyun kept going, his surrounding area started to change to an endless desert. He tried to look around, but he couldn't see Fan Hong and Suote any longer. This is not an illusion. Tianyun said as he felt the sand on his feet. The temperature of this place also resembled that of a desert. It was obvious that the place wasn't an illusion but a really small and separated world. Fan Hong already explained earlier that this place was called Psychedelic Corridor. Those who wished to become the next Tower Lord had to advance forward while going through 5 different worlds. Only after going through all 5 worlds would the corridor come to an end. Right now, Fan Hong and Suote were also experiencing the same thing in a different world, and they wouldn't be able to meet each other anytime soon. Chapter 824 inches. This place is ridiculous. I can't seem to find the right direction whatsoever. Tianyun said as he walked around aimlessly. All he saw was sand wherever he went, and there was no noticeable sign whatsoever that he could see. He kept pressing onward, but after a while, he felt energy pulling his feet and trying to drag him down to the sand. Tianyun immediately jumped and got away from the force immediately. Although he knew that the assessment wouldn't kill its participant, it would be such a shame if Tianyun was eliminated shortly after entering. After all, one could only enter the assessment once a year. So, as Tianyun realized that he couldn't just leisurely walk on the dangerous sand, he began to leap crazily high at high speed. The tower prevented flying, but it didn't say anything about leaping. Sure enough, the sand began to move and tried to capture him as he leapt forward, but it wasn't a problem for Tianyun at all. I am sure the exit is right ahead, Tianyun said as he remembered the information that Fan Hong shared earlier. The assessment was ever-changing, and so, it wouldn't create something that the participant couldn't escape, but in turn, the test would be something that would test the participant's innate talent. But for Tianyun, he had a cheat ability that could make everything so much easier, and that was the appraisal eye. He could see the exit as long as it was within his range of vision, and as he leapt forward effortlessly, he finally saw the exit with appraisal eye ability. The exit at last, Tianyun said as he finally returned to the long winding corridor. This is interesting. I am sure that I already traveled quite far back then, but it turns out I only traveled several meters. Tianyun said as he observed the corridor some more. It was clear now that the place wasn't only for evaluating the next Tower Lord but also a place to hold off any intruders and outsiders who forcefully attacked the tower. When he was about to walk forward, Fan Hong suddenly appeared on the side. Tianyun was surprised, but Fan Hong was even more surprised as he never expected any outsider to finish the first world. Have you been here before? Fan Hong asked curiously. What surprised Fan Hong the most was that Tianyun passed the first test on his first time taking the Tower Lord's assessment. It is a little bit difficult to pass, but it wasn't really that hard. Tianyun smiled at Fan Hong. Fan Hong, in turn, just silently gazed upon Tianyun as if he was some sort of freak. But as they busily chatted with each other, demon god Xuanhuan finally appeared. As Fan Hong and Tianyun saw that Xuanhuan showed up, they just snorted and moved forward, ignoring Xuanhuan altogether. But Xuanhuan was actually shocked as he didn't expect Fan Hong and the brat finished faster than him. It was humiliating for him as he was the one that had the strongest cultivation base among them. Let's go, Tianyun said to Fan Hong as he kept going, with Fan Hong following close behind. After a few steps, both of them disappeared as they entered another world. For Tianyun, he was instantly submerged as he was in the water world right now, a place that was only surrounded by the sea. This environment was harsh as he was just from the desert world before. Tianyun sighed and started to swim forward, but not too long after he swam, a pulling force that he encountered earlier on desert world was here too. Tianyun grumbled and shot an energy blast backward, propelling him forward extremely fast. The pulling force in the sea couldn't pull Tianyun strong enough as the force Tianyun exerted to propel himself forward was far stronger. This way, Tianyun quickly reached the exit and escaped the water world without a hitch. He arrived back at the corridor. Again Tianyun looked around and noticed that he was indeed just around 10 meters from his previous spot on the corridor before he was transported to the water world. He didn't hesitate this time and quickly stepped into another world. The next world was weird as Tianyun was immediately welcomed by sharp edges everywhere he could see. The edges were all made of metal, and some swords even flew towards Tianyun, clearly trying to stab or slash him to pieces. Tianyun pushed through with all his might and reached the exit once again. He now understood the fundamental aspect of these worlds that was used as a test. It followed the 5 elements, that was fire, water, earth, wood, and metal. It was the information that he got now as he remembered that Fan Hong said that it would be 5 worlds. The test seemed to be about the ability of the participant to resist the 5 element or overcome it with their ability. But for Tianyun, it wasn't difficult at all. He just pushed through the worlds like it was nothing. All he needed was sufficient speed to reach the exit without minding the world's element. He then pressed onward and entered another world. This time, he entered the fire world, just as he expected. The only world left after this was wood world. He breezed through the fire world in no time and entered the wood world after. He stepped into the wood world and noticed that the world was a spacious hall. There was a huge wall in front of him, and it was very smooth too. Other than that, there wasn't any other entrance or anything inside the world. Tianyun didn't know where to go. Even the entrance he used to get here was no longer there. What test is this supposed to be? Tianyun said to himself as he started walking. Fan Hong didn't explain any of the worlds specifically, as it seemed Fan Hong never really cleared the entire 5 world before. Tianyun approached the huge wall, and he suddenly shone in bright light. It looked like the barrier that materialized during the duel on Layered City. Tianyun frowned as he was confused to see that there was no opponent here. So, did he have to find his opponent first? But as Tianyun was contemplating what to do next, a voice came from behind. How did you get here so fast? Fan Hong asked as he appeared on the wood world. Clearly, Fan Hong thought that he was the first one to arrive here, so he was surprised to see Tianyun was already waiting there. I just keep going forward. Tianyun frowned as he didn't remember doing anything special. Chapter 825. Tianyun saw Fan Hong's shocked expression, but he didn't do anything about it. Instead, Tianyun observed his surroundings but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. There was a weapon rack on the side, but there was no exceptional weapon there. In fact, there was nothing but some weak-looking weapons. What is this? Tianyun said in confusion as he checked the weapons one by one. You idiot. You got here so quickly, but you don't seem to know what test it would be. If you didn't use those weapons, you can't break the wall. Xuanhuan said as he appeared and saw that Tianyun tried to ignore the weak weapons on the rack. Do I really have to pick a weapon to keep going? Do I have to destroy the wall with those weak copper and iron weapon? What is the rule here? Tianyun asked curiously. Little brother Yi, the main task of this test is to use those weapons to smash through the wall. But you are absolutely forbidden to break any of those weapons. If you break it, you would be immediately disqualified. Fan Hong said with a small smile on his face. Tianyun nodded his head as he understood what he had to do now. Stupid human. Did you think those weapons are merely for display? Such an Bei thought. Xuanhuan said while laughing hard at Tianyun. Do I really need to use those weapons to break the wall? Can I just use my fist instead? Tianyun asked Fan Hong indifferently. Both Fan Hong and Xuanhuan were startled by Tianyun's words as they didn't expect Tianyun would ask such a thing. You are a true idiot. If we can just use our fist, why would the tower go through all the trouble to provide us with those weapons? Xuanhuan said while still laughing at Tianyun. But Tianyun had enough of Xuanhuan's attitude and immediately punched the wall, resulting in an explosion and sudden tremor that could be felt by Xuanhuan and Fan Hong. The wall that Tianyun punched crumbled, exposing an entrance behind it. At the same time, Fan Hong and Xuanhuan felt awkward as they didn't know what to say. They didn't expect Tianyun to be able to destroy the wall with just his fist, as they always thought that the weak-looking weapons were necessary to smash the wall. They thought that Tianyun would be disqualified now, but complete to their surprise, a light shrouded the area around Tianyun before a faint flames imprint appeared on his forehead, indicating that he had passed the test. For Tianyun himself, he felt a surge of power inside his body, like he had inherited power from the tower. At this moment, he felt a certain connection to ancient netherworld divine tower. I am sorry, it looks like those weapons were indeed a mere decoration. You used the weapon to break the wall, and if you don't break the weapon before you break the wall, you will pass the test. Doesn't it seem too dodgy for you, stupid evil spirit race? Tianyun said while smirking down to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan remained silent, but it was clear that he was trying to contain his anger. Clearly, Xuanhuan didn't expect Tianyun to succeed, let alone gain a strange power from the tower. He had never heard something like this before. Such thing was allowed, Fan Hong said as he felt dumbfounded by what Tianyun did. It seemed ancient netherworld divine king really put some thought into these assessments. It seemed like the ancient netherworld divine king was trying to find someone who would break the rules he created. Fan Hong realized that to become a good tower lord, one couldn't be too rigid and must adapt to the situation given. It seemed ancient netherworld divine king wanted the tower lord to be capable of adapting to any problem. This seemed to be a correct way to think about the test that ancient netherworld divine king has made for his descendants. Demon god Xuanhuan was still shocked as he was convinced that he had to use the weapon to clear the test. It was a huge shock as he learned that the weapon was a mere decoration. I will go on ahead, Tianyun said as he walked inside the path that he created and quickly disappeared from Fan Hong and Xuanhuan's sight. But even so, the wall was still destroyed. It didn't regenerate or reset whatsoever. Fan Hong thought about it for a moment and walked towards the path that Tianyun had created. Once he saw that the path was still there, he immediately chased after Tianyun. Xuanhuan didn't wait around and followed Fan Hong right after. Soon, they both caught up with Tianyun as he was just walking along the path. Little brother Yi, your way of thinking is truly amazing, Fan Hong said sincerely. No, it's just out of luck, really, Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Sure, it was just some rotten luck. I sure hope you can be as lucky until the end, brat. I will end it soon enough, Xuanhuan said with a smirk on his face. Tianyun looked at Xuanhuan disinterestedly and ignored him after. It was such a pain to pay attention to someone like him, so Tianyun didn't bother with him and kept walking with Fan Hong at his side. Xuanhuan was annoyed as he was ignored once again, but soon enough, he would be excited again as he knew that the test would resolve into fighting soon enough. As they continued to walk along the path, they immediately reached a hall of the mirror. What test is it now? Or is it to look for a handsome people? If that was the case, I guess you would be eliminated immediately, right trash? Tianyun said with a smirk on his face towards Xuanhuan. How dare you mock me, human? You are the ugly one, human. You are even more disgusting than garbage, Xuanhuan said angrily. He just couldn't keep his calm whenever Tianyun mocked him. Chapter 826 Xuanhuan was insulted while Fan Hong just chuckled lightly. He thought that Tianyun was really bold enough to insult a divine king. Then again, Tianyun didn't really care. He threw the insult right at Xuanhuan's face like flowing water. He knew that Xuanhuan wouldn't be able to keep his composure for long and eventually burst into a rage. Being a divine king, Xuanhuan had it worse as he thought he would be a lot stronger than Tianyun. Although Tianyun was an exceptional existence that could rival a divine king like Xuanhuan, he didn't get his power through a cheap method like Xuanhuan. Our ancient netherworld divine king is the expert of the three realms. Surely he was so much different and clearly more powerful than trash like you. Tianyun insulted Xuanhuan once more. You want proof of my power? Here, I'll show you. See. Demon god Xuanhuan said as he rushed forward and punched the mirror with a powerful punch. The attack bounced towards him, but it didn't give him any damage whatsoever. It was thanks to his powerful physique that he could neutralize a powerful attack like that without breaking a sweat. What? Do you want to say that you are so weak that you can't break this mirror on your own? Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. Clearly, Xuanhuan was startled by Tianyun's constant insult. It seems you want to try your luck to break the rules as I did earlier by breaking the mirror. Like I said earlier, I was lucky enough that what I did was the correct course of action, but it seems you don't have any luck at all, Tianyun said indifferently. Xuanhuan's face was white with shame. As Tianyun said, he really wanted to break the rules and got rewarded like Tianyun earlier, but he failed. Sure, you are lucky. But I sure hope that your luck will keep you off from fighting me later because it would be the end of your luck by then, Xuanhuan said coldly. He then walked forward and touched one of the mirrors and suddenly disappeared, like he was teleported away. Let's go. This next test is supposed to be the simplest one, which is to fight against yourself, Fan Hong said as he calmly reached towards one of the mirrors and disappeared as Xuanhuan did earlier. Tianyun also did the same thing and disappeared into a new area. After entering the new area, Tianyun realized that the place was very peculiar, especially since it was all mirror in front of him. Have you ever fought yourself in the past? A voice was suddenly heard from the mirror, and suddenly, the 8 mirrors that made up the wall burst into light, and 4 of Tianyun's image in the mirror raised their fist. Tianyun looked at his images with his appraisal eye and realized that each of them had the same cultivation base as him. Tianyun was already excited to have a chance to fight himself, but 4 of him at the same time. The Tower Lord's assessment sure wasn't easy. Fighting against 4 of him in the same condition would be troubling. But Tianyun started to look around at each of his images and immediately noticed something important. He noticed that the image was merely an image. They couldn't copy Tianyun's martial arts, let alone his weapons. Instead, they used the ancient Netherworld Divine King's martial arts. Tianyun sighed as he was excited to finally be able to fight against himself, but he had to be disappointed that the image was just a bunch of trash. Get out of my sight, Tianyun said as he started kicking the image of himself that came towards him. As Tianyun kicked them towards the mirror, they shattered into dust and disappeared without a trace. Ding! Successfully killed mirror image. Reward: 3.200 EXP, 500 CPs. Ding! Successfully killed mirror image. Reward. Tianyun sighed once again as he never thought that the amount of EXP that he got would be this bad. These fakes were all at Saint King Peak stage level, but they didn't give the same amount of EXP. It was similar to the weak demon beast that he killed in the past to cultivate his crazy leveling system. After killing the 4 mirror images that came his way, another wave of enemies came once more. Again, what the hell is this test? Tianyun said as he kicked the new images that came towards him. The amount of EXP that he got from this mirror image was the same as the previous one, and it really annoyed Tianyun as this wasn't even worth his time. Why did they only give such a low reward? Tianyun said with a frown on his face. The mirror images kept coming, but the quality hasn't changed at all. Tianyun could easily destroy each image with a single kick. But after half an hour, the mirror image stopped spawning, but instead, a ray of light shrouded Tianyun and left a mark on his forehead. Tianyun was really confused as he didn't even know what the test was all about, and he just did what he thought was right as he couldn't make anything out of this place. He got out of the mirror dimension with so many questions, and Fan Hongde followed not long after. Tianyun looked at Fan Hongde's forehead, but he didn't see the flame imprint that he got from the mirror dimension earlier. Xuanhuan also came soon after, and Tianyun noticed that he didn't have the flame imprint either. Little brother Yi, did you get a new flame imprint? Fan Hongde was surprised as he saw the flame on Tianyun's forehead. You didn't get one? Tianyun asked confusedly. No, but it is fine. Fan Hongde said as he shook his head and sighed. Why would that be? Did you not beat up your opponent? Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, I only managed to fend off 2 waves. Fan Hongde said as he shook his head again. What? 2 waves? Is this flame imprint related to how many waves we defeat? Tianyun wondered loudly. With that said, how many waves did you beat, little brother Yi? Fan Hongde asked curiously. It's around 5 or 6, I think. I lost count in the middle of the fight. Tianyun said with a shrug. Xuanhuan that was eavesdropping on their conversation didn't say anything regarding Tianyun's achievement as he was too startled by it. Chapter 827. It was obvious that one had to take a lot of tests to get the Tower Lord flame imprint, so defeating their own self multiple times didn't really come as a surprise. It was surprisingly taxing for someone like Fan Hongde and Xuanhuan for defeating themselves, not to mention hordes of them, but for Tianyun, he found it surprisingly easy. Even Xuanhuan that was already a divine king couldn't obtain the flame imprint himself. It was fine to say that one shouldn't underestimate the assessment given by the 3 divine kings of the past. It was unfortunate for Xuanhuan, too, as the tower shouldn't be able to create his mirror image if he had a slightly higher cultivation level on his divine king stage. But it was reassuring to know that a divine king couldn't waltz through the assessment easily. The 3 of them kept going. After entering the next corridor, the surroundings changed, and the place was immediately covered by heavenly yin fire. Be careful not to fall down there. You will be burned to cinders by those heavenly yin fire, Fan Hong said as he reminded Yi Tianyun. But Yi Tianyun was a little bit confused as the corridor was wide, so it shouldn't be possible to fall into the heavenly yin fire. How stupid a person can be if they easily fall to such a place. Suote said coldly on the side. Fan Hong frowned as he didn't refute Suote's word. Although it seemed like Fan Hong was about to say something back, he refrained from doing so. Yi Tianyun looked around and remembered something that he hadn't thought about in a long time. He quickly opened his Crazy Points shop and bought the Bad Luck Divine Pill. Yi Tianyun swiftly flicked the Bad Luck Divine Pill towards Suote, and it landed on his pocket undetected. Suote immediately felt something was off, but as he looked over to Yi Tianyun and then back at Fan Hong, he didn't see anything suspicious. But certainly, Yi Tianyun was still smirking at Suote. Suote looked at Yi Tianyun suspiciously, but it was impossible to know what the young boy planned to do. He couldn't use violence to make the young boy spill out what he had done, as it would be the same as violating the tower's rules right now. Bad Luck Divine Pill activate. Yi Tianyun said while smirking excitedly. Bad Luck Divine Pill activated for 5 minutes. Suote kept walking without a clue of what Yi Tianyun had done, but suddenly heavenly yin fire burst out from the wall and coiled Suote's foot. His feet were immediately frozen, and the heavenly yin fire spread throughout his body. Obviously, Suote was frightened, so he immediately released his power and shattered the ice on his feet before running away from the heavenly yin fire. But as Suote was running away from the heavenly yin fire, he slipped and rolled towards another side of the wall, where heavenly yin fire raged on. Fan Hong was stunned by the sight in front of him. He has been here many times before but never experienced something like this. Heavenly yin fire on the wall never attacked anybody. The main purpose of the heavenly yin fire itself was supposed to be the tower's energy, so as long as heavenly yin fire raged on, the tower would be sufficient on its own. So, Fan Hong was surprisingly confused as no one attacked Suote, but he rolled towards the heavenly yin fire on his own. Fan Hong looked closely at the floor where Suote slipped earlier and found that the floor was frozen. It seems some of the heavenly yin fire that burned Suote actually spread to the floor and froze it, causing Fan Hong to slip. Demon god Suote has fallen to the heavenly yin fire pit and burned by heavenly yin fire. The heavenly yin fire froze him constantly so that he couldn't easily escape. But Suote was a divine king cultivator. He couldn't allow himself to be frozen to death that easily here, so he forced his way out of the pit by climbing the ledge. His body was severely frozen as he finally reached the top and got away from heavenly yin fire. Even if he is a divine king cultivator, he couldn't just brush off the damage caused by the heavenly yin fire. Wow, someone said that only a fool will fall to that pit. With that said, are you a fool? Yi Tianyun laughed out loud. You, damned human, how dare you mock me? Demon god Suote said as he stood up and looked at Yi Tianyun coldly. Aren't you the one that stated that fact? Why are you mad at me now? Yi Tianyun said while snickering annoyingly. Fan Hong walked towards Yi Tianyun's side and smiled at the embarrassing thing that happened to Suote, but he hoped for a second that Suote would die in that pit earlier. They kept walking, but it wasn't very smooth as Suote kept slipping and eventually slowed him down as he kept getting frozen by heavenly yin fire. What is happening right now? Why do you keep slipping and falling like an idiot? Fan Hong said annoyedly. His luck has run out. Now all he has is bad luck. Yi Tianyun said while laughing contently. Fan Hong just sighed as there was no more explanation other than a stroke of bad luck. Yi Tianyun and Fan Hong just ignored Suote and kept walking forward. They finally reached an aisle with a stone tablet in the middle of it. 2 words were engraved on the tablet. It says, "My heart." What is the meaning of this? This assessment is too confusing sometimes. Yi Tianyun said while wondering what the word could have meant. Is this test about our intelligence? Yi Tianyun wondered. Yes, this test is about comprehension. The one that comprehended the truth about this tower could pass this test. Fan Hong said as he nodded to Yi Tianyun. Now Yi Tianyun understood what ancient Netherworld Divine King was trying to do. He wanted to test his descendants, and only the one that could pass all aspects of his test could succeed him and become the Tower Lord. An inheritor of the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower must have a good innate ability, strength, and intelligence. Yi Tianyun immediately meditated while touching the stone tablet to comprehend the tower. Fan Hong followed suit while Suote finally freed himself from Heavenly Yin Fire's corridor, unable to hide his embarrassment anymore. He came over to the stone tablet and touched it before meditating himself. Chapter 828 Suote meditated like the rest. He wasn't just some lazy cultivator, so it went without saying that he knew how to meditate and comprehend at the same time. You have to comprehend the stone tablet until it emitted a warm blue light. If you can't attain this level, then you will fail. The time is limited. That flame over there is the timer here. If it's extinguished, then your time is up. According to the past experience, the time was up to 3 days. You have a disadvantage of being a newcomer, but I believe you will be able to push through. Fan Hong said with a smile on his face as he patted Yi Tianyun's shoulder. Sure enough, Suote's stone tablet immediately reacted, and a faint blue light appeared, meaning that he already understood what to do with this test. It seems Suote came here as often as he could. Fan Hong was upset by Suote's progress as this place was supposed to be theirs, but there was nothing he could do now. Don't look at me like that. Our evil spirit race is too good with this comprehension stuff. There was a saying in our race that comprehension was a trash way of cultivation. Just take new martial arts, and it would be better. Suote said tauntingly. Did you ever see us using your martial arts? Although we can learn in, we wouldn't use it as it was much worse than the one we already had. Suote said indifferently. His word wasn't a lie, but it was truly a bane in the martial arts world's existence. Yi Tianyun had their martial arts as he had already killed so many of the evil spirit race before. He knew that their martial arts were powerful, but it wasn't exactly the best either. This comprehension doesn't matter. If you have the ability to pass this test, then why don't you? Why didn't you become the next Tower Lord already? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He also pointed his finger to the flame imprint on his forehead. It was the fact that Yi Tianyun was able to prove that he was much better than Suote. Demon God Suote immediately frowned as he wanted to brag at first but got completely shut down by Yi Tianyun. He just said a big word that he couldn't chew. It was a fact that even if they thought that the comprehension was a trash cultivation method, they couldn't even prove that they were stronger by taking the Tower Lord status for themselves. You don't even know this place has any flame imprint at all. Stop bragging about your flame imprint so much, boy. I can comprehend this stone tablet no problem, but there is no flame imprint here. Suote said coldly. Fan Hong just remained silent as he couldn't refute what Suote had said. He had already tried to comprehend this stone tablet so many times, but he couldn't get the flame imprint himself. Well, I don't think so. Yi Tianyun said as he continued to meditate. He already felt the flame imprint on his forehead, and he could feel the same thing from the stone tablet, meaning the stone tablet did contain another flame imprint in them. As Yi Tianyun kept meditating, the stone tablet in front of him suddenly burst into dazzling light. The entire stone tablet began to shake, and the blue light immediately enveloped the entire stone tablet. Fan Hong and Suote were shocked by this turn of events. They saw that Yi Tianyun was doing the exact same thing that they had done earlier, but why did Yi Tianyun's stone tablet react differently? This was the first time they ever saw this situation in front of him. But it wasn't over just yet. The stone tablet that was covered in blue light gradually changed to a darker shade of blue and eventually turned purple. Fan Hong and Suote were surprised one more time as they never saw this shade of color on the stone tablet before. At the same time Yi Tianyun's stone tablet turned purple, the entire place began to shake. In fact, the entire ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was shaking. The cultivator on the layered city below certainly felt it too. They were scared and confused as this had never happened before. They began to look at the sky as they felt that the vibration was coming from the top, but then again, they couldn't see anything in the sky. This situation really confused everyone on the tower as it was unprecedented and uncalled before. No one knew that the situation that happened to the tower right now was caused by Tianyun. His comprehension caused the stone tablet to vibrate, causing the entire ancient netherworld divine tower to vibrate along with it. Fan Hong's and Xuanhuan's comprehension couldn't hold a candle to Tianyun's. That was not all, as the purple light on Tianyun's stone tablet began to glow even brighter, and a strong oppressing pressure could be felt in the air. Finally, Tianyun's eyes suddenly opened, and a cold light was emitted from his eyes as he floated in the air. "My heart has found the way," Tianyun said coldly. The 4 words, "My heart is the way," kept rotating in the air as it was printed on the stone tablet. Fan Hong and Xuanhuan were stunned upon the sight in front of them. They didn't understand what was going on here. But they didn't have to wait for long as Tianyun slowly descended to the ground. The light in his eyes dimmed over time, and the oppressing pressure on the air started to fade. The flame imprint on his forehead has been strengthened once again. Tianyun took a deep breath as he himself was surprised by the event that just happened to him earlier. He just tried to comprehend the stone tablet like what Fan Hong has taught him before, but he felt something was missing, and as soon as he tried to fill that something, he awakened the power within the stone tablet. He contemplated, "My heart," word on the stone tablet means, and he filled the missing link with his own Tao heart. Now, who said that there is no flame imprint here? Who said that the stone tablet was trash? Tianyun coldly said as he turned his attention to Xuanhuan. "Now, aren't you the trash here?" Tianyun said coldly. Tianyun couldn't tolerate the evil spirit race, let alone when they wanted to undermine the legacy of the 3 divine kings. Chapter 829. Xuanhuan was livid. He participated in the Tower Lord assessment every year, but he always failed. But now that he got the hang of what the assessment was supposed to be, he still fell short from a young human boy. "You're being too arrogant for your own good, brat. Death will await you, I promise you that," Xuanhuan said as he bit his lips to calm his anger. "I am arrogant. It seems someone forgot about his own word before we all started, saying stupid and all that stuff. But now that I've already defeated him decisively, he is saying that I am being arrogant." Tianyun said as he taunted Xuanhuan. "Well, I don't know the truth of this place at that time," Xuanhuan said as he tried to reason. "But then again, you will see what happened to you soon." Demon God Xuanhuan said as he walked forward to the new passage that opened after Tianyun was done comprehending the stone tablet. "Little brother Yi, are you sure it's wise to irritate that man?" Fan Hong asked with worry in his eyes. Despite his attitude, Xuanhuan was a divine king cultivator nonetheless. If he chose to fight Tianyun, it sure wouldn't work against their favor. "It's fine. Fighting him is what I am after. You know that we have to kill the evil spirit race, right? You've got to steal your conviction some more, Lord Fan. Or is that you have been away for too long that you have become meek like this?" Tianyun said indifferently. Fan Hong was silent as he let Tianyun's words sink in. He sighed heavily as he knew that Tianyun was more powerful than he let on, so Fan Hong just followed Tianyun for now. Tianyun had this attitude from the beginning. He didn't like it when someone just let somebody else trample their legacy. They need to fight back. Otherwise, the bullying wouldn't stop. Tianyun walked towards the new path, and he noticed that the corridor was long and winding too. The heavenly yin fire still burned brightly on the side, but it was certainly weaker than the previous corridor. This time, Xuanhuan ran to the other side of the corridor very fast. He felt uneasy inside the corridor, and he didn't want what happened on the previous corridor to repeat itself. Tianyun noticed it and just shook his head helplessly. He wanted to toy with Xuanhuan's luck some more, but it seems he'd have to pass for now. As they walked past the corridor, Tianyun and the others arrived at a huge open space. A phantom shadow resembling a young man appeared in the middle of the room. This was just an illusion that was left by ancient Netherworld Divine King, and it served as the illusory spirit of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. Congratulations for passing all the previous tests. The next one will be the last, but since there are too many of you, you will have to exclude one person. Now, you two will duel each other, and whoever wins will be allowed to proceed further. The illusory spirit said as he pointed his finger towards Fan Hongde and Suote. Finally, I will defeat you in no time. Suote said as he turned his attention towards Suote. Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's Holy King, I've always wanted to eat you. Suote said coldly. The evil spirit race has always been after ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline. Furthermore, Fan Hongde's bloodline was the purest of other ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendants. Surely, Fan Hongde's complexion immediately changed as he saw no way of winning the duel. His cultivation wasn't weak at all, but he knew he was no match against a divine king. Just forfeit for now, and I will deal with him in your stead. Tianyun said as he patted Fan Hongde's shoulder. Fan Hongde paused for a while and nodded his head. He didn't say anything as he didn't have any other solution. Tianyun looked at the illusory spirit. That guy is part of the evil spirit race. Don't you have any sanction for them? Tianyun asked curiously. Illusory spirit turned its gaze towards demon god Suote, and after observing Suote for a while, illusory spirit turned its attention back to Tianyun. He has ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline on his body, and therefore, there shall be no sanction for him. The illusory spirit said solemnly. This was within Tianyun's expectation because the illusory spirit would have already sanctioned the evil spirit race inside the tower long ago if they could. Idiot. Do you think you could force the illusory spirit to attack me? Relax, after I am done with this guy, you will be next. Suote said to Tianyun coldly. Are you both ready? Illusory spirit asked Fan Hongde and Suote. I'm always ready, Suote said impatiently. I am ready, Fan Hongde said as he nodded his head. The battle is ready to start. Anyone who escaped from the barrier would be disqualified. Illusory spirit said as it erected a barrier that surrounded Fan Hongde and Suote. It wasn't a very wide area for a duel, but clearly, it was a disadvantage for Fan Hongde as the opponent was very strong. Commence the duel, illusory spirit shouted. Suote immediately released his Divine King's aura, and his power immediately increased significantly. He immediately slammed his foot to the ground, and the ground immediately turned into a pit from the pressure and power Suote released. He wanted to use his full power to shred Fan Hongde into bits and swallow him whole. Fan Hongde immediately turned around and fled to the edge of the barrier. He knew that he didn't have any chance of winning, so he would willingly surrender. You want to escape? That is impossible, Suote shouted as he quickly charged towards Fan Hongde. He was much faster than Fan Hongde, and the distance between them closed very quickly. Suote eventually closed the distance with Fan Hongde as Fan Hongde was only within an arm's reach and tried to grab Fan Hongde immediately. However, his hand was repelled by a sudden ray of light that came out of Fan Hongde's body, forming a huge shield-like energy that kept Suote from coming any closer. Suote tried to attack the shield, but his attack bounced back towards him, slamming him to the side. This shield that protected Fan Hongde was actually Heaven-Swallowing Divine Treasure's ability. Tianyun lent it to Fan Hongde as he knew that something like this would happen. With Heaven-Swallowing Divine Treasure, Fan Hongde would be able to escape smoothly and withstand the attack from a Divine King at any given moment. Chapter 830 inches. You are disqualified from continuing the assessment for leaving the barrier. The illusory spirit said as Fan Hongde left the barrier. The barrier immediately disappeared as the loser was determined. Little brother Yi, if it weren't for you, I would have died by now. Fan Hongde said as he looked at the ground under Suote's feet. He would never be able to win against a divine king as he himself was still at Saint King Peak stage. But he knew that if the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower fell to the evil spirit race hand, the three realms would fall along with it. The three realms didn't have any divine king, so a divine king from evil spirit race was enough to make them fall on their knees. The gap between Divine King and Saint King was too big. In front of a Divine King, Saint King was like an ant that was not worth getting serious about. It would be impossible for a Saint King stage to kill a Divine King unless it was a sneak attack or other underhanded methods. Rest assured, I will deal with him myself, Tianyun said solemnly, but he himself was having a hard time withstanding a Divine King's attack. In particular, Xuanhuan still didn't use his full power as he didn't want to completely obliterate Fan Hongde. In this case, heaven-swallowing divine treasure was enough to withstand his attack, but if he went all out, heaven-swallowing divine treasure wouldn't be enough. Demon god Xuanhuan began to roar as he was furious that he was being thrown aside by Fan Hongde. He then walked towards Fan Hongde, but Fan Hongde wasn't afraid at all because if Xuanhuan attacked him, Xuanhuan would be immediately disqualified by the illusory spirit. Even though Xuanhuan was at the second layer Divine King stage, ancient Netherworld Divine Tower itself was a powerful divine treasure that a Divine King couldn't ignore. If you want to fight here, hit me first, Tianyun said indifferently. Shit. I didn't expect you to lend him your divine treasure. Why aren't you selfish and greedy like the rest of the humans? Xuanhuan said as he tried to calm down. You've only met the trash that called themselves human so far, but don't worry, only a small portion of people would behave that way, Tianyun said indifferently. Fan Hongde gave heaven-swallowing divine treasure back to Tianyun and smiled at him. Little brother Yi, be careful. Although you are not a descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King, I hope that you will become the next Tower Lord, Fan Hongde said with a smile on his face. When he was done talking, he was immediately teleported back to the 8th layer city as he no longer had the right to be there. Now the only candidate to become a Tower Lord was down to 2 people, and thus Tianyun began to wonder what test would the tower give next. You become a Tower Lord. Do you even know what the last test would be? Let me tell you one thing. The last level is to climb the tower to the top. You can interfere with each other during the process, so it is no different from fighting against each other. I will not let you take a step forward later, Xuanhuan said coldly. Is this true? Tianyun asked the illusory spirit. Yes, the last test would be climbing the tower to the top. Your goal is reaching the 9th layer city, and any type of obstruction is allowed on the way there. Whoever gets there first will attain the final victory, the illusory spirit said with a smile on its face. The test is too simple. I can become the Tower Lord just by climbing to 9th layer city, Tianyun said as he was confused about the test. You idiot. If it was just that simple, we would already become the Tower Lord from a long time ago. Even if you get there, without a sufficient bloodline, there is nothing out there. Now, I know that. Your innate ability is good, but you will soon become my food, boy, Xuanhuan said coldly. Let's see if you can really live up to your words this time, Tianyun said tauntingly. The illusory spirit reached out his hands to the sky, and a winding staircase appeared before Tianyun and Xuanhuan. This staircase was no different from what Tianyun saw before. It was the staircase that would lead them to the next layered city. No wonder Tianyun didn't see any staircase in 8th layer city as it was here all along. Tianyun believed that it wouldn't be as simple as Fan Hongde said earlier. To become a Tower Lord, one must have a pure bloodline. Otherwise, what Xuanhuan said earlier would happen to him. But even so, Tianyun knew that he was on the right track as he already had the special flame imprint on his head that no one had before him. At the same time, the entire ancient Netherworld Divine Tower shook, which made the cultivators within the tower stop everything they were doing and look around in confusion. A phantom shadow appears in the air on each floor, depicting the situation of Tianyun and Xuanhuan. What is that creature? Why does it have 8 arms? It looks so disgusting, a cultivator said as he didn't know of the existence of evil spirit race just yet. Many other cultivators beside him also said the same thing as they didn't recognize the appearance of evil spirit race. What did you just say? Apologize right now, a cultivator said as he was part of the evil spirit race. Apologize. Why do I have to do that? Are you also from the same race or something? The previous cultivator said with a smirk on his face. Many cultivators started to discuss the appearance of the hideous creature they saw among themselves, ignoring the existence of the evil spirit race cultivator that was around them. But still, they didn't know about the existence of the evil spirit race just yet. Some of these cultivators did know about the evil spirit race, but they didn't say anything as they were afraid of what evil spirit race would do. Meanwhile, the people on the higher floor knew about the existence of the evil spirit race, and they were startled to see this phenomenon themselves. Big Brother Yi appeared on the air. Fan Shuixuan said as she stopped and looked at the sky. 12 golden hairpins also stopped their hands as they reached out to third layer city to look at the sky. Their cold demeanor suddenly changed as they saw their master was fighting against the evil spirit race somewhere else. At the same time, Yi Tianyun looked around in confusion as he could see everything on each layer from there. What is this? Why can I see the outside from here? Yi Tianyun said loudly. It is because you have the qualification to be the next Tower Lord. Everyone in the tower should bear witness to your success. Illusory Spirit said reverently. Is it about the flame imprint that I got earlier? Yi Tianyun asked as he pointed to the flame imprint on his forehead. Yes, that is a sign that you passed the test that was given earlier. It would be the proof of your qualification to become the next Tower Lord. The illusory spirit said with a smile on its face. But what about him? Yi Tianyun said as he pointed towards Suote. He didn't qualify as the Tower Lord. Illusory spirit said indifferently. But, why is he here with us? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Because he has strong cultivation. If he beats you, he won't become the next Tower Lord, but you will also lose your qualification to become the Tower Lord. He will serve as the last wall between you and the Tower Lord seat. Illusory Spirit explained his intention of letting Suote stay. Yi Tianyun smirked as everything became clear now. Suote was here to get in his way from becoming the next Tower Lord.
Chapter 831 After Sota Demon defeated Yi Tianyun, he could not replace obtaining the flame brand, but only became an interceptor. To put it bluntly, it just adds a little difficulty to him. Not only does it increase the difficulty a little, but it also allows people in all layers to watch his situation until he loses or reaches the top. What does it mean that everyone is looking at us? Demon Sauta frowned. Yes, the Eidolon said calmly. The attitude towards Sota Demon God and Yi Tianyun are completely different. He treats Yi Tianyun like a master, and towards Sota Demon God is like a passerby. There is not even the flame mark on the forehead, which means that there is no qualification. What is more respectful? Stop it for me, Sota Demon said furiously. He doesn't want his situation to be seen by everyone, especially those who don't know the situation. Won't stop. This must let everyone know your situation so that they can know if they will become the tower owner, said the ghost. But when we came before, there was no such situation at all. Sota Demon was going crazy. Because you were not qualified to be the tower master at that time, this did not happen. The Eidolon replied. Damn it. Sota Demon was so angry that he wanted to kill, but he had nothing to do with the phantom. He couldn't kill the phantom in any way. He could only watch. With. Now everyone, are you watching the situation here? Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up, and immediately took out the crystal, and then gently crushed it. Soon before the footage recorded on the 7th layer is now in front of my eyes. The 7th floor is like purgatory, and the real body of the evil spirit race is frantically devouring various corpses, and some are soaked in blood pools. Originally he wanted to wait and find some time later so that they could know. It's good now, so everyone can know the crimes of the evil spirit race, and let them know there is such a race. Soon the cultivators in all layers saw the picture here, and after seeing it, they were all shocked. They were dumbfounded. It should be a monster to swallow the corpse, but what was in front of them was another race. Some of them looked similar to the human race, but they had 4 arms behind them, and the situation was different. This race is called the evil spirit race. The cultivators who devour our 3 realms invade from the outside world. They want to dominate the 3 realms and swallow all of us. Same kind. Not only want to devour all races in our 3 realms, but also want to enslave all lives. We have a lot of cultivators here who treacherous with them. They are traitors to our 3 realms. This is simply to help the evildoers to abuse and make it easier for them to swallow our 3 realms. Their characteristic is that they have multiple arms and they are completely dark. If you find them, don't be soft. If you don't kill him, they will eat you. Tianyun explained beside him, and his voice quickly spread to all areas. After hearing them one by one, they were all shocked. After all, most people don't know that there are evil spirit races in this world, and they want to swallow the three realms and enslave the existence of the three realms. Although the three realms have always been full of intrigue or war. But an outside race that wants to swallow the three realms and enslave all lives is absolutely forbidden. This is equivalent to a bunch of monsters, which have always been resisted. Although the cultivators of the three realms are intrigued, at least they can't eat people. This is disgusting. Dare to say such a big thing, and want to devour our people. I think I got up. This happened a long time ago when I was outside. My friends disappeared one by one. When they found out, only a bunch of bones were left. When friends offs duel with these guys before, they will swallow them. It is really disgusting. We must destroy them and drive them out of the three realms. They all thinking of all kinds of things. Many situations are linked to the evil spirit race. Especially now that I see that disgusting sight, one by one eating the bodies of their companions, some of them are their acquaintances. Seeing that they all feel sick and feel even more angry. The corpses are so fragrant. If you think about the lives you live, you will definitely eat them more quickly. They always thought that the corpse would be burnt to ashes, but that's alright, who knows, the corpse was eaten by them. As the elders, Sota demon gods can naturally specify the rules here. So the corpse was transferred to the 7th floor instead of being burned to ashes. Everyone was angry, and some even looked at the cultivators nearby. After all, they had seen some cultivators with several arms coming out. It was obviously evil spirit tribe. Although some cultivators can have a few more arms, they are relatively rare. I don't know the evil spirit family, don't look at me. I am not the evil spirit family either, don't wrong me. Every cultivator shouted wrong, saying that he was not from the evil spirit race. They belong to the evil spirit race. I can feel the disgusting blood flowing in their bodies. Fan Xuanhuan and the others stood up at this time. What proof do you have? Those evil spirits retorted immediately. We are descendants of the ancient Hades king. Is this qualified? You take our place, even if you turn into ashes, we all know it. Fan Xuanhuan and they all set off. The black robe showed a conspicuous mark on the forehead. This time they were not afraid to be exposed. Tianyun has said everything, so they plan to find the evil spirits of these rubbish. The descendants of the ancient Hades king. Each cultivator was stunned. This is their territory, and the credibility immediately increased. This immediately marked each other up, and prepared to take turns to challenge, or stared at them. If there is any action, such as a challenge, it is to fight to death. The same is true for other layers. The 12 golden hairpins have necklaces that can accurately identify the evil spirits, so finding them is easier. They even took the initiative to hand out necklaces to let everyone know who the real enemy is. At this time, the entire ancient god of the gods tower was in chaos, all staring at the surrounding cultivators, doubting whether it was an evil spirit race. Some knew they were cooperating with evil spirit races, and when they saw this picture, their hearts trembled. They are actually cooperating with the devil. But some will not repent. They are determined to become running dogs of the evil spirit race, so it doesn't matter what they are, as long as they don't swallow themselves. I have always had a mentality, that is, to be a good dog and definitely have meat. Stop for me. The Souter demon was about to explode, raising his fist again and again, and finally put it down. He couldn't fight anymore. What to worry about? If you do it, you won't be afraid of being known. Anyway, if you know it early or late, it will be the same. I will give you a publicity. Tianyun sneered. Chapter 832, Abusing You. The Souter demon is about to explode. Although the next three realms all know about it, they can't get out now. If everything is exposed, it means that they can no longer obtain corpses, and no one will continue to fight or join in from outside. To put it plainly, even the most basic food is gone. What do they use for cultivation? What do you use to strengthen your power? Okay, what you did is really good. Can you go up now? Don't waste time here. The Souter demon gritted his teeth, wishing immediately just want to swallow Tianyun. But if he doesn't climb up the stairs, he can't attack. Only by climbing the stairs can he interfere with Tianyun and attack him. Follow the Sota demon and stand on the top of the stairs and signal Tianyun to come up here. Once he enters the stairs, he is immediately attacked. This rule is really deceptive, and setting up a jammer is really not reassuring. Originally, the idea of the ancient Hades king was very simple, that is, the elders interfere with each other, who knows that none of them can get the mark. After they all got the mark, they all ran to the top one after another, so that they interfered with each other, which made it more interesting. It is impossible to kill among the elders, the most is to kick people back, so whoever runs up first will become the tower master. Now that the Sota demon god does not have a mark, he still wants to become a disturber to influence Tianyun, and he cannot make the position of the tower master so smooth. If the ancient Hades king knew about it, he would have vomited blood, and conversely, he would have cheated himself. Who would have thought that the evil spirit race could have such an ability to swallow blood and turn it into its own use? The blood of the cultivator is different from the blood of the beast. Basically, it cannot be absorbed and used for its own use. The evil spirits can do this. This move of Sota demon god attracted the attention of many evil spirits. Even if surrounded by many cultivators, he still shouted, "Master Sota, get rid of that trash, and let everyone know how good we are. Yes, let they know that we are great, and if they don't return obediently, that's a dead end. Kill him, kill him." Everyone yelled. The voice couldn't reach Tianyun, but they were not willing to give in. They feel that they are invincible and can even become the existence that rules the three realms, so they look down on all the lives of the three realms from the bottom of their hearts. They are the kings coming. They should not be nestled in this place, but facing the entire three realms. Especially in the face of so many cultivators' persecution, they are full of humiliation. In their opinion, are the beings of the three realms worthy of doing this? Exterminate these intruders, exterminate these intruders. Yes, exterminate these intruders, extinct these rubbish. Boy, we all support you. Kill some of their ancestors, we are all optimistic about you. Each cultivator yelled out loudly, their voices easily overshadowed the yelling of the evil spirit race. The number of cultivators has always been the largest, and the aura is stronger, and it can easily suppress them all. It's a pity that this shout can't be passed to Tianyun, but these are not the main points. Tianyun looked at the demon Sota who was blocking the door, walked forward step by step, looked up and down at him and smiled lightly. "It seems you are confident. Boy, don't think I don't know what you plan to do. You can kill the demon god, largely because of the treasure, but also because of the foolishness of the demon god. He is too negligent. I'm different from that trash. You are still too naive to kill me." Boom! A figure slammed into the Sota demon god in one fell swoop, knocking him out and hitting the wall heavily. Under this heavy collision, the whole person's body sank, and the terrifying power almost penetrated him. Although he did not penetrate, the bones in his body were shattered a lot. Puff! The demon Sota vomited blood, and the terrifying impact directly caused his powerful body to bear minor injuries. The key is that his chest is gradually becoming desertified, and it continues to erode into his body. "You are so lucky. The first move was a crit." Tianyun's ghostly voice rang in his ears, waiting for Sota demon god to resist at that time. It was another heavy blow. Boom, boom, boom. Tianyun's the fists flashed with dazzling light. Some did not have such light, and some flashed with astonishing light. Each punch was enough to destroy the world. 89 billion combat power. 110 billion combat power. 110 billion combat power. 89 billion combat power. 110 billion combat power. The combat power fluctuates equally powerful, mainly after the critical strike effect appeared, the combat effectiveness suddenly increased by tens of billions. If it cannot be played, the normal combat effectiveness is restored, so the effect of floating is quite large. However, every fist hits the Sota demon and has no strength to fight back. The fist reaches its head, and the power of every fist is so heavenly. The body was not penetrated, but the situation looked quite serious, basically no different from being penetrated, with one depression in one place. "Get out of here!" The Sota demon roared, 8 arms slammed toward the side, and at the same time the ancient Ming power possessed, the strength was greatly improved at once. At the same time, the injury quickly recovered, and Ji Yuming's bloodline was so powerful. Heaven-shaking divine art. Yi Tianyun's body seemed to be transformed into an extreme iron block, slammed into the past fiercely, the mountain that turned into a trillion catties slammed into it, and with the terrifying ancient suit, the power burst out. Crack, crack. The 8 arms that I grabbed were smashed by Yi Tianyun, together with Soter Demon God was knocked out. Ha! Soter Demon gave a low grunt. Oh, read the book w.okenshu.com. S body has been smashed into a large piece of meat sauce, and within a moment, the huge body has become bloody. The original hard body was hit and his whole body fractured. A dignified demon, just like Yi Tianyun's abuse. Even if you fight back, it is of no use. Everyone outside was stunned. They had never seen such a brutal style of play. Every punch can destroy the world. Especially at the last collision, they felt that if they hit the peak, that mountain would be enough to be crushed into powder. Originally chanted that the ancestors must win, now everyone is dumb. The gods in their hearts were abused in this way. Fan Hongdae was even more shocked, wiped off his cold sweat severely, and murmured, "Brother Ye is so powerful. I thought it would be difficult this time. This is completely crushing. Ah, is it possible that Brother Ye has already been reached the God King stage, a God King?" Chapter 833 Punisher. The heaven-shaking divine art is really easy to use, and its power has increased a lot. If this is not the ancient god of the God's Tower, I would have smashed it through. Yi Tianyun twisted his body. This was the physical decision he had drawn before, which could greatly increase his weight strength. After gaining weight, the fists thrown out basically reach the terrible value. Together with other equipment stacking up, it is enough to blow up the power of the gods. He originally didn't want to be so violent. Thinking about so many people watching, he had to perform well, so that he could deter them and let them know that he was strong enough. If you start your own reputation, then the situation in the underworld will be easier to unify. I want you to die. The demon's outer rod, and the blood of the evil spirits burst out of his body. His body it began to swell up, getting bigger and bigger, and the arms became thicker many times. The body that was originally bloody is now starting to heal crazily. The healing effect of horror is much stronger than ordinary cultivators. He recovered a lot in the blink of an eye. The key is to have the blessing of the ancient God's Tower, which greatly increased his resilience. Boom! Yi Tianyun rushed over, and his small body just pressed him to the ground and followed, stepping on the demon's outer, looking at him coldly. "Want me to die? Then you move to show me first." The demon's outer once he got up and flew out Yi Tianyun, who was standing on his chest. Then he found that he couldn't get up at all. He was completely pressed to the ground and couldn't move at all. This made him feel that it was not a small human race at all, but a terrifying mountain. It could even be said to be the ancient God Tower. "Get out of here!" Soter Demon roared, and shot Yi Tianyun with his backhand, wanting to shoot him flying. But with heavy slaps, Yi Tianyun stretched out his hand and punched in front. With a boom, that arm was blown by a punch and turned into a blood mist. The terrifying fist effect made him extremely painful, and I felt that this fist was compared to the previous one to be too strong. Combined with the heaven-shaking divine art, every punch has a trillion genes of force, which is a natural and qualitative leap compared to before. The super terrifying weight advantage is that it doesn't require any strength. Just pressing down with the weight is enough to crush a person. Now the Soter Demon is severely stepped under his feet, and his body is dented. "Continue." Yi Tianyun motioned for him to continue resisting. So Demon God stretched out his hand and waved. A low-grade artifact appeared in his hand, slashing towards Yi Tianyun. With the sound of "Om," the power of breaking the air waved here, and it froze with the terrifying fire of the sky. Yi Tianyun waved his hand. The evil spirit sword appeared in his hand, and the backhand was a sword touch. Down. The weapon in Soter's hand was bounced out, and the terrifying counter-shock force in his arm were all it was broken, and a sword that seemed to be swung randomly, still carrying terrifying power. "You really have enough hands." Yi Tianyun hummed coldly, and raised his foot to the shoulder of Soter Demon God. "As soon as I stepped on it, my shoulder was smashed into flesh with a pouch. It was stepped on together with the arm, and it was completely broken off. This foot is stepped on instead of those who were swallowed by you." Yi Tianyun snorted coldly. Ah! But he was still blushing, glaring at Yi Tianyun and yelled, "I want to kill you." Come on. Tianyun stepped on the other shoulder again, pouch, and was stepped into fleshy flesh again. The terrible power made people tremble with fright. How would it feel if they stepped on their shoulders? It hurts to look at it, let alone step on myself. The evil spirits are cruel, right? Tianyun was even more cruel than them, and cruelly abused them. This foot is stepped on by the people who are living for us. It wants to engulf our three realms and to enslave us, right? Let me see how you enslave us. How many do you come? I just stepped on it as much, and stepped on one by one. Tianyun looked at him coldly, never showing mercy to the enemy. Good job. Kill him. Kill him. The practitioners who watched outside shouted. This scene made them very relieved. In the previous images, most people clearly saw their companions inside, and even the corpses were not let go. How could they not hate it? Even though the three realms often die, they rarely whip their bodies. Unless that person is disgusting, no one will whip the body. They look like people, but they are constantly devouring them, whether they are alive or dead. Especially considering that they have been ruling, it is no wonder that the position of the master has not been changed. It turns out that they have been ruling here. And these cultivators are used as food and eaten by them bit by bit. The evil spirit races were silent. Seeing their ancestors being abused like this, they suddenly felt very weak. They really can't believe that their ancestors will be completely crushed, and they won't even have the power to resist. Their previous superiority situation is now completely defeated. What ancestors, what powerhouses, are all rubbish in front of Tianyun. Tianyun still did not hear the shouting, but his system received a lot of news, which popped up frantically. Ding! Congratulations to the player, Tianyun, for successfully obtaining the title of Sanctioner. Sanctioner, sanctions by the three realms when fighting with outsiders, the damage is doubled. The conditions are, more than 500,000 people support you against outsiders, the king chosen by people. Double damage. Of course, it won't be superimposed in the final damage, but it will be accumulated normally. For example, 32 times the crazy damage mode, plus this is 34 times. The same was true for the ancient suit before, whether it was tripled or fivefold, it was all accumulated. If you multiply it directly, it would be terrifying, let alone Sauter, even if his father comes in person. Is the sanctioner. I like it. Tianyun smiled with satisfaction. Kill me. Sauter looked at him coldly and said, I underestimate your strength, but don't be proud, we are just the weakest wave. I haven't captured this place for so long. Soon, our ancestral land will send a stronger presence to suppress you. You three realms are destined to become our territory, without exception. Is that right? Then I will step on your ancestral land in advance, don't worry. Tianyun's expression is indifferent. Chapter 834 Become Tower Master. Stamp down our ancestral land. The demon Sauter laughed, as if he heard the best joke, and immediately said with a sullen face, like an ant, do you dare to be so arrogant? Do you know how strong our cultivation is in the ancestral land? Tell you, I'm just one level with ordinary soldiers. We thought the three realms were rubbish, so we didn't send any strong people over. If we send strong people over, you are all dead. You can kill me, but you are even one of our generals. Fingers can't resist. He laughed unscrupulously. Even if he died, he would not bow his head and surrender. It's funny. Tianyun said calmly. In that case, you should go to Xuanhuan and wait for them first. Immediately he stepped on it fiercely, and with a boom, Sauter demon god's chest was trampled through by him. Following the reverse foot, he kicked it suddenly, and with a bang, the body of the Sauter demon god was kicked to pieces, and the dead could no longer die. Ding! Successfully killed the Sauter demon god. Gain 21 billion experience points, 300,000 points of madness, and 100,000 points of evil. Get the bloodline of the evil spirits, the bone of the evil spirit, the soul of the evil spirit. The evil spirit sword, lower artifact, the evil spirit ring, lower artifact, the evil spirit shield, lower artifact. God Star Disc Rare. After killing the Sauter demon, he also carried out a quick search, and searched the storage ring in his hand. Sauter's storage ring is quite big, and its appearance is completely different from here. After beheading the demon god of Mig before, the corpse disappeared very quickly, obviously being removed by the two great kings. Now the body of the demon Sauter could not be moved here, and he quickly searched it clean. The harvest is not small. If you have more experience cards, you can use it. Tianyun shook his head. There is no such thing as buying experience cards in the mall. It's just the Sota demon god. It's not worth his use. After all, there is a Soge demon god, and all the evil spirit races in the ancient Hades tower. He doesn't have much crazy value right now. Every time he kills it seems to cost hundreds of thousands of crazy points, but in fact it is only a small part. Most of them are tens of thousands of points. If you know that a 100-fold experience card requires millions of crazy points, there is really no way to use it alone. Although the flesh hurts a bit, he has no other choice but to use the most basic crazy experience mode. After slaying the Sota demon god, the tower of the ancient god of the gods was cheered up and down, killing at least one powerful existence. It's just that those evil spirit races still refused to admit defeat, and they all refuted. Our ancestors are just the most ordinary existence. After the strong people in our ancestral land support them, you will be dead. Yes, you're trash. By then, the three realms will still be ours. It's useless to kill our Lord Souter. All of them are dead ducks with hard mouths, refused to admit that he had lost. But they did not make a mistake, they all had their own confidence. The tower owner said, "You will die as many as you come. Even if we die, we won't let you succeed. Yes, if you want to fight now. If you have the ability, you can try it with us now. What are you doing on the side?" They started to quarrel. They all wanted the evil spirit. The clan went to the competition platform for a game. Damn, the spirit race is not a fool, that would really play. However, some were really irritated, and they all went to the competition stage to compete with the cultivators. The 12 golden hairpins rushed forward without hesitation, and carried out a frantic hunt. The descendants of Jiu Ming did the same, and they all took the lead to kill them, killing the garbage that occupied their homes. The ancient god of the gods tower is now several times more lively than before. The main reason is that the camp has undergone tremendous changes, and most people are united. It can be said that the unprecedented unity, as an opponent before, now has become his own teammate. This change is really amazing. Because after seeing the scene, they knew that if they didn't resist, not only would they die in the future, but also their relatives. Even if they are not relatives, the three realms hope to fall into the hands of the evil spirit race. After Tianyun beheaded the Souter demon god, there were no obstacles, and he started rushing up all the way to the top of the tower. There are a lot of difficulties along the way, such as amazing gravity, all kinds of thunders, or the spiritual power of the 5 elements. In fact, these are of no use. For those with a low level of cultivation, it's okay. For Tianyun, unless the ancient god king personally attacks or mobilizes Jiu Ming, all the power of the tower comes to storm. Otherwise, there will be no pressure at all, and you can climb to the top easily. As he rushed all the way, getting closer and closer to the end, hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes were staring here at this moment, watching Tianyun reach the top. They believe that Tianyun will become the tower owner for so many years. The owner of the ancient god of the gods has been vacant for too long, and many people want to become the owner. It's a bit unwilling to change that you don't become the tower owner by yourself. Now they all feel excited. The name of the tower owner is as good as he belongs, and all support Tianyun to become the tower owner. If he hadn't killed him, who would have known that there was still such a disgusting place in the ancient god tower? It's almost here. Tianyun's eyes flashed, and his feet quickly accelerated, turning into a ray of light and swept forward. After passing through a light curtain, a ray of light quickly shrouded and enveloped him. With a buzz, a blue light descended, branding a clear and incomparable flame mark between his brows. This is the mark of the fire of the sky, representing him can successfully control the fire of Tianyun. Congratulations, you have successfully reached the 9th floor, because you passed the assessment and successfully obtained the brand of Tianyun. You can become the tower owner of the ancient Hades tower and have most of the power to control the ancient Hades tower. The detailed power lies in this memory, including the inheritance of martial arts of the ancient god of the gods, and the usage of the ancient god of gods tower in various areas. Followed by a ray of light enveloped him. It means that memories flooded into his mind, all kinds of inherited martial arts memories, as well as the control methods of the ancient god's tower belong to him. Now he will become the master of the ancient god tower. Although he can't move, Most of the places can be manipulated, and he can definitely punish the evil spirits. Have you finally become the tower owner? Yi Tianyun felt very magical. He wanted to join forces with the descendants of Ji Yuming, but now he became the tower owner. I wonder if the descendants of Ji Yuming will recognize themselves. When the scene spread to all corners of the area, everyone was excited, but Fan Zuoxing and the others were dumbfounded. Big Brother Yi has really become the Tower Master. He is not a descendant of the ancient Hades king, but it is so strange that he can become the Tower Master. People in the descendants of Ji Yuming have this idea. Does Yi Tianyun have their blood? Chapter 835 Sanctions. Yi Tianyun became the master of the tower, drew cheers, and many evil spirits trembled in their hearts. If the ancient god tower has a master, where will they have a place? It means that Yi Tianyun punishes anyone at will, and then sanctions whom, there is no problem at all. Although the tower owner does not mean that everyone can be sanctioned, power is definitely the greatest existence. As the tower owner, he can only sanction one person. Once a week, the opportunity to use the power of the ancient god of the gods to impose sanctions represents the ability to mobilize the power of the ancient gods of the gods to suppress. However, sanctions and judgment are two different things. Sanctions are directly beheaded, mobilizing all the power of the ancient god of the gods. The trial is for Yi Tianyun to kill himself, but the amount is amazing, there is no amount. That's right, no matter what the level is in the trial, as long as you see who is upset, you can go straight up and beat you to death. If he escapes, he can still continue the trial, and he has no right to refuse. This seems to be better than directly imposing sanctions, but the ancient god of the underworld is more convincing. Mobilizing the power of the ancient god tower is not considered one's own ability. It is one's own ability to have one's own ability to kill betrayers, or invaders. There is only one sanction opportunity for this, once a week. In fact, this is already relatively overbearing. The tower owner is not the real master of the ancient god tower, and can't be controlled by any power. Unless the ancient Hades descended in person, there is really no way to punish it at will. If the ancient Hades king was here, it would be to arbitrarily adjust the power to sanction, and kill whoever wants to kill. Is this the power of the tower master? It is much stronger than the elders. Yi Tianyun's eyes flickered, perhaps not as defying as imagined. He originally thought that the tower master could deal with anyone in the ancient god tower at will. This is true, the problem is that he can only rely on his own fist to sanction. This is basically enough. It takes a few seconds to kill those animals. This problem is not big. As long as he is given this right, he will be able to sweep the entire ancient god tower in one day. Soon the scene disappeared, the sky returned to its original form, and everything was closed. After all, Yi Tianyun is familiar to everyone, so the goal has been achieved, which is equivalent to playing a role of propaganda. After reaching the 9th floor, the environment here is a huge palace, which is very luxuriously decorated, and the concentration of spiritual power is amazing. There are 3 treasure houses here, namely, weapons warehouse, medicine pill warehouse and material warehouse. He looked at it one by one, and there were a lot of treasures. These are all the treasures left by the former tower master and the ancient Hades king. There are a lot of artifacts in it, and there are also a lot of high-grade pills, which is really a lot of wealth. But he just took a look and ignored it. Although he became the tower master, in the sense he belonged to the descendants of Ji Yuming, so it is better not to move. The ancient god of the underworld is successful in saving the 3 realms, and Yi Tianyun will not do anything embezzlement. If he changes to someone else, he will definitely not be polite. He doesn't need it, but he can use it for himself in the Sky Cloud Empire. However, the treasures here are not something that can be taken away at will. You also need to rely on the flame brand to exchange for the corresponding treasures. Yi Tianyun has just become the tower owner and can take 2 of them at will. If there are more, he needs the flame brand to exchange it. This flame brand requires various contributions before it can be exchanged. Of course, he doesn't need to bother, just stroll around here at will to see if there is any information about the ancient Hades king. Soon he finished a round of shopping. Obviously there is no information about the ancient Hades king. Finally, it's almost time to solve the demon sword. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. Such a fat sheep, how could he miss it? He can implement his explosive upgrade plan. The next moment, he disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the sky thunder space. When he appeared here, he did not encounter the sky thunder. As the tower master here, he would certainly not be attacked by the sky thunder space. Boom, boom. Sky thunders continued to shoot down from a distance, hitting the side hard. Sog Demon. Thorge Demon God has a thick protective shield, which is obviously a combination of his equipment and his own strength, and can withstand this terrifying lightning attack. He is now constantly destroying the god pattern in the sky thunder space, and wants to break it out from here. It seems that the efficiency is not low. A small part of the space on the side has already been destroyed. If this continues, it does not take half a month to get out of here. Fan Hongdae couldn't hold on for half a month. The devil of Saw persisted for half a month without any problems. No wonder he could survive before. With their domineering defenses and treasures, there is no problem at all. There is now a middle-grade artifact on the body of Soge Demon God. The power released by wearing that piece of equipment is enough to bear this terrible power. It seems to be working hard, Tianyun said jokingly from the side. It's you. When Soge turned his head and saw Tianyun floating in the air, his pupils shrank and said in a deep voice, "You have become the tower owner." Only the tower owner will not be attacked by the sky thunder. Especially flying here, free from space constraints, it represents the noble power of the tower master. Yes, your companion is dead, now it's your turn. Tianyun smiled lightly. Boom. Suddenly the demon Sorge disappeared in place, and the dense sky thunder continued to blast down, and he endured it all. At the same time, with a violent force, he immediately slammed in front of Tianyun. His 8 arms were fully opened, and a huge magic wand appeared in his hand. His exclusive weapon was also this magic wand. When I came to Tianyun's side, I didn't hesitate to swipe it down, trying to blow him up with a stick. There is not much nonsense. When Tianyun became the tower master, there was only one thought, and that was to kill him. Sanction. Tianyun reached out and pointed at him, instantly shook the entire ancient god tower. A terrifying force was mobilized, and the sky immediately showed circles of light. After condensing less than half a breath time, a huge beam of light immediately erupted, shrouded in the Soge demon god. There was no way to hide, and it was easily locked. His body. Boom. Soge's eyes narrowed, and he could only collide with the light of sanction with his backhand, but the light of sanction engulfed him in an instant, and at the same time, the terrifying beam of light pressed him to the ground, violently impacting his huge body. The demon Sauter screamed, trying to rush out of the light beam's attack, but there was nothing useful. The horrible beam of light pressed against him, and quickly destroyed his body. At this time, 3 phantoms appeared in the void above. The stalwart phantom made Tianyun's eyes constricted. Needless to say, you know which 3 amazing characters are. Chapter 836 continue to explode. The super sanction of the ancient Hades Tower is the superpower exerted by the 3 kings of gods. The 3 powers are superimposed together to act as an absolute suppressive force. The demon Sorge was suppressed and his huge body was quickly annihilated. This power was much stronger than that of thunder that day. The detecting eye clearly showed a terrifying combat power, 180 billion combat power. Full of 180 billion combat power, is this not an exaggeration? This has at least the power of the 4th and 5th layers of the god's royal stage, and it is easily enough to crush the devil Sorge. This sanctioning power can even continue to grow, and the demon god Saw can't escape it. Had it not been for his amazing armor, he would have been severely punished by this terrifying force. Now the situation is on the verge of collapse. Even if it has a medium artifact, under the sanctions of the power of the 3 great kings, it still cannot resist for too long. It's no wonder that the sanctioning force cannot be used multiple times. This consumption is too great. If it is used continuously, the power of the ancient god of the gods will probably be drained. Looking at the sanctioning power, Tianyun can almost mobilize the power of the entire ancient god's tower to attack. If you use it at will, the spiritual power inside will be long it's drained. Therefore, you must not use it at will. It can be used once a week, which is quite a lot. If there is more, there is no way to use it. By then, there will be no spiritual power. Not to mention the use of sanctions, even their own protection is gone. After a while, the light of sanctions gradually disappeared, and what appeared in front of us was the demon Soj, who became a mass of fleshy mud. The huge body is left with a torso, and the rest is destroyed by the light of sanction, and it looks dying. The middle artifact on the body is still bombarded by the light of sanction. There were dense cracks, and almost one of the artifacts was about to break. I have to say that this power is really scary. The artifacts almost broke. This artifact can be said to be quite difficult. Under the light of the sanctions, it almost broke. It seems to be intact now, but it is not very different from the bad. This is all not dead. Your life is really hard enough. Tianyun came to Suoge demon god and looked at him indifferently. Yes, I have the ability to fight alone with me. Suoge demon god has a weak tone and was extremely injured. Even if he has a strong healing power, he can't recover in a short time. Being able to speak now means that he is strong enough. Oh, are you starting to be fair now? You have the ability to lower your cultivation base and fight with us. I am not as idiot as you. Tianyun took out the evil spirit god. The sword pierced his chest. Idiot, go down and get together with your companions. After a while, I will let all the people in your ancestral land reunite with you. He didn't wait for the demon Soj to answer. The evil spirit divine sword in his hand exploded with the strongest power, instantly dividing the demon Soj into several halves. Immediately, several sky thunders came down, blasting the corpse into powder, so that he could not die again. Before dismembering the corpses, he will still search vigorously. The treasures of these guys must not be wasted. Ding! Successfully kill the demon Soj, gain 184 billion experience, 400,000 points of madness, and 300,000 points of evil. Get the evil spirit soul, bone of evil spirits, blood of evil spirits. Evil spirit sword, evil spirit ring, evil spirit bracelet. There is no leapfrog kill reward, but the experience gained is already terrifying. It has reached a terrifying number of 184 billion. He bought 100 times experience cards, 80 times experience cards and 50 times experience cards before smashing pots and irons. In addition to the crazy experience mode 32 times, the stack is 262 times. He originally wanted to stack higher, but he really didn't want to sell artifacts in exchange for 5 times experience cards, or 10 times these. The price is expensive, and the price-performance ratio is too low. Besides, he has already cleaned up too many things and spent most of the crazy value in exchange for these 3 experience cards. The experience cards alone are already poor. But there is no way, in order to be able to exchange more experience, he can only do this. He has to break through the cultivation base quickly. As for upgrading the magical skills, he can only temporarily release it. Very well, continue. Tianyun's eyes flashed, and he disappeared in place. The next moment, he appeared in the 7th floor. There are still many evil spirits in the 7th, and they have not choosing to leave. It should be said that there is no way to leave easily. They are still waiting for the appearance of the demon Soj. The demon sorter is dead, but there is the demon Soj. Therefore, they are still a little emboldened, hoping that the demon Soj can save them and protect them. Master Suoge can definitely protect us. Even if the human race kid becomes the tower owner, there is no way for Master Suoge. Yes, the trivial human race, how could it have suppressed our Lord Sog? At that time Lord Sog killed the so-called Tower Master and snatched the position of the Tower Master. Yes, what Tower Master? There is a pile of rubbish in front of Lord Sog. They all have full confidence in the Demon Soge, and the Demon Soge is compared to Sota. The devil must be stronger to the next level. Therefore, even if Tianyun defeated Sota Demon God, it did not mean that he could kill Soge Demon God. The Sog Sama you said is sorry to have died. A voice came from the sky, making them all looking up. He found that Tianyun was just floating in the air. Yes, it's you. Impossible, Lord Sog can't die. You must be nonsense. Sog, how could adults die? Each of them didn't believe Tianyun's words, and they still believed that Soge must not die. Believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. Judgment. Tianyun did not waste time, but the experience card, there is a time limit. Even if it is a spiritual cultivation stage, he will not let go of one. In the next moment, a huge light of judgment just shrouded all areas of the 7th floor. Tianyun immediately judged all the beings on the 7th floor. Even if it was a human race, they would still be judged. Because the human race staying here is equivalent to colluding with them, Tianyun will not let go of these trash. Doppelganger. Tianyun's figure flashed, 3 avatars appeared immediately, and the 4, Tianyun, went to the evil spirit race rushed down there. Each raised an evil spirit sword and slashed in front. With his hand up and the knife fell. It was an evil spirit clan who died after practicing and turned into terror. Experience keeps going up. Even if it is the cultivation base of the Lingwang stage, with 262 times the experience, it still has a terrible effect. Ding! Successfully killed the evil spirit race. The 8th floor of the Spirit King period gained 4.5 billion experience points, 30,000 points of madness, and 12,000 points of evil. Ding! Chapter 837, Breaking Through the God King period. Ding! Successfully killed the evil spirit race. The 3rd floor of the Holy King period gained 18.4 billion points of experience, 80,000 points of madness, and 11,000 points of evil. Ding! Successfully killed the evil spirit race. The 6th level of the Spiritual King period gained experience. Ding! Successfully killed. A bunch of data popped up crazily, basically with billions of experience. 262 times the experience is really crazy. If this continues, upgrading will not be a problem at all. Tianyun kept killing frantically without stopping. This action scared many evil spirit races to run down the corridor, but their speed was as fast as Tianyun, and as long as they held on the edge of the corridor, no one could escape. With so much experience, how could Tianyun let it go? Especially the evil spirits who are still rubbish, it is absolutely impossible to let go. Accompanied by screams and screams, they disappeared, leaving behind a flood of experience. The whole process did not last long before the massacre was over. After clearing the 7th floor, he began to rush to the 6th floor. Without stopping for a while, he went to the 6th floor. There is not much time for the experience card, so he can't waste this opportunity. In the future, I don't know if there is any chance to earn a lot of experience. He believes that after clearing this wave, the powerful evil spirits in the underworld are basically gone. The situation in the heavens will be better, and there should be no powerful evil spirits. Because there are those 10 stars staring at the heavens, once the blood of the evil spirit race appears, they will immediately attack. This is the difference between having a device spirit and not having a device spirit. Those with a device spirit can be identified. Unless they have been hiding in a corner, they will be killed once they come out. Therefore, if this wave is flattened, there should be no major problems. After all, the largest heaven and underworld god kingdom had been destroyed by him. The biggest external forces have been beheaded, so the remaining are some shrimp soldiers and crabs. Continue to distribute the necklaces and it will not be difficult to clean them up. As his Tower Master, with the power of the Phoenix tribe, it won't be difficult to clean up the underworld. Followed him all the way crazily. From the 6th floor, there were many cultivators, watching Tianyun frantically purging these evil spirits. Because Tianyun changed the rules at will, their bodies will not be transferred to the 7th floor, but will die on the spot. After being beheaded, the original form will be exposed. The cultivators were shocked when they saw that after they died, it seemed to be indistinguishable from them but showed the characteristics of the evil spirit race. However, this proves that Tianyun did not kill the wrong person. They are really evil spirits. After cleaning the 6th layer, we will continue to clean the 5th layer. The layers were quickly cleaned up, and basically what everyone saw was a light and shadow passing by, followed by a lot of corpses on the ground. This speed allows them to see what the real Tower Master is. Ding! Congratulations to the player, Tianyun, for successfully breaking through the 1st floor of the King stage. Finally cleaning up to 5th when he reached the 1st level, he successfully broke through to the 1st level cultivation base of the King of God. This process is really too difficult. After killing many evil spirit races, it reaches the 1st level of the God King stage. Compared with the first few hundred experience, or thousands of experience, the gap between the 500 billion experience is terrifying. But this is natural. Even a normal cultivator who breaks through to the King stage requires unimaginable resources. Not only talents are needed, but countless resources are needed to be able to build a superpower. Did you break through? Tianyun showed a slight smile, but his movements did not slow down. On the contrary, compared to before, it will be more than 10 times faster, harvesting the lives of the evil spirit race at a faster and more terrifying speed. Wherever the evil spirits hide, they are of no use. Tianyun found them easily and killed them easily. Finally, when the first level is cleared, the time is up for the experience card. However, Tianyun has already killed a lot of people. He doesn't know how many evil spirit races he has killed, at least tens of thousands. How many tens of thousands are there? Of course, not much. However, they were scattered too much, and the clones could not be maintained for a long time, so that they could only be killed separately. It takes a lot of effort, it's a waste of time. But it was a waste of time, he had to kill. There is no other way. Even at the elder level, the number of trials is limited, and only the position of the Tower Master can be cleared at will. Otherwise, he had already let the Phoenix tribe and the descendants of the ancient Ming eradicate it, and it can be done easily. However, he didn't spend a lot of time now. It was all thanks to his breakthrough in cultivation, which suddenly increased his efficiency tenfold. Dead. Tianyun finally slashed down with a single sword. The last evil spirit family in the ancient god tower just die under his sword. The cleanup is complete, and all the evil spirit races are cleaned up. Is it finally over? Tianyun exhaled deeply. If they are all piled together, a sword, it is estimated that half of them will die if they go down, and they will definitely die after a few swords. The overall situation is acceptable. 262 times the experience is not wasted. Used here, it is the most perfect. It would be even more perfect if sorted demon gods were all beheaded together. But fish and bear's paws cannot have both. Who told him to be so poor now? Big brother Yi. Fan Xuanhuan and the others knew that when Tianyun came to the first floor, they all came here one after another. You are down? I have cleaned up all the evil spirits here. Tianyun looked at them and said, it's just me as the Tower Master, what do you plan to do? Now the most important thing comes, and that is the position of the Tower Master. Should he continue to sit in this position? Since the ancestors set the rules in this way, then you are qualified to become the Tower Master. You can continue to sit in this position, and you will lead us in the kingdom of God. Fan Hongdae stepped out respectfully. He was convinced by Tianyun's power. The key is that the ancient god king set the rules in this way and allowed the descendants of other god kings to become the Tower Master, so he should follow their advice. However, with Fan Hongdae's ability, there is still no way to become the tower owner, so the results are similar, and only Tianyun can become the tower owner. Tianyun looked at each other with firm gazes in each of them, which means that they are all convinced by Tianyun and look forward to being led by him. Such a powerful cultivation base can definitely rebuild the glory of the ancient god kingdom. After Tianyun pondered for a moment, he nodded and said, that's okay, I will sit in this position for the time being. If any of you are qualified, I will choose to abdicate. His thinking is different now. Instead of
waiting for the rabbit, it is better to clean up the evil spirits here and go to the ancestral land of the evil spirits.
Chapter 838. No upgrade package. Since Tianyun became the owner of the tower, he began to change the rules so that all the descendants of Ji Yuming have important roles. However, they did not choose to drive people out, instead they welcomed everyone to join. The ancient kingdom of the gods is now in great decline, and many people have been captured and swallowed by the evil spirits, resulting in few people. Therefore, a substantial expansion is required. As long as the standards are met, they can join. At the same time, the ancient Mengtian Tower is changed to enter and exit at will, and their access is not restricted. However, the flame brand will not be given at will. Before, the evil spirits could not get out easily. They used this rule to lure more powerful people to climb up. In the end, it is equivalent to a pig being fattened step by step, and when it climbs to a high level or dies on the way, it becomes an excellent food for them. Fan Hongdae will take care of the rest, which has nothing to do with him. Although he said that he was the Tower Master, but he did not directly participate in the management of the ancient god's tower. He came to the Tower Master's palace and began to calculate the spoils he had now. There are a lot of things obtained this time, especially since the cultivation level has been improved. It is almost time to start the upgrade package. The most important thing to break into a new realm is to open the upgrade package. Every time you get something good, I believe this time will definitely be no exception. This is an upgrade package that can only be obtained by breaking through to the cultivation base of the gods. If only a little thing is given, it is definitely not justified. Open the 81 upgrade package. Ding! Open the 81 upgrade package and get 150 times experience card, 20 times crazy value card, 20 times evil value card, mall 50% discount coupon, mall purchase frequency clear coupon, and open the ring equipment column 3 at the same time. Well, no. Where's the upgrade package? Tianyun was dumbfounded. The same thing as before has obtained quite amazing treasures, especially many brand new experience cards, plus mall discount coupons. These are very good. In particular, the mall purchase frequency clearing volume can clear the items purchased before, which means that the experience cards purchased before are quickly restored to the original price. This way, there will be no extremely low cost performance, which makes him happy for a while. It's just that when he saw that there was no upgrade package behind, he was immediately dumbfounded. This is a reward after each upgrade. Why is it gone this time? No one answered him. There was only silence around him. Is it possible to break through to the God King stage, even if you stop giving the upgrade package? Tianyun frowned, but he was relieved soon. If he doesn't give the upgrade package, he can't do anything. However, I usually don't expect to upgrade the gift package to make oneself rich. It is entirely dependent on killing the enemy's falling things to make a fortune. If the upgrade gift package can be used to turn over, that's fine. Immediately, he saw the current situation clearly. When he saw the experience that needed to be upgraded, he was a little relieved, and there was no situation that was very bad. It takes 600 billion experience to break through from the first level of the God King stage to the second floor of the God King stage, which is only an additional 100 billion experience. This is acceptable, at least not doubled. If it doubles, it would be vomiting blood. But 600 billion experience is also a terrifying value. If you don't combine multiple experience cards, you don't know when to kill. Ding! Successfully form an alliance with the Vashi Empire, gain 3 billion experience points, 300,000 crazy points, 150,000 proficiency. Following the sudden message of successful alliance, Tianyun nodded. It seems that they are still working hard, but they don't know how long it will take for the evil spirits to be completely eliminated. He believes that this time will not take too long to be fully resolved. Ding! The God General Hua UK successfully broke through, gained 800,000 points of experience, 10,000 points of madness, and 5,000 points of proficiency. Ding! The God will fall through the snow successfully, gain 600,000 points of experience, crazy value. Ding! The God will. This voice quickly popped up again. As long as the God will break through, he can gain a lot of experience. This has always been there, but it has recently appeared very ordinary. As the cultivation level increases, the experience gained will naturally increase. There is nothing for the time being. I should find something to do. He came to the material room. There are many elixir in it, all of which are extremely precious. Among them, the soul-gathering grass that he liked so much before is available in it. It's just that the experience gained now is really pitiful for him. Even if one can bring him 1 billion points of experience, it would take 600. 600 is not much. The question is there enough 600 souls? This is obviously not enough. There are a dozen or so at most, which is really not enough to stuff your teeth. Proficiency, full of alchemy mastery. Ding! Successfully consume 10 million proficiency points plus 5 million sin points value. Upgrade to the pinnacle of the alchemy master. Upgrading to the creator level alchemist requires 30 million proficiency. The sin value can be used as proficiency. He is now for the time being. The evil suit is not needed, so I will focus on alchemy first. Besides, he has enough sin value to buy other suits now, but the most powerful evil god suit, this one can't afford it temporarily. Start alchemy. Immediately, Tianyun began to frantically refine alchemy, refining all the materials that could be taken away. At least 6 levels of elixir are needed. He now needs to create a group of powerful cultivators, especially the 12 golden hairpins, which are now his main training target. Follow him to the crazy alchemy mode, and the grade must not be low, and those who can reach the 7th refinement will never refine the 6th refinement medicine level. This is the purpose of his upgrading to the pinnacle realm of the alchemy master. He can refine high-grade pill. The effect is more obvious. Under the day and night refining, Tianyun didn't know how many pills were refined, and most of the elixir had been exchanged in the material treasure house in front. Come out to refine the pill. Anyway, he will not be downgraded. He will only consume the value of the flame brand, so he will exchange it in large quantities. After refining the pill, he began to refine the evil spirit race necklace again, just like the mortal realm, in order to find out all the evil spirit race, so that they have no room for them. It is impossible to expect them to be good. In their bones, they have always had a desire for aggression, and they have been looking forward to their ancestors to rule the three realms, making it impossible for them to return to Kongliang. Unless their ancestral land is destroyed, it is impossible for them to return. While Tianyun was madly refining alchemy and refining tools, a new pattern of changes began to take place outside. Tianyun's prestige has spread to the area of the underworld, and it was even more
shocking to learn that he had a leg with the Phoenix clan.
Chapter 839 Evil Puppet. The three realms will soon usher in the era of comprehensive cleansing. Tianyun has created a large number of necklaces, which will soon be delivered to various areas, allowing them to completely eliminate the evil spirits. Especially the underworld is the most active. The millions of cultivators who have stayed in the ancient god tower have witnessed the evil deeds of the evil spirits. Let them know that this kind of clan must not stay, and they will not feel at ease if they stay with them. It's not that the three realms are extremely safe. At least when you're poor, you won't do anything to you. Or when you don't cause trouble, no one will be bored to kill. The evil spirit race is different. When your cultivation base is high, you swallow it inadvertently without knowing what is going on. At this time, there was an all-out resistance to the evil spirits, and it went very smoothly. Originally, Tianyun planned to use the power of the Phoenix clan to promote it, but now it seems unnecessary. The many cultivators who stay in the ancient god tower not only have a high level of cultivation, but also have a bit of status. After going out, the underworld exploded. After spreading to the heavens, its influence is very huge. When Tianyun learned of this information, he was taken aback. He didn't expect such rapid progress, which was a little beyond his imagination. Unexpectedly, the influence of the ancient god tower is so great that it can affect the entire underworld. Ming Ancient Mongshan Tower is located in a relatively remote area, but its influence is so amazing. He feels extremely relieved when he knows to go in a good direction, at least it can improve most of his alertness. After that, the refined pill was distributed, except for the 12 golden hairpins, the other parts were given to Fan Hongdae and the others. After all, what he took was the resources of the ancient god of the gods, and he would give it back more or less. He is still the tower master here, and he must contribute a little. In this state, time continues for several months. Combined with the necklace he gave, immediately let the underworld enter the clearing operation. Evil spirit bloodline, evil spirit bone, evil spirit soul. There are many in Tianyun's inventory. Such things are marked with the word rare. It is enough to prove that these things are not simple and can be very helpful. He only observed the materials after he was free. Evil spirit bloodline, it can be used as a material for refining artifacts. After being absorbed, it can obtain evil spirit bloodline and can be used as a material for making evil spirit puppets. Evil spirit bone, it can be used as a material for refining artifacts. It contains not weak energy. After absorbing it, it can improve the cultivation level. It is extremely suitable for practitioners with dark attribute physique. At the same time, it can be used as one of the materials for making evil spirit puppets. Evil soul, it can be used as a material for refining artifacts, and after absorption, it can strengthen the soul, suitable for dark attribute practitioners. It must be firm-willed to absorb it, otherwise it is easy to get lost or become violent. At the same time, it can be used as a material for making evil spirit puppets. These are all materials that can be used to make artifacts, and they can also be absorbed and practiced. Tianyun has no interest in this. He would not absorb it. Such a dirty thing, it really pollutes his body. It's just that he can't throw it away at will. He would rather sell it to the store than throw it away. If it were thrown away, it would be too wasteful. Evil spirit puppets. This is a bit interesting. He has a big idea about making evil spirit puppets, but he doesn't know what to do. What kind of evil spirit puppet has been made? This is a bit like the black dragon pets before. After finding a lot of materials, they can come out immediately after fusion. It's just that now his cultivation breakthrough is too fast. Before, those pets can only be placed in the empire as the patron saint. If you bring it by your side, there is no way to help fight. Of course, they are already extremely cruel now. When he kills the enemy, they can gain experience. After killing so many god kings, their cultivation bases also increased explosively. The lowest cultivation bases all have a virtual spirit stage level, and the highest reaches the Holy King stage level. Logically speaking, it should be higher. Because there are too many pets, the result is that experience will be shared out, so the cultivation base will not increase dramatically. Therefore, the pets of the Saint King period are only a small part, and at most they cannot exceed 1 slab. Soon he began to fuse the 3 materials together, and accompanied by a flash of black light, a figure appeared in front of him. With 4 arms, the cultivation base reaches the 5th level of the virtual spirit stage, and the cultivation base is not high. From the outside, they are really evil spirits. Basically they are exactly the same, there is no difference. It's just that it's not alive, it's just a puppet. Tianyun can manipulate the puppets at will. He can attack whatever he wants. After checking for a while, he found that there was a space inside the puppet that could accommodate him to hide in. This is a bit similar to the living space, which can accommodate a lot of people in it, so that you can stay in it to manipulate the puppets or hide from people. In addition, the puppet can use most of the martial arts of the evil spirit race, at least mixing with the evil spirit race. No one will find that this is not their own companion. This puppet is not bad, it can be mixed into that ancestral land. Tianyun's eyes lit up, but just thinking about it, he didn't know where the ancestral land was. Besides, with his current cultivation base, can he step down on the ancestral land? Leave this aside for the time being, let's deal with the matter here first. The puppet is good, but the cultivation base is too low. Tianyun thought for a while, continued to take out the evil spirit blood and other materials, and smash the puppet very roughly. Let this puppet devour these materials. Ding! Successfully swallowed the blood of the evil spirit, strengthened the blood of the evil spirit puppet, and reached the 6th level of the virtual spirit stage. Ding! Successfully swallowed the bones of evil spirits, and strengthened the power and defense of evil spirit puppets twice. Ding! Successfully swallowed the soul of the evil spirit, strengthened the soul of the evil spirit puppet, and can use stronger martial arts. Each has a different strengthening effect. If the 3 materials are taken separately and combined, it will become a puppet. If it is swallowed directly by the puppet, it will be greatly enhanced its power. Bloodline can improve cultivation, evil spirit bones can strengthen defense, soul can strengthen the power of martial arts. Choose a large quantity or a high quality choice. There is no doubt that it is the latter. Tianyun immediately smashed the materials into the puppet, and quickly improved all aspects of it. Ding! Successfully swallowed the blood of the evil spirit, strengthened the blood of the evil spirit puppet, and reached the 7th level of the virtual spirit stage. Ding! Successfully swallowed. Tianyun is not welcome at all. They all threw them in.
Swallowed by the puppets. Anyway, he has too many of these things, and he hasn't read it carefully before. Now it seems that he almost missed the best beater.
Chapter 840 New Mission. Ding! Successfully swallowed the blood of the evil spirit, and strengthened the cultivation base to the 7th level of the Holy King period. Finally, after devouring all the materials, the evil spirit puppet repaired in order to reach the 7th level of the Saint King period cultivation base, from the previous virtual spirit phase level to the 7th level of the Saint King period. Only 1 evil spirit's blood is needed in the front to raise a level, and in the back 2 or even 3 are needed. When breaking through to the Holy King period, more than 10 evil spirit blood materials are needed each time, and the materials can be said to be greatly increased. These materials were previously dropped by killing many evil spirit races, but this is defined by requirements. The cultivation base must be at the level of the virtual spirit stage, and the cultivation base below this level will basically not drop. Before, I felt that it had fallen so much, and I thought it would not be very useful. Now it seems that the usefulness is not only great, it is simply a super thug. From the 5th floor of the virtual spirit stage to the 7th floor of the holy royal stage, if there is still material, it will be no problem to pile it up to the God King stage cultivation base in one breath. Normal puppets are all made. They are basically fixed, and it can be said that they cannot be improved. Either it is remade, otherwise there will be no changes. His puppet has the effect of improving the cultivation base. If it can continue to strengthen, there should be no end to it. The premise is that there are so many materials, otherwise there is no way to quickly improve it. Yes, the 7th layer cultivation base of the Holy King period. The combat power is comparable to the peak level of the Holy King period. Tianyun stretched out his hand and patted the puppet. Even the fleshy feeling on it is so real. Even when facing those ancestors, it is impossible to recognize it as a fake. In the future, if you continue to kill the evil spirit race, you can definitely become a thug. Anyway, there are no bottlenecks. This kind of feeling is like getting the system. As long as you continue to kill, you can gain experience. The level of experience can be upgraded. There is no bottleneck. The problem lies in the number of kills. I believe that the materials that the evil spirit puppet needs in the later stage are definitely very many, so even if it can be enhanced all the time, it is not so easy to enhance. Soon he returned the evil spirit puppet to equip the artifact suit, and immediately gave this evil spirit puppet extremely powerful combat power. Even if it is facing a strong person at the first level of the gods, I dare not say that I can fight, at least I can hold it for a while. This is really a surprise. Tianyun nodded with satisfaction. As he continued to fiddle, a sweet sound suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Complete the main quest, unify the mortal world and eradicate all the evil spirits in the mortal world, get rewards for 40 billion points, crazy worth 5 million points, and evil worth 100,000 points. And won the new title of the King of the Mortal World. The King of the Mortal World. In the mortal world, the damage is increased 10 times. This terrible effect shocked him. He is considered the most powerful title he has ever seen. It can increase the damage 10 times. How can it not be strong enough? The former sanctioner can increase the damage twice, which is already quite good. But now with more than 10 times the damage, it is even more domineering. The fly in the ointment is that only in the mortal world can this effect increase. Will the entire mortal world be eradicated? Tianyun felt very satisfied. All of them the credit of many people. If not so many people are willing to cooperate with him, it is really difficult to achieve this effect. It is absolutely impossible to eradicate all evil spirit races in the mortal world by relying on the Tianyun Empire. The mortal realm is so vast, more or less hiding among the major forces, looking for the past one by one, how much manpower is needed. Because of unity, this result will appear. Ding! Successfully took on the main mission, unify the underworld and eradicate all the evil spirits in the underworld, and complete the reward 60 billion points of experience, the crazy value of 6 million points, and the evil value 800,000 stores, and won the brand new title of King of the Underworld. It can be said that the task is exactly the same, but the data is slightly changed, and the main content is unchanged. Finally we are going to this step. Tianyun was not surprised. When a unified mortal world appears, it must be there will be a unified underworld. After the underworld is unified, the unified heaven will surely emerge until he unifies the position of the three realms. This idea is no different from what he thought before. Even if there is no main mission, he will still choose to unify the three realms. All the high-level officials came to the 9th floor, ready to discuss one thing. Tianyun's voice spread throughout the ancient Mengtian Tower. Soon Fan Hongdae and Elder Ye from the Phoenix tribe all came up. Many of the Phoenix tribe have not left yet, they are all cultivating here. The environment here is good and it is impossible to leave immediately. Tower Master, what's the situation? Fan Hongdae and the others were sitting on the side, looking at Tianyun. I want to unify the underworld and clean up all the evil spirits at the same time. Tianyun said simply and rudely. Unify the underworld. They looked at each other and saw shocked glances from each other, unifying the underworld. I don't know how much for years, no one dared to say such a thing. But they now know that Tianyun has this power. Yes, but it is not a strong means to suppress them, and then completely return to me. It belongs to the alliance model. We are the leader of the alliance, and their country leader is the representative of the ally. Unless it's a critical time, I won't interfere with the slightest thing. Tianyun roughly said the situation in the world. After listening, everyone nodded. At first they thought it was a tough suppression, but now it seems that they think too much. No problem. The eradication of the evil spirit race has been going on. If you form an alliance with other kingdoms, there shouldn't be any problems. Fan Hongdae glanced at each other with Elder Ye, and said with a smile, "We will connect with the Phoenix clan together, it will definitely be a lot easier." That's right. Our Phoenix clan originally had great prestige, but now that God has made you the Tower Master, it will undoubtedly greatly increase prestige. Even if it is the first kingdom of the underworld before, you must obey your words honestly. Elder Ye and they are all very respectful. Tianyun is now an absolutely invincible existence, the only god of the three realms, who dares to be disrespectful. Then I'll leave it to you. If there is anything I can't deal with, let me go out in person. Tianyun said lightly, shocking their bodies. If Tianyun went out in person, it would not be solved by mouth, for fear of using force. When necessary, Tianyun must use force, and reunification is bound to be achieved. If you keep moving your lips, you can be unified, then there are no cultivators to speak of. When using force, they will never keep their hands. Soon they all left here quickly and went to implement the plan. There is no difference from the ordinary world, and they all want to be fully unified. The main reason is the kingdom of God is the main, followed by the empire, and the forces below the empire are not needed. As long as you are in alliance with the kingdom of God, you don't have to worry about those weak forces who dare not obey.
Chapter 841 Tianyun then focused on refining the evil spirit necklace as the heaven world would definitely need it in the future. While he was busy refining evil spirit necklace, a lot of notifications suddenly popped up. Ding! Successfully formed an alliance with Flowers City Divine Nation. Reward: 15 billion EXP, 500.000 CPs, 1 million mastery point. Ding! Successfully formed an alliance with Happy City Divine Nation. Reward: 5 billion EXP, 480.000 CPs, 950.000 mastery point. It has only been a few days after Tianyun sent the cultivators from the tower to inform the outside world about the alliance, and Tianyun was already notified about the birth of the alliance with some of the divine nations in Ghost World. Every faction was welcome to join, giving a surge of EXP to Tianyun. This wouldn't end anytime soon as the Ghost World had many factions, and more of them would join over time. Tianyun expected that he would level up at least once from the accumulated EXP that he got from the faction joining the alliances by the end of it. At the same time, 12 golden hairpin kept hunting the evil spirit race outside the tower, providing EXP for Tianyun and powering themselves up even more. Their cultivation rose dramatically over time, and with their increased power, they became more confident taking on the evil spirit race directly. It's almost time to go back, Tianyun said as he missed Heavenly Cloud's empire. He used his teleportation godstone to take him to Heavenly Cloud's imperial city directly. He appeared in an instant and surprised some street vendors in the area. In the conference hall of Heavenly Cloud's imperial city, so many people were gathering at the huge table in the middle. These people were cultivators with a high cultivation base, with the lowest being at Void Spirit stage, while the highest was at Saint King stage. But compared to the young-looking Void Spirit cultivator, all the Saint King stage experts were old men. Nobody knew how they could stay on mortal world as the power restriction was pretty harsh. Even so, the old man with the Saint King stage cultivation base was still able to live in mortal world without getting kicked to Ghost World or Heaven World. Now, other cultivators in the room were paying their respect to the old cultivators as they knew that the old cultivators were the strongest cultivator among them. But still, Xuanhuan sat on the end of the table, oozing her majestic aura, worthy of the acting leader of Heavenly Cloud's empire. Today is the first time that everyone gathers here. Now, first of all, I am very grateful to you all for joining the Heavenly Cloud's Empire's alliance. Xuanhuan said respectfully, drawing all attention towards herself. This is natural. How could we ignore Heavenly Cloud's Empire's alliances? A man said with a smile on his face.
It's natural to build a good relationship with the strongest empire on mortal world, but why did you call us today? Is there any pressing matter that requires the assistance of the alliance? Another asked curiously. Everyone felt the same way. Although they agreed to join the Heavenly Clouds Empire's alliance, they weren't expecting the Heavenly Clouds Empire to summon them right away. Furthermore, they felt slightly dishonored as Tianyun, the Emperor of Heavenly Clouds Empire, wasn't present. They were in the same position as him, the Emperor of an empire in mortal world, so they couldn't feel at ease while being led by a woman that was lower in terms of position than their own. In particular, everyone started assessing Xuanhuan and immediately realized that her cultivation wasn't as high as theirs. Her cultivation was still at Spirit King stage, while half of the people here were already stronger than that. These people didn't even stop to consider the matter of age whatsoever. It might be true that Xuanhuan wasn't as powerful as them, but she was definitely far younger than any of them. Maybe she wouldn't have a chance to win against many of these cultivators, but she would find it far easier in the future. Support us at N0 Velban. Com. I am sorry that Heavenly Cloud's Emperor couldn't come here today, but I will be here on his behalf to receive you here today. Xuanhuan said confidently. So, are you our manager for now? A man asked as he stood up. Yes, Heavenly Cloud's Empire was left in my hands until Heavenly Cloud's Emperor returns. Xuanhuan said confidently. The powerful Heavenly Cloud's Empire was being led by a female. Are you perhaps his woman? Another cultivator asked rudely. Yes, I am one of his women, but I don't see any problem with that. Xuanhuan was confused by all these questions. No, there is no problem at all. So, as the leader of the alliance is not here, you are responsible for directing us? An emperor asked. Yes, that is my responsibility here today. I also ask for the help of some ministers of Heavenly Cloud's Empire to assist us today. Xuanhuan said indifferently. Most of the people that she called to assist today were women, but they were extremely capable of handling their own tasks. Yue was one of them as she could organize everything. But the cultivators in the room began to show doubt, disregarding Xuanhuan as they thought Heavenly Cloud's Empire was tricking them and disrespected them by sending a bunch of women to lead the alliance. What problem do you have with a woman leader? Xuanhuan coldly asked as she noticed the animosity in the air. It was clear for anyone that Xuanhuan wouldn't bow down her head, even though she was talking to the leader of the empire that stood on the top of the mortal world. Chapter 842. 3 women came forward after Xuanhuan said that the Minister of Heavenly Cloud's Empire would help the alliance for today's meeting. Heavenly Cloud's Empire was an empire that was originally managed by women, so it was normal to see so many women taking the executive position. Furthermore, Xuanhuan has already become the leader of a faction since a long time ago. Coupled with the fact that she had an amazing cultivation base and she was the closest person to Tianyun, it was expected for her to take the helm of the empire while Tianyun was gone. Now, it wasn't the case for the great emperors that gathered here today. They didn't like to be ordered around by a group of women as they wanted to follow Tianyun. In their opinion, women weren't capable of leadership, and they truly believed that if this alliance was led by women, it would be reduced to a joke. I am not saying that women can't take control, but do you have the ability to manage so many empires in this alliance? Don't get me wrong, but we want to ally ourselves with Heavenly Cloud's Emperor. This alliance is worthless without him. One of the great emperor said coldly. That is true. If Heavenly Cloud's Emperor wasn't here, then we should listen to old ancestor Tianyun instead. He has the best cultivation base among us all. Another emperor said coldly. I agree with that. Old ancestor Tianyun has secluded himself for so long, but he used to be famous in the past. We should let the Tianyun Empire lead the alliance. Another emperor said excitedly. The emperors on the table nodded their heads one by one as they agreed that old ancestor Tianyun should be the leader of the alliance. They knew that Tianyun was strong and capable of destroying an empire alone, but old ancestor Tianyun should be more suited in this case as he is a Saint King expert. They knew that it wasn't normal for old ancestor Tianyun to stay in mortal world as he was already Saint King expert, but no one wanted to question him about it. Even so, old ancestor Tianyun just smiled through the entire ordeal, not muttering a single word. Xuanhuan glanced around coldly as she noticed that these people didn't come here to hear about the news she planned to convey but to seek power for their own faction. Heavenly Cloud's empire has worked hard to build the alliance. If the leadership of the alliance were handed to old ancestor Tianyun, it would just mean that these people could waltz through Heavenly Cloud's empire disrespectfully. Furthermore, Xuanhuan didn't even know who this old ancestor Tianyun really was. There was no way she would let this old man take advantage of the alliance. We already made it clear when we formed the alliance that Heavenly Cloud's empire would lead the alliance, and we wouldn't demand anything from any of you with that status, but in some critical situation, we would have you contribute to help the mortal world. Did you already forget the agreement we had when the alliance was formed? Xuanhuan asked coldly. We will call you Empress any time, but we should adapt to the situation at hand, no. Old ancestor Tianyun has the highest cultivation out of anyone in this hall, and he was highly respected as well. I don't see any problem with him becoming the leader of the alliance. If a critical situation ever arose in mortal world, I believe that old ancestor Tianyun would be able to take care of it too. One of the great emperors said with a smug look on his face. Yeah, I agree with that. Empress, you should adapt to the situation more. We just want to choose a strong person as the leader of the alliance. If you reject the offer right now, we wouldn't be happy about it either. The emperor said with a frown on his face. The other emperors began to shout as they also felt the same way about the current situation. Xuanhuan couldn't help but think that this situation has been orchestrated from the beginning. These emperors must have discussed everything beforehand. Xuanhuan couldn't think of any other reason why everyone would have the same idea on their mind. This is enough. Heavenly Cloud's empire is the leader of the alliance, and it won't change. It was already agreed upon when you all joined the alliance, and now, you want to take back your own words. I don't mind if you want to make old ancestor Tianyun the assisting lord, but the leader position is already absolute, and that is our Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. Xuanhuan said confidently. Everyone else still looked at Xuanhuan coldly. They didn't expect the woman would go this far to defy them. Girl, don't be so angry. I had already retired from the cultivation world for a long time, and I didn't know any problem or any difference that happened in mortal world during that time. I am aware that no one really knows who I was, but now that I have already chosen to join in the fray once more, it was a natural decision to hand the alliance leader position to me. I will lead the alliance better than Heavenly Cloud's emperor would be. He was still young, and he would be inadequate to control and manage the entire mortal world. Don't get me wrong, but I want to help out Heavenly Cloud's empire in the last bout of my life. Old ancestor Tianyun finally speaks after staying silent for so long. His tone was endearing, but the content of his speech was the exact opposite. In the end, he just wanted to be the leader of the alliance. He said that he would assist Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, but Xuanhuan knew better. She now realized that none of the emperor in this room took the alliance agreement to heart. But as they still argued about having old ancestor Tianyun lead the alliance, a figure walked in from outside indifferently. Oh, there are so many guests today. What is going on here? Tianyun said as he came in. He knew the gist of the situation here, and he didn't really want to deal with it now, but he couldn't ignore the frustrated look on Xuanhuan's face either. Chapter 843. Roll. The emergence of Tianyun let Xuanhuan shine in front of their eyes. Originally wanted to fight against them. It is really impossible, they use force. Even if they face a strong king, they are not afraid of it. The beasts of the country that have stayed here are so powerful that they are already terrible. Now they are still resting in the palace. They will not come out at random moments. If there is no guardian of the beast, they will not compromise. This is a matter of dignity and a matter of principle. When I first took advantage of it, I nodded one by one, but now I am letting a patriarch of my ancestors come to be the ally. What is this? No matter who you change, there will be great anger. Tianyun Emperor. The ministers around Xuanhuan stood up, including some emperors who supported Tianyun, and they all stood up. Before that, the dragon was here, but the situation was more serious. Too many emperors were willing to stand on the side of Tianyun ancestors, so that their retorted voice was too weak. Dozens of forces, big and small, are here, and most of them support Tianzhong's ancestors. How can they not help them? Originally, I wanted to start a meeting, but it became a power. On the other side of Tianzhong's ancestors, they did not get up and greeted them. They all looked at Yi Tianyun's body. This time they supported Tianzhong's ancestors, and they definitely had an attitude toward Yi Tianyun. You are Tianyun Emperor. Tianzhong ancestors looked at him up and down, his eyes flashing. I am a young hero, I will sit on the position of the great emperor at a young age, and the power can harden a few empire. I have to say that we the older generation is really old. Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay attention to him. He came straight to Xuanhuan and smiled at her, saying that everything has his own, don't worry. Xuanhuan nodded, she did not worry. Tianzong's ancestors saw that Yi Tianyun did not respond to himself. He had an angry anger in his eyes and felt very uncomfortable. I was disregarded by a sacred king who was a strong man. Followed by Yi Tianyun, he sneaked a glimpse of them, and said indifferently, I don't know what the agreement is. Is the seat of the Lord sitting by me? As for the person I designate, it is my own business. I have already said it earlier, not without saying it clearly. Before signing an agreement with them, it is already clear. Yi Tianyun is definitely the ally. Xuanhuan may not be the vice president, but the power is equal to the vice president. If Yi Tianyun is not here, Xuanhuan will manage it all. If there are multiple deputy heads, the issues that can be discussed together. This is no problem. Now that a group of people signed the agreement, they also took advantage of it. Now it is not funny to say that someone is an ally. Tianyun the Great, the agreement we have seen, this is true. But it is in the case that Tianzhong ancestors did not go out. Now Tianzhong ancestors have gone out. I think in the world, Tianzhong old ancestors are more suitable to lead us. Yes, I agree very much. All of them agreed, and they felt that it would be most appropriate for Tianzong's ancestors to lead them. Tianzhong ancestors showed a satisfied smile. This is his home, not the home of Yi Tianyun. I said, the content of the agreement is like this. Yi Tianyun gently knocked on the table and said indifferently, if you don't follow it, give you a chance to return everything. As for the martial arts we gave, then please abandon the repair. The plain tone is to say something that is extremely overbearing. Immediately after they bombed, they immediately opposed it. This is impossible. We are thinking about the alliance, not against the agreement. It is absolutely impossible for us to go back. Yes, we are all thinking about the alliance. I didn't expect it to be a wolf. We will never agree, especially if we are led by a group of women, we are even more reluctant. They strongly oppose one by one, and Tianzhong ancestors support them, and the bottom is naturally not weak. I don't want to say the second time, my words are absolutely authoritative, I don't need you to help me correct. Give you two choices, either obey, or return something, it's that simple. Yi Tianyun said coldly. He is too lazy to talk about what is wrong with the ghosts, let alone the grandiose reasons, to make it clear that Tianzhong ancestors become the ally, so that they can get more benefits. This is a ghost, can he not know? What old qualifications, these are fart. Young people, can you know what you are doing? As an alliance, you should listen to the opinions of most people. This is what a lord should have. Young people, there are many things you should learn. The celestial ancestors looked at him indifferently. The position of the lord is not for you. You should first be a vice president, and learn from me for a while. Tianzhong ancestors did not have any patience, and began to feel a little uncomfortable, and chose to force the palace. Sorry, I will not listen to the opinions of most people. My statement is one, and the second is two. If you don't follow my orders, can you roll? Yi Tianyun's words are full of extremes. Overbearing. Tianyun Emperor, you are too arrogant. Even if you are young, the strength is good, but in the face of Tianzhong ancestor you have not qualified for arrogance. Yes. Don't be too arrogant. Tianzhong ancestors are caring for you, want to nurture you well, but you didn't expect you to appreciate it. We will support Tianzhong's ancestors anyway. If Tianyun Emperor does not agree, then please leave this alliance. They are more than one arrogant,
The original alliance was formed by Yi Tianyun, but now it has been driven away. It is simply blood. Roll. Yi Tianyun spit out a word coldly. A violent wave slammed into the past, and a dozen or so emperors who opposed him, including Tianzong ancestors, were immediately shaken out by this horrible force, one by one directly by this force. Give shock to the blood. When Ren Long looked stunned, he spit out a scrolling word, so many people were shocked. The key is that Tianzong's ancestors were repaired by the Holy King, so they were all shaken. One by one slowly climbed up. They were filled with shock. How is Tianyun Emperor so powerful? Tianzong ancestors are equally stupid, and they have no ability to resist. Your Majesty. Yi Tianyun spit out 2 words, and the pressure of terror was suppressed, so that they just stood up and immediately slammed on the ground. The power of terror made them unable to stand up and slammed on the ground, including the ancestors of the day. It seems that you don't want to follow my orders. Very good. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Don't rely on a garbage king to be arrogant in front of me. I really don't know where you are ignorant and ignorant. In heaven and in the underworld, a layer of the Holy King's period was repaired to a level, like the cabbage on the street, and I was slaughtered by me. I didn't mean anything. Yi Tianyun's words made them feel cold and could not help but tremble. Chapter 844 Killing the Sacred King is as easy as killing a chicken and a dog. Even now it is easy to kill the king. This is the ghost of the ancestors, in front of him with garbage, especially in the first layer of the Holy King. With his current cultivation, the repair of the first layer of the Holy King is not as good as the original forging period. Now let a group of people kneel in front of them, so that many of the great emperors who choose to support the Tianyun Empire have wiped their sweat. Fortunately, they are determined to be firm. If they really choose to stand on the side of Tianzong ancestors, then they will die. Nowadays, a group of great emperors are kneeling in front of them, and they want to get up. Either they are kneeling, or they are kneeling and choosing. Whether it is your majesty or your majesty, it is extremely humiliating. Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay attention to their thoughts. Before they did, it would be very good not to kill them immediately. What kind of money? What is hello? In fact, our shit. Whose fist is big? This is the king. Moreover, Yi Tianyun is not a tyrant, knowing how to deal with state affairs. However, it is certainly not that some of the great emperors have to manage well, so he will be given the power to let his hands go. If you do everything yourself, you are already exhausted. Or he died long ago, because the repair is too low, so he will be killed by the enemy. This is the real cruel reality, and it is also a failure to concentrate on ruling one's own empire. If it is devoted to ruling the country and there is no enhancement in cultivation, then it is also a failure. If there is no strong person to sit in the town, then management is no better, at most it is nothing to be a wedding dress for others. Tianzong's ancestors had cold sweat on their foreheads. He finally knew that he was competing with what existed. He only forced him to death. Representing Yi Tianyun's cultivation is absolutely powerful to the sky. At least there are 7 or 8 layers of the Sacred King period to repair. Otherwise, how can you rely on the momentum? You can put them to death. There are so many strong kings in the field. The one-off suppression is complete. This means is shocking. Tianyun Emperor. We are wrong. We are just a moment of fascination. Not at all trying to do it right with you. Yes. We never thought about doing the right thing with you. We just want to do something for the League. We are absolutely loyal. We will fulfill our previous commitments and absolutely abide by the agreement. They rushed to admit mistakes one by one. They are willing to let Tianzong ancestors become the lords. To a large extent, they are too strong in the ancestors of Tianzong. They must be the priority to cultivate. Even if Yi Tianyun really understands the country, they are willing to let Tianzong ancestors be the ally. It is the only thing that is cultivated. What is the cure of the country? What is a conspiracy? A slap in the face of shooting you. What conspiracy tricks or fart? Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay attention to them. They turned to look at Xuanhuan and they said, "Let's continue. I listened to your meeting. Tianyun Emperor, you are back. You have already personally presided over with you." Yi Yue said respectfully. "I don't know much about what you want to talk about. I have been doing the pickpockets. I will do it by you." Yi Tianyun said with a hand. That's good. Now I'm going to talk about the evil spirits. Shi Shuiyan nodded. In this work, Yi Tianyun did not know the details, so he could only listen to it. Immediately, Shi Shuiyan said something like this item. Generally speaking, there is still no corner to go. What is the handling of the evil spirits? There are also a lot of empire layouts. These have to be arranged. Each work is well organized, and there is no problem at all. The group of great emperors on the side can only listen to each other, and the more they are shocked. Because Shi Shuiyan said the work situation they said, it can be said to be quite perfect, much better than the ministers on their side. The ministers on their side, they do not say what to do, they are all kinds of flowers, or all kinds of leisure. Never do a good job in which aspect, or waiting for orders. If they are not here any day, at most, they will remain as they are, where it is like Shi Shuiyan, knowing where to expand and where to strengthen. In particular, they are still a bunch of women, and management matters are indeed beyond their imagination. They can only lie on the side, and they don't dare to speak. They worry that if they meet the meeting of Shi Shuiyan, they will not be killed by a slap. Tianzhong ancestors now do not know what to say. He is full of fear, very worried about being beaten to death by Yi Tianyun. He finally came out of retreat and repaired it as a breakthrough to the level of the Holy King. So he died, how can he be willing? Soon their meeting was over, and the group of emperors on the side, so now. The other empires on the side were sweating in the bottom of their hearts, so many emperors were so on the side listening to them and saying no one believed. Only Yi Tianyun can do this step. Tianyun, what do you think of our plan? Shi Shuiyan asked with a smile. Yi Tianyun squinted and listened. When asked, he smiled and replied, it's perfect. If you manage it for me, it is estimated that the Tianyun Empire will collapse. You manage very well. The world depends on how much you manage. He will still be a shopkeeper, but he does not want to participate in politics. Shi Shuiyan looked at him with his eyes, and the eyes of, I understand you, in the beautiful eyes all nodded and promised. Just how do the great emperors deal with them now, so that they are always on the sidelines? Yi Tianyun turned to look at the great emperors who were lying on the ground. They all showed an apologetic and flattering expression, for fear that Yi Tianyun would slap himself to death. Before giving you two choices, now I will give you two choices again. Yi Tianyun looked at them indifferently. The first is to sign the slave vows. Generally there is nothing, I will not let you do something. What's the matter? The second choice is to die. You choose it yourself. My patience is limited. If you think too long, you can choose the second choice directly. This answer made them all shocked. They also thought that Yi Tianyun would let go of themselves. After all, so many emperors are here, everyone is not low. Now they are frightened by a word, either as a slave or as a dead, without a third choice. They are now repenting in the intestines. They believe that Yi Tianyun can definitely do it, and kill it. The top-ranked empire, saying no, is gone, killing so many of them, this is not a problem. As for what waves to pick up, facing a strong person, it is really impossible to say a word. Chapter 845 Yi Tianyun's two choices, let alone they, even deeply shocked oneself on their own side, could not help but feel that their great emperor is enough domineering. If you think about their previous treatment, even if you compromise later, you may overwhelm their power. I think they all feel very angry. It is obvious that they have spent a lot of money to build the alliance, but they are being enjoyed by people. How can they tolerate it? They all know Yi Tianyun's temper, and the rewards and punishments are clear. Since these guys do this kind of behavior, they have to pay the price. The slave is affirmative, so that it will be obedient. Dogs will be obedient. As for these white-eyed wolves, they would rather kill if they don't make a vow. It will be a scourge. It is very likely that when the evil spirits are killed, they may turn their backs. I am willing to make a slave vow. The emperor immediately expressed his position, and they did not want to die. Who is calling the wrong team? This is the case with the wrong team. I am willing to make a slave vow. I am. When one starts to stand up, there is a second one that is willing to stand up. They can only make a slave vow to swear by their heads. They only hope that Yi Tianyun will not let them do anything. Just doing so is tantamount to being an empire. But there is no other way. They don't want to die. When one stood up and signed the slave vows, some people began to struggle to resist. I don't want to make a slave vow. I will never be a slave. Even if I die, I don't want to be a slave. If you really kill us, you will become a tyrant in the world. Hey! When the emperor did not finish his speech, he turned into a pile of blood mist floating in the air, and there was no leftover of the dead slag. Say killing and killing, there is no hand at all. Tyrant. This is not a tyrant's problem at all. If it is not for you to provoke me, I am not happy. Do you think I will do this? I am so eager to take all kinds of resources to form an alliance with you, and now I will be against you one by one. Leave you one life, it is to give you face. Yi Tianyun said. I really want to be said to be a tyrant. I have no opinion, it is better than being said to be a weak emperor. Yi Tianyun did not care about the reputation, especially if he really listened to their words, but they were gracious to them. That is not his behavior style. This move scared the other great resistance, the courage, and immediately rushed down and said that he would make a slave vow. When one is willing to make a slave vow, Tianzong's ancestors also sighed. I am also willing to make a slave vow. He finally chose to bow his head and bowed to a strong man, not a ridiculous thing. The gap between the two is too big, and it is not ridiculous to choose to bow. No, I am not interested in making you a slave to me. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. What? Tianzong ancestors stupid, and they struggled to make a decision to make a slave vow. This is a shame for a lifetime. Don't you hear clearly? I am not interested in making you a slave. You will die this time. Yi Tianyun said plainly. The other great emperors are dumbfounded. This is a strong king of the sacred king. It is very cost-effective to be a slave. Yi Tianyun, does this undoubtedly equals the stunned mind? Is it over-exaggerated? I am a strong king. Do you want to use it? Tianzong ancestors did not believe in their ears, wondering if they were wrong. The king of the kings. Yi Tianyun sneered. A strong king is really good. More good, but you just showed me a killing. This is the point. You are not even qualified as a slave. Show me, I will never let go of killing. Everyone in this group understands what is going on. In the end, it is the love of Tianzong's ancestors is too much, and even the death of Tianyun Emperor is revealed. Isn't that looking for death? Tianzong's ancestors thought about it, still not willing to say, I have made a vow of slavery, even if it is no longer possible, it is not good for you. I dare say in the world, can be higher than me, definitely not more than one palm. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. It seems that you have not heard what I just said. He clapped his hands, and immediately 2 black dragons and a huge snow wolf king fell from the air. Just fell, and a wave of air made them fly fast. The level of the 5 or 6 levels of the Holy King period is completely exposed, and I do not know how much stronger than the Tianzong ancestors. They all looked shocked at this time, and the 3 pets were all repaired at the level of the Holy King. Is this a mistake? You don't even have a pet for me. It's a waste of food. Yi Tianyun waved his hand, and with a bang, Tianzong's ancestors were shocked and so dead. Everyone took a sigh of relief and his eyes were extremely complicated. If you can, they want to slap a few slaps and swell their faces. The pets of the Tianyun Empire have a stronger cultivation than the ancestors of Tianzong. They also brains and rushes to the ancestors of the heavens, which is simply a brain pumping. You tell me, Tianzong ancestors made a promise with you. Yi Tianyun looked at them and asked. He said that it will give us benefits. When it comes time, let us sit in a higher position. After he becomes an ally, the resources of the Tianyun Empire can be shared with us. After all, after becoming an ally, the Tianyun Empire as a member of the League can't do nothing. After making a slave vow, ask what to answer. Very good. Not only the courage of Tianzong ancestors is good, but your courage is bigger enough. Yi Tianyun sneered. Give you a mission to destroy the Tianzong Empire. Yes. They rushed to get up, ready to eradicate this day of the empire. A good Tianzong Empire was stunned by the interests. It is not desirable. Looking at the back of their departure, Yi Tianyun licked his head, and the little hand of Shi Shuiyan gently stroked his head and helped him gently squat. The alliance has just been completed, and there are so many things that happen. Some people have started to think. Yi Tianyun shook his head. Yes, we originally thought about this problem, so we gathered to discuss it. Who knows that they have already discussed it? That is, to look at our resources, and to use the excuses of the alliance, to ***** it. Shi Shuiyan helpless said. Just you are back, even if you have not returned, we will handle this matter as well. Yi Tianyun grabbed her into her arms and watched her smile. I can't know your skill. Who is not afraid of you? Hey, you are not afraid of me. Shi Shuiyan wrinkled a frownful nose. That's because you are my woman. Afraid of what you do. After he said that, he gently lifted the chin of Shi Shuiyan, he kissed it. No one is there, but Shi Shuiyan can be shy to get into the hole. Chapter 456. After Yi Tianyun came back, he did not rush to go, but he was warm with Shi Shuiyan and carefully understood the situation here. When he came back to see Shi Shuiyan, it was a bit more, but he was going back to check the situation here. Everything in the world is truly unified. Even if it is allied together, the internals are not dominated by the Tianyun Empire, so there is no consensus. Fortunately, the experience is still calculated, or else he will lose money. Under the detailed introduction of Shi Shuiyan, the current situation is generally not very different. After all, the alliance does not classify all power as its own. Just let them join the alliance and fight against the evil spirits together. The evil spirits are the general mobilization to confront, that is, the alliance is not united. Now that Yi Tianyun is back, he will immediately unite the alliance. Everyone has made a vow of slavery, and it is difficult to want to be united. There is basically nothing left in the rest, and everything goes according to the plan that was previously set. It only needs to be aligned, and no dictatorship is needed. He did this a lot to fight against the evil spirits, but the rest did not think much. It's almost like it. It's time to go there and see what happens. Yi Tianyun flew to Balian, and he did not use the transmission of the ***** stone, only the necessary moments will be used. Now at his speed, he can arrive very quickly, so there is no need to waste it. Soon he came to Balian, and Balian's situation is now booming, thanks to the results of his care. Since as the guardian of the suppression here, I will certainly not treat them badly. All kinds of good resources will be given to Balian. Yi Tianyun swept his eyes and did not bother with them. When the figure flashed, it disappeared in the same place, and the next moment appeared in the secret room. He moved directly in, so there is no need to dig into the tunnel. Well, young people, are you coming again? The ancient monument in Tianyun town woke up. When I saw Yi Tianyun coming over, he looked up and down in amazement. I can't see your cultivation. Is it your repair? For yes, I broke through to the king of the gods. Yi Tianyun replied casually. What? Tianyun town's ancient monument was stupid. He did not expect that in such a short period of time, Yi Tianyun had successfully broken through to the king of the gods. It took only a long time to complete the calculations. It could have been 100 years, and now it will take more than a year to achieve this effect. How can it not be shocking? If it continues to do so, is it even more horrible at that time? There is no problem with killing this evil-spirited ancestor. Don't care, I want to feel the power of this guy and see what level 1 have reached. So I can have a mental preparation to estimate the next plan. Yi Tianyun came to the ancient monument in Tianyun town. Well, no problem, I can let your sense of soul go in and be able to detect his situation. But everything must be careful. If he is reversed, it will have an impact on you. Tianyun town ancient monument reminded. Immediately, Yi Tianyun reached out and covered the rock, and soon his trace of soul was guided into it. The next moment, his soul enters the special space inside, and it is dark. Looking up, I found a huge cage in front, and it was the evil spirit's ancestors who stayed inside. 8 huge arms were nailed to the hard wall. Each arm was nailed to the wall by a dozen large nails, and the legs and body were the same, and they were nailed to the strong by the dense nails. It looks so creepy that it can't kill him. I have to say that this is too horrible. These nails are not ordinary nails. They are all artifact-level nails, each of which is custom-made. The above is engraved with dense lines of gods, so when a number of nails are connected together, it forms an absolute suppression. Otherwise it would be impossible to suppress him by the number of artifacts. Yulong Demon. The 8-layer cultivation of the King of the Gods has a super healing power and belongs to the blood of the royal family of the evil spirits. Super healing ability, super soul strength, super body. Under the super healing ability, it is difficult to kill. Even if the head is cut down, it will not die easily. Only when the soul is destroyed can it die completely. Weakness. Just to the sun flame, destroy his soul. The comprehensive combat power is judged to be dangerous, reaching 100 billion combat power, sealed state. Shock. In the state of being sealed, it still maintains 100 billion combat power. If you let him out, you can imagine how terrible it will be. Then the horrible cultivation can still be suppressed here, and I have to sigh the power of the gods. It must be a trap, and positive confrontation is unlikely. It can be suppressed by various means. It would be too difficult to kill him. The blood of the evil spirits of the royal family has an immortal soul, and the 3 kings of God are helpless. Can only choose to suppress. Think it is terrible. Nowadays, Tianyun's repair is a breakthrough to the first stage of the gods. In the face of this dragon, the demon feels a little pressure. But overall, it is still relatively general. Because this combat power is not too strong for him. Once he breaks through that level, he is fearless as long as it is not against the sky. The purpose of his coming in is very simple. He will test the strength of this guy. If he feels acceptable, he wants to kill now. This guy stays for 1 day, and it is dangerous for 1 day. It is definitely best to click and kill early. Kid, it's you. The dragon ***** woke up, and the hoarse voice can clearly hear the resentment. It has been suppressed for so long, and everyone is full of resentment. Yes, it is me. Tianyun walked in, and when he stood in front of this solid cage, the pressure was even greater. It is worthwhile to have the blood of the royal family, and the terrible power is really amazing. The huge body is almost the same as the demon ***** that I have seen before, and even bigger. Compared with those, this guy is more dark. The most important thing is that there is a huge black crystal on the forehead. It looks absolutely nothing. Then you will give me to die. Yulong Demon screamed at Tianyun, and burst into flames, trying to smash the soul of Tianyun. Come on. Tianyun Town's ancient monument hurriedly wanted Tianyun to recover, so as not to suffer heavy losses. Tianyun squinted and slightly mobilized the power of the body. In an instant, the silk soul he came in immediately became powerful and radiated a burst of golden light. Boom! When the horrible air surge came over, he was smashed into 2 pieces by his body and rushed to the side. After a while, this is enough to smash the attack that was repaired below the Holy King's period, and there is no use for him. Chapter 847 inches. The buzz is good, it's still a little worse. Tianyun sorted out the clothes on his body. In fact, there was nothing messy about it. It was no different from before. He was only saying that this snoring had no use for him. However, if you change to a low level, the incoming soul will surely break down under this shackle. Because it is a trace of soul, even if it is smashed, the problem is not very big, but it is still necessary to take a rest for a while. The dragon ***** looked at the small human race in front of him, and there was a bit of shock in his eyes. He was trapped here, but the general practitioners who came out of the power could not afford it. If you want to hold it, you need at least the peak level of the Holy Week, otherwise you may be able to withstand your own strength. Even if it is the peak level of the Holy King, it is impossible to resist so easily, meaning that the teenager in front of him is repaired at least for the period of the king. Such a young god, the strong man, let his eyes shoot a fine man, more is still a desire to swallow. Being able to swallow a life of ***** is definitely a great help to himself. Kid, do you want to kill me when you come in? Then come and kill me. You are so strong. Killing can't kill me, can only trap me. What is this skill? Give me some time, wait. After I went out, I swallowed you up. Yulong Devil looked at him and laughed, his eyes filled with contemptuous eyes. To put it plainly, he looked down on him. Tianyun stood outside the cage and looked at him. He didn't know that the other side wanted to seduce himself. If he was inside the cage, the dragon and the devil could do a lot of hands and feet. If one devours his soul, the power must increase, and even get out of the suppression here. I have to say that the suppression here is very perfect. Whether it is a lot of nails, or this huge cage, or the chain tied to him, these are the forces that suppress him. But even with the horrific suppression, there was still a lot of power released just now. If you go in, you are likely to die. Yes, so, I really have some interest. It seems that you have been trapped inside for a long time, and your head is not normal. Tianyun smiled, the figure disappeared in place, left this space. After Tianyun went out, he said to the ancient monument of Tianyun town, "Let me go in, let me take a moment." After he went in and observed it, he was now within his own acceptance, so he decided to go in and fight the dragon and leap. Especially now that he is trapped inside, the power is greatly suppressed, and he does not worry that the other party can counteract himself. Moreover, his card is quite a lot, and he will slip away when he moves. Where can he catch himself? This is too dangerous. If he goes in, he will not know what will happen. Tianyun town's ancient monument shook his head and refused. Tianyun is his half-master, but he does not want his master to enter the dangerous area at will. This is the difference between the magic and the spirit. The spirit is intelligent and can know how to do it right. Do not worry, I have a number in my heart, otherwise I will not force it. Besides, is it not that you suppress this? It is a little bit wrong. You just drag me out. Tianyun said. After a few moments of silence in Tianyun town, I nodded. Well, everything should be done with care. This guy is scheming, and his ability is not known. It is possible to kill it suddenly. Well, of course I know this. Tianyun nodded. Immediately, the ancient monument of Tianyun town moved him to the space. This time, even the body went in, meaning that if it was attacked, it would not be as simple as hurting the soul, but it would be ruined together. With the body just entering, after the Longyu demon saw it, the eyes suddenly brightened. I thought that you fled directly. It turned out that there was a bit of courage to come in. Longyu devil's eyes are full of surprises. The other party is willing to come in, he must be happy. Tianyun walked out of the cage step by step, so he stood here and looked at him, and immediately lifted his foot and entered the cage. Followed by a layer of water ripples, so came to the cage. Immediately after coming in, I felt the pressure of stress everywhere, even if it was nailed to the wall. This Longyu demon is still without a little bit of security, and the terrible power is released from the body. Watching it up close, seeing the intensive nails, it is so nailed to him. Due to the strong healing ability, the wound has long been bleeding. When he had just entered the moment, the dragon leaps in the eyes of the demon god, and the power of the body immediately burst out, covering the area. Not good. Tianyun town's ancient monument immediately noticed that it was not quite right. He immediately wanted to adjust the power to move Tianyun out, but the Longyu devil's body released a circle of power and shrouded Tianyun. Inside, the power of the ancient monument in Tianyun town suddenly disappeared, but was blocked. It means that Tianyun is locked inside and can't get out of it. The small area of the spirit, dare to arrogant in front of me. Suppressing me here, not your little instrumental spirit, but these arrays of nails. I think your strength can still completely control here, it's too naive. Longyu devil laughed, and looked down at Tianyun at high altitude. I didn't expect to wait for so long. Finally there was food coming in, and it was still a perfect food. The young god's level was repaired. Hey, after eating you, break through here just around the corner. I did not expect to be nailed here. Longyu devil can burst out such terrible power. Even the strength of the ancient monument of Tianyun town can withstand. It seems that these years have been trapped here. Not only have not weakened, but can gradually become stronger. Is it? Tianyun stood still with a calm expression. He already knew that Longyu devil would have some tricks, otherwise he would not provoke himself to come in. However, he just came in, only because he is confident in himself. After coming in with the eyes of exploration, I knew that I was not qualified enough for the demon dragon. The courage is good, quite calm. But I am really a lot of people who are calming this pretense. Do you think that I am trapped here? I thought I could not do anything to you. It is too naive. I've seen stupid things, I've never seen that stupid. Even the gods of the gods can't deal with me. Just rely on your kid, can you deal with me? If you want to be a hero, this method has to be said to be the stupidest I have ever seen. But because of your stupidity, it will give me hope of going out in advance. Then I really have to thank you very much. Wait for me. Will taste yours. Immediately, the Long Yu devil opened his mouth and sneaked at Tianyun, and an amazing suction rolled up to him, like a horror tornado. Chapter 848 Long Yu devil's hands and feet can't move, but the mouth can release the horrible suction, directly covering the surrounding of Tianyun. Want to give him a mouth. The giant nails in the dragon and the devil, so that he could not grasp Tianyun by hand, can only be swallowed through the horrible suction. However, this power is still very amazing, not to mention the practitioners, even the huge mountains and mountains will be swallowed up. Tianyun immediately felt a burst of suction around the sky. Just let the other side extract. He stood in the same place without movement, as steady as a rock, standing on the ground, did not move half a step. This is your skill. Tianyun looked at him and scorned. The ancient monuments of Tianyun town, which have been paying attention to here, have been shocked. Tianyun has nothing at all, and he has a well thought out expression. The Longyu demon gods have been shocked, and in order to be able to swallow Tianyun, it can be said that they have exhausted their efforts. I thought it would be successful in one fell swoop. Who knows that there is no way to swallow it up? Tianyun has nothing at all. This is obviously beyond his expectations. He thinks that his terrible suction, even if it is a layer of cultivation in the king's period, is a bit unbearable. Even if it is not absorbed, it will at least move a little. However, Tianyun does not move, so stand in the same place, like a meteorite. As everyone knows, Tianyun has already applied the sacred gods, and the horrible gravity of the Sot devil in the second layer of the king of the gods has been suppressed. The cultivation of Longyu devil is not weak, but it is impossible to him up by suction. After a while, Longyu demon stopped swallowing, and his expression was terrible. No wonder it will come in. The original thing is not small. Have the ability to unlock the nails on my body, and I am fighting with me. Longyu devil Shen Shen. When are you an idiot? Tianyun sneered. I don't think other people are as idiotic as you are. A strong man who has been repaired by 8 layers of the king's king will be worse than his own god. To the calculation, do you say that you are an idiot? What are you talking about? Longyu devil was furious, swaying his arm in madness. The wall began to sway, the giant nails on the top moved slightly, and the above-mentioned gods released the light, and pressed him to the wall. He couldn't help but say that someone said this. His cultivation was originally able to crush everything, but it was a calculation. This is a great humiliation for him. Now he is mentioned by Tianyun and immediately becomes angry. Under the wrath, the giant nails on the shaking arm followed by the blood leaking out, and I can imagine what the anger is. Can't hear clearly. I said that you are an idiot, just a fool. Tianyun chuckled and jumped up and turned into a mountain like a dragon to the past. Boom. The dragon leap was sunk by the impact, and if the wall was hard, the wall would be collapsed. Oh, Longyu devil spit out a blood, and the terrible impact caused him damage. Just after being hit, the huge body quickly began to heal. The super healing ability is quickly presented here. Haha, useless. Just hit it. Just squat. You can kill me, then you can win. Longyu devil laughed, and his eyes were full of excitement. It's really hard enough, but I won't kill you so urgently, I will kill you slowly. So much experience, how can I waste it? Tianyun looked at him up and down, his eyes showing a few points insidious expressions come. Experience. Longyu devil stunned, do not know what Tianyun is saying, including the ancient monument of Tianyun town. I do not know what Yi Tianyun said. Upgrade the gods. Hey, successfully deducting 5 million proficiency, upgrading the gods to the middle-class martial arts. Followed by a hand attached to the huge body of Long Yu Devil, the horrible suction is immediately released from the hand, engulfing the energy of the Dragon Leap God. He has not used this kind of martial arts for a long time. He has been too many strong people before, and it is impossible to swallow it one by one. This is too time-consuming, and now the gods are reborn. He has a lot of time now, and there is basically no other thing to do. The only major evil now is the Long Yu Devil. As long as you kill the dragon and the demon, there will be no problem for the time being. The rest is to destroy all the evil spirits of the three realms, then the bane of the three realms is over. In the end, it is to unify the three realms, so as to strengthen the cultivation, so as to fight against the evil spirits who are preparing to invade. Therefore, he now has a lot of time to slowly absorb the dragon and demon, and drain his energy. Yi Tianyun did not believe that he swallowed him a little bit. How can he resist? No matter what life, if there is no energy, then nothing can be done. This includes the soul. Yi Tianyun guessed that there is a lot of energy stored in the Long Yu Devil to allow him to survive until now, in order to heal himself quickly. What is it? He is still not clear. Anyway, as an upgrade to engulf his experience, he is right, a little bit, not in a hurry. 1.5 million experience, 1.8 million experience, 2 million experience, 1.9 million experience. After the upgrade, the effect is greatly increased. From the experience of only consuming 70,000 and 80,000, it suddenly increased by several times. Although there are only about 2 million experiences at a time, the overall situation is good, and soon it will accumulate 100 million experiences. If you use the crazy experience mode, it is definitely an explosive experience. However, it is still too slow to absorb. This is why he chose not to use it for a while, and it takes a lot of time to ***** a strong king. Therefore, if there is not a lot of time, I really don't dare to absorb the King of God. I don't know what year and month to absorb. What is the situation? Long Yu Devil was shocked. He found that his body's energy was extracted by madness. He has always only swallowed up other people's shares. How can he turn around now and someone can swallow his energy? The three kings of God can't strip off his energy. Now it is a newcomer who can do this step, so that he can't believe it. Nothing, just kill you a little. Yi Tianyun calmly and freely, so swallowed up so steadily, and opened the crazy experience mode. Getting 64 million points of experience, 63.2 million points of experience, and 63.5 million points of experience. Under the effect of superimposing on 32 times, how can it be a cool word when it suddenly increases? If it continues, upgrading is not a problem. A little time will be able to experience hundreds of millions of dollars, and it is not a problem to make up 600 billion experience. The premise is that Long Yu Devil does not have so much energy to devour him. Chapter 849. After superimposing the crazy experience mode, the experience gained is really making him feel very refreshed. If the experience card has a little more, he can still use it, and the experience will definitely explode. He now has a high-rate experience card, and he is not in a hurry to use it. If he absorbs it for a while, it will not be wasted. The best use effect is undoubtedly used when the dragon sorcerer has a kind of dying situation. When he kills him at the same time, the experience gained is the real explosion. Get out of my way. Long Yu Devil shook his body and wanted to fly Yi Tianyun to the bomb, but he seemed to stick it on it, and he couldn't open it. Just so ****** the top, quickly swallowed the experience. With so much experience, how could Yi Tianyun let go? It's much better than killing those low-level practitioners, so I'm constantly gaining experience and hope to provide a level of experience. It is impossible to let Yi Tianyun open it, but it is still tightly attached to it. Immediately the outer shield disappeared, and the Long Yu Devil could not continue, especially for Yi Tianyun, so there is no need to maintain it. Don't you want to devour me? Now come and swallow, see who swallows who. Yi Tianyun sneered, The suction in his hand gradually increased. Unless this guy blew himself, it would be impossible for him to be opened. Long Yu Devil's inner anger is extremely violent, constantly shaking his body, trying to open Yi Tianyun, but he can't open it. In exchange for other repairs, I have already been thrown out. However, Yi Tianyun is an ordinary person, and his powerful suction is enough to make him unable to get out. At the same time, Long Yu Demon wants to devour people, but where they are swallowed, it is directly swallowed into the mouth and eaten. It is not like this to devour energy a little bit. This is really evil. The ancient monuments in Tianyun town couldn't help but shudder. How do you feel that Yi Tianyun is even more evil than Long Yu Devil? However, there are more surprises in the heart. If you continue to do so, you can't really kill this dragon god. If you kill the dragon and the demon, then he does not need to suppress it, and the task is completed. Followed by a very strange thing. Yi Tianyun is so attached to him. Long Yu Devil is constantly shaking the body, still cannot give Yi Tianyun to go out. Soon, Long Yu Demon found that he could not suppress Yi Tianyun, and he felt a little more fear inside. If he continued to do so, he must be drained. Human, I am willing to exchange with you for other things. As long as you are willing to stop, I am not only willing to leave the three realms, but also willing to understand with the ancestors, let them not attack the three realms. In addition, can also give a lot of treasures for you, willing to exchange for this settlement. Long Yu Devil finally compromised, because he felt the fear of death for the first time, so he could only choose to compromise. I doubt if your head is kicked, is this lie to be exported? If you let go, don't say good, I suspect that the three realms will die faster. Yi Tianyun sneered. To say it all to say something like, for example, willing to make a vow, become my slave, and always obey my orders, this is still a few points. The rest is fart. Long Yu Devil's face is gloomy. He really has the idea of telling a lie. Who knows that this excuse is seen through at a glance? It's okay to talk to a 3-year-old child. If you say this to Yi Tianyun, who would believe it? If you have a big devil, can you believe it? Who believes who is the first to die? Don't say anything about treasures. It is estimated that just released, this guy immediately began to kill the quartet. Then you have the ability to kill me. If you kill me, the ancestral land will definitely sense my death. At that time, it will speed up the attack on the three realms. If you choose to surrender to me now, I can give you a where you are, otherwise you will die. The dragon leaps and devils said that they would change, and before they made a pleading for the whole, they became the overbearing demon in the blink of an eye and began to threaten. These practices have always been theirs, as well as those before, first tempted by the benefits. When the temptation is not successful, they begin to threaten and expose their true ideas. Okay, it's okay. You guys really hear the ears groan and talk exactly the same. Whether it's the guy in the sea, or the second group to rescue your Sot devil, or Soj devil or something, talking is a routine. Yi Tianyun said, but they are going ahead of you, and soon you will follow the peace. Suitor and Soj. Long Yu Devil angered. You actually killed my disciple. It turned out to be your disciple. No wonder it will come over. It turned out to be looking for you. Yi Tianyun smiled and said, but you can rest assured that you will accompany them soon. Long Yu Devil is angry, and immediately angered. You can kill me, then try it. The three kings of God can't kill me, even if you can devour energy, you can't kill me. Yes. Anyway, I will try it. Yi Tianyun was too lazy to pay attention to him and continue to concentrate on it. The madness of experience has skyrocketed, and it is basically a stack of 1 billion, which is a bit more expensive. This level of crazy mode, the crazy value of consumption is still amazing. The madness of 10,000 points per minute is really terrible. After all, this is every minute, not every hour. But amazing, it's better than buying an experience card. 32 times the crazy experience mode is equal to 32 times the experience card, but in the mall, the price is more than 1 million. Of course, if you restore the original price, it is hundreds of thousands. Converted, can only last for 30 or 40 minutes, not enough for an hour, it is a big loss. Of course, now 30 times the experience card is very expensive, and the crazy experience mode is still very worthwhile. Long Yu Devil kept this state and continued to let Yi Tianyun madly devour. His face was getting more and more heavy, and he seemed to be thinking about something. However, he has a lot of plans and can't show it now. The whole body was nailed to the wall. How could he do it? If he can start, he will start early and will not be trapped here. Yi Tianyun looked at the dragon and jumped to the demon god. He saw that he couldn't say anything, but he could clean himself and continue to devour energy. Continuing this way, the upgrade is not a problem. Just seeing that the Longyu demon is so calm, it is very likely to be premeditating. When he thought about it, he thought so much. No matter what the premeditated, it didn't make sense to him. Chapter 850 Yi Tianyun was swallowed in madness, and he never stopped. He soon gained tens of billions of experience. He feels that the energy in the body of Longyu Devil is starting to get worse, and he does not hesitate to use the 150-time experience card. Immediately after use, the overall experience increased by 182 times. But this is not finished. He used them all to empty the volume. Let all the experience card purchase price return to the original point, followed by 5 times to buy, all the way to buy 50 times. 5, 10, 30 and 50 times experience cards respectively. I originally wanted to buy a higher multiple, but the price is too high. Even if it is empty, the price is still too high. His current madness has been stretched, and unless he sells artifacts like crazy, he can't really buy these high experience cards. As for the discount card, it is not necessary to waste it. After buying 4 experience cards, the total experience is superimposed to 277 times experience. Once again, the experience is superimposed to an unprecedented height. This is a big fat sheep. He must kill the dragon leap, so he must definitely smash the experience card. This is the 8th layer of the king, and the experience is absolutely explosive. How could he waste this opportunity? Perhaps it can be said that when the invaders of the evil spirits come to attack, it will be even more amazing when used. He certainly knows this truth, but if he comes to a super strong person, for example, the peak of the king, or even terrible. At that time, he didn't even have the chance to kill other weak evil spirits, let alone make a big profit. After he has always looked at it, he only needs to see it now. Boom. Under 277 times of experience, the experience exploded in an instant. Get 550 million experience, 555 million experience, 540 million experience. The experience of blowing up to 500 million level in one breath, the easy Yi Tianyun was amazed. This is the feeling. Under this crazy experience, the experience he gained quickly accumulated, and it was much faster than before. In less than a little while, the pleasing sound came from the ear. Hey, congratulations to the player, Yi Tianyun, and successfully broke through the 2nd layer of the king's period. He has absorbed a lot of experience for a long time, and he has gained a lot of experience. Now, after experiencing explosive experience, he will be upgraded immediately after a period of absorption. Sure enough, after absorbing dry energy, if you kill it, the effect is perfect. It was only when the time was not allowed, so that he did not receive such benefits. Upgrade, give me the opportunity to upgrade the gods. Yi Tianyun did not forget the upgrade of this god. The proficiency gained a lot when he absorbed it. When he felt that he was similar, he immediately chose to upgrade. Hey, successfully deducted 3.7 million points of proficiency and successfully upgraded the gods to the top grade martial arts, full level. The swallowing gods upgraded to the top grade martial arts, so it was full. Boom. Get 11 billion experience, 12 billion experience, 11 billion experience. The experience suddenly exploded again, but this time it was not the superposition of the experience card, but the extraction speed was increased 20 times at a time, so that the effect completely exploded. The result of this is that the body of Longyu demon is starting to shake up madly, starting with your feet and drying quickly. The energy is quickly taken away, and it is impossible to maintain the original state. This is the difference between the experience card and the upgraded martial arts. No matter how many times the experience card is superimposed, it will not affect the absorber. After upgrading the martial arts, the extraction speed is accelerated, and the energy in the absorbed body is quickly drained. Yes, it seems that I can use this trick in the future. At the end of the day, this trick has achieved a very good effect. If the efficiency is the same as before, it is definitely not worth using. The absorption speed is too slow. It takes a long time to drain a practitioner, and where can be done in battle. If you can continue to upgrade, it would be better, but unfortunately it is already full. However, if it is not for him to conquer so many gods, and continue to upgrade, and there is alliance, it is really impossible to have so much proficiency to upgrade. Immediately under the mad absorption, the legs of Longyu demon began to turn into powder, and after being completely drained, it will become this state. Longyu devil is still silent, but his eyes are full of shocking, but he can't kill Yi Tianyun, he can only let it. The ancient monument of Tianyun town was watched on the side, and this situation was deeply shocked by this situation. What is the situation? Is it stronger than before? He could feel the speed of Yi Tianyun's absorption, and suddenly he increased a lot, and he was shocked. With the absorption of Yi Tianyun, Longyu devil collapsed a little, and the body began to turn into powder, and the inch collapsed. This is obviously a terrible thing, but Longyu devil has no expression at all, and still looks at Yi Tianyun coldly. Under continuous absorption, the body of Longyu devil is soon over half. Even if it has a super healing power, it can't be recovered. The energy has been drained. How can it be restored? When he absorbed it into the chest, there was a cold light in the eyes of Longyu demon, and he thought that Yi Tianyun would continue to absorb it. Yi Tianyun is flying back, and there is a sinister sword in his hand. Almost, I can send you to heaven now. Yi Tianyun's voice just fell, and he took the evil spirits and smashed the sword to the dragon's head. He thinks that time is almost the same. Because I don't know, Longyu devil is thinking about something. In short, there is still a little time left to kill this guy. He immediately lifted his strength and smashed a sword, and the huge swordless mons fell to the head of Longyu devil. When the sword was smashed down, there was a ray of light on the head of Longyu devil, and the sword was swallowed up. After swallowing up this sword, the body of Longyu demon began to recover quickly. It is obvious that the energy of this sword is swallowed up and then absorbed into energy. Ha ha ha, didn't you eat? Just this ability, still want to kill me? Longyu devil laughed. I thought how powerful you are. Even your ancestors cannot kill me, just because you won't kill me. Oh, the attack was swallowed up, and sure enough, there was a flaw in his head. Yi Tianyun stared at him and stared at his head. The eyes of the exploration quickly went deep inside and probed the inside. God of the soul, the top artifact, able to protect the soul, while consuming all attacks and absorption, is an absolute powerful weapon. If you want to break it, you need a lot of strength, and you can break it beyond the intensity of swallowing.